momentum in somehow. One, two, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, perfect. Right, first birthday shout out of the weekend, and it's a new one. I believe it's Shauna's 22nd birthday sometime soon. No, it's not. Apparently it is. He said he was. He said he was. 23, idiot. That's really what she said, because, like, I'm getting all kinds of trouble. Is it next week? When is it? Next week. She's embarrassed. So if you see Shauna, if you get up close and personal because you're lying on the track, you go, oh, God, hurting my legs, bro. Happy birthday, Shauna. Race 5 has a mechanical. Race 5, 13, 14 cruisers. We're going to push that one back a little bit. Race 5 has a mechanical. All right, we're on race number 1 here, round 3 of the British BMX Series here in sunny Glasgow. We are looking at Will Parks, India Bennett, Rocco Westwood going second into that turn. Ronnie Walwork doing it for Hard Knocks by coaching Massive. Edward Worrell in there as well. The 239 of Charlie Dowson leading it out but slipping a pedal. That's going to allow Rocco Westwood to get up on his back wheel. Freddie Walsh and Rory Smythe in there too. It is Dowson, Westwood and Walsh. That's your 1, 2, 3. Gosport into the turn. That's Rory Smythe in there in 4. So it looks like it's going to be Dowson and Westwood going to go 1 and 2 across that line as we move on to Moto number 2. That is the familiar figure of Arlo Steinmetz. Arlo out of Burnham BMX Club in that freerider race kit. Sean doing great things down there in Wales. Seth Robinson, Jackson Chapman Davis, Benjamin Tanzer, Frederick States in there as well. Alfie Powell and Grace Ledgerwood Barr all pushing hard in Moto 2. Looks like Arlo's going to pick up that win. Reactive Racing, I think, in there in that second spot. Robinson coming across in 4. Race 3, Layla Dixon, Josh Bean, Sammy Stack, Leo Bradley, Eliza Powell, Emma Dean and Holly Bishop. Holly in there in 2, chasing down Rusty Nut Racing, Leo Bradley. The girls are on it in this one. That's Eliza Powell in there in 3. Emma Dean doing it for Hot Shots as well. They go in and out of the turn. It's going to be Bradley, Bishop and Powell. You're on 2, 3. So, yeah. Bradley Grimm, William Arnold, Tessa Johnson, Xavier Darley, Arthur Mason from Team in this one, Jack Swills. That's the thought, actually. If Team Milk No Sugar, that would be awesome. For 15, 16-year-old cruisers, Cam Sully Potty leading it out.
Gosport National Race Team rider. That is Ian Smith heading on through that third straight. Eaton putting the pressure on. Looks like the 208 is in there as well. That's Joel Marsden. Adam and Eaton.
Well, looks like we found our 6 and unders. They're up there on the gate. Right, race 35, 6 and unders. Here we go again. Milo Rider Bays, Grace Snell, Lenny Holiday. He sounds like a singer. Hudson Needle and Ellis Dowsing. Ellis doing it for BMXHype.com. Shout out Sean Issett, Late to the Gate podcast. He's having a look around just to see where everybody is. The 203 and the 660 following him. That's Milo Rider Bays out of Braintree. The 660 is Hudson Needle out of Telford. But it's Ellis leading it through. Grace Snell's in there. Grace Snell, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. 180, that belongs to, no, that is great. That E. Radford. Moving on, race 36. These are your 7-year. We are moving up a category. Jackson May, Dennis Turner, Alfie Bagley, Milo Fox Bond in there. Patrick Dempsey doing it for Ice Bikes. Not out of Grey's Anatomy. He could be a paramedic though, I'm sure. Leon Sakina and Billy Lates. I'm sure Billy's granddaddy's watching. He was watching in Manchester on the live stream. We have certain parents and grandparents that watch all the time. So a shout out to all the parents and grandparents all watching on the BMX Race Hub live stream. Your support is appreciated. Race 37, Lewis.
7-year-old boys on track. That looks like Luke Barron out of Allen's Factory Supercross and the Northeast leading this one out on the 509 plate. Check out the move from Jack Byrne in turn number 2. Your British champ trying to move from 2 to 1. All the words are getting muddled up this morning. So it's Barron still out front. Byrne looking to find a way through down the final straight. Who's picking up 3 and 4? We've got Isaac Book, Parker Gray, Owen Wheater and Amari Bamford Burr all bringing it through down to the line. But it was Allen's Factory's Luke Barron with the win. Race number 38 on track. North Rush, Shearing, Crudo, Estevez, Dight and Jones. The rider out front, Rustin Racing's Jensen Dight on the 277, the 142 in there behind him. Alejandro Crudo Estevez out of the Brunty crew chasing down the Rustin Racing rider in and out of that final corner. It is going to be Dight, Estevez in that order as they bring it down to the wire. Who's going to get the 3 spot? Looking like that's the 614 taking it across the line. That was Kaysen George North out of the Northeast. Next up, race number 39. That is your 8-year-old boys going in and out of turn number 2. Who's leading them through? That's going to be the 393. Is that Shelby Yates? That's Shelby Yates out front. The YouTube sensation on the 393 plate, bringing it out of the final turn. Going 1 and 2 with the 0-1 of Jasper Eels out of Gosport. BMX Club, the 163 in there for that top 3 spot. That's Charlie Bromelo. Race 40 on track then. That looks like Merseyside BMX Club. Ruben Lamb on the 821 plate leading this one out. Gosport NRT in there behind him. Arthur Kinge on the 299. The front 2 riders checking out from the rest of the pack. That is the 675 in there for 3. That is Nico Jocelyn Black out of Bournemouth BMX, the 393 in there in 4. That's John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede Rockets. So that's going to be your top 4 as they bring it down the final straight. Out front though, it's all about Ruben Lamb doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. Harry Taylor, Ronnie Hill, Eddie Brown, Isaac Tomlinson, Lewin Jamira and Oliver Bridle all out on track. Who's the rider in there for 2? That is Crucial Racing's Oliver Bridle on the 312 plate, chasing down the Fluent rider out front. Isaac Tomlinson, so it is Tomlinson, Bridle, Jamira, that's your 123. The 983 of Harry Taylor out of SVT Mongoose in there in 4. Them guys got a new kit this weekend and it is looking super good out there in that 4 spot at the moment, but it's all about Fluent Bicycle Motocross's Isaac Tomlinson picking up the race win with Bridle chasing him down in 2. That looks like Sandy Horns out of Norwich Flyers heading into turn number 2 with the lead in race number 42. Who's there with him? Oh, it's getting busy in that second corner. That looked like a rider out of Merseyside BMX. That was Benji Ross Foster. Banging bows with the 641 of William Beckett in that second corner. Here comes Benji Ross Foster looking for a way back into the top 3. Didn't quite make it stick. The move in the final corner. That looked like Beckett trying to work his way back into a top 4 spot. And I think he's managed it just in behind Roberts Catkins, who's going to pick up the 3 spot on the line with the Bruntwood rider Leon Kozoziak in there for 2. Next up, these are your 8-year-old girls. Heading in and out of turn number 2. Crank BMX coaching leading this one out. Sophia Reese going 1 and 2 with Esme Anderson out of Moto 1 Muck-Off. That looks like we've got an Allen's Factory rider inside the top 3. Hattie McGoldrick chasing down your British champ Anderson, who's in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 4 as they bring it down that final straight? The pressure from McGoldrick chasing Anderson right the way down to the line. That one was close. As the 7.52 of Erin Dunny takes that 4 spot on the line. Next up, the 9-year-old boys, Joseph Birdfield. Rapid Roman's on track. It's his birthday tomorrow. He turns 9, so happy birthday to you, Roman. We're going to cram that in every which way we can over the weekend. But out front, it is Crucial Racing picking up the race win. That was Archie Fisher, your British champion. Next up, race number 45, 9-year-old boys, the 767. Oliver Pritchard doing it for Cardiff BMX Club. He's out there in front. That looks like the 349 in there as well. That was Toby Brook out of Exeter Eagles. Inside the top 3, being chased down on the exit of turn number 2. The 530 plate in there in that 2 spot. That's Jack Hale out of Birmingham. The 694 in there in 4. That is Lewin France Brotherton out of Merton BMX. So that's your front 4 as they bring it into the final turn. MK's Roman Barker in there in 5 with Billy Caldwalder out of Braintree in there for 6. But your race win is going to go to Cardiff's Oliver Pritchard. Race number 46 out on track. Where's Atlas Lewisfield? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. In and out of that second corner they go. Looks like we've got Peckham BMX out front. Petar Bunchik leads it out. Lewisfield in there for 2. Who's picking up the 3 spot as they bring it into the final turn? That looked like it was Decoys Ollie Underhill. Underhill then rounding out the top 3 spots as they bring it down the final straight. Outlaws have got a rider in there in 4. That's Henry Bragg. He's going to round out then top 4 spots as Bunchik picks up that race win. Walsgrove, Acito, Shearer, Pleasance Ford, Kerr, Olivier and Lepardo 2. It is Telford Flyers out front. Archie Walsgrove on the 677, being chased down by the 617 of Jude Shearer. Out of the Centurions, heading into that final turn. That looks like a DC Cycles rider in there as well. Rudy Pleasantsford, the move came though from Logan Acito. Worked his way up the inside to go from 4 to 3. Walsgrove under pressure as he takes it down to the line. It is going to be Shearer for 2 as Walsgrove picks up that race win. Race number 48 on track. 9-year-old boys in and out of turn number 2. That looks like BMXHype.com. Got a rider out front. Frankie Jones on the 933 is going 1 and 2 with the 025 of Connor Grant. Doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Who's in there for 3? That looks like a rider out of Preston Pirates. Arlo Payne on the 656 plate heading down the final straight. It's going to be Jones out front. BMX Hype going to pick up the race win. Grant putting the pressure on though. He's going to have to settle for 2 with Payne rounding out the podium spots.
Right, race 49, 9-year-old ladies going crazy. Izzy Moore and Maggie Devine having a right old scrap into turn number 2. Maggie's just made that move and stolen the lead away from Izzy. Freya Forrest is in there in 3. That looks like Bruntwood's Evie Farrington Bell going through in 4. Sophia Jones in there for Merseyside BMX Club as well as they go in and out of the turn. Maggie Devine, Izzy Moore. They are going to go 1 and 2. Freya's in there in 3. Moving on, the 0-1 out in front. That's going to be Mabel Pine out of Exeter BMX Club. Doing it for PCR. Kylie Dixon in there as well. All Jewish Flick Brentnall. Luciana Pins and Barron. And Verity K out of Manchester. These girls absolutely flying. Kylie doing it for Hotshot Racing aboard that nice bright yellow Supercross. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Mabel from the Allens BMX rider. Got a feeling that might be Flick Brentnall. All the Jewish rounding out the top 3 as we move on to race 51. Henry, Wyatt, Henning, Moore, Hewitt and Malloy. Abigail Henning. Abigail Henning in there in 2. Chasing down the rider out of Pro Star. That's going to be Matilda Hewitt. Bella Henry out of Hackney in there in 3. Just had the move put on her by Madeline Malloy. Big battle going on for that 3rd spot. But it's going to be Matilda, followed by Abigail, followed by Madeline. Race 52. I'm just listening to Lewis chuckling at himself. Sounds about right. We do love our 2-in-1 out entertaining Instagram stories. Great stuff. Totally missed the moto that was on. David Dunn, Joseph O'Brien, Joey Fraser and company. Don't worry, lads, we'll get you next time around. That was race 52. On to race 53. Big Hens and Antek Perebny battling away. Now Antek got his nose out in front. He was here for the regional last week, making that pre-national practice pay off. Henry's chasing him down into the corner. Leo Britt's in there as well. But it's going to be Perebny taking it to the line from Sullivan. Arthur Mason in there in 3. Milton Keynes, Leo Britt's rounding out the 4. And the 363 was Elias Damant from Ipswich. Now, the blonde hair flying out behind him. It can only be Oakley Hill from LCC out in front. Moto number 54. He's got the 4-plate chasing him down. Jake Avis. That's Christian Garbachik out of Peterborough. Lover Club jersey in there in that 3 spot. Noah Northcott rounding out the 4, I think. And the man in 5 out of Nottingham, that's Edwin Calburn. Race 55, oops. Taking it to the skies. Being chased down by the 11 and the 15. That's going to be Alexander Gilbert. The 11 is Charlie Blakeburn. Rusty Nut Racing have got Elliot Hatch. Seb Perry, Lewis Rothwell in there as well. Any colour coordination today, Lewis? Oh yeah, much better than Mid-Lancs the other week. Race 56, Dominic Zapanos in there in 2, doing it. Cardo. Shout out to him and Jane Windle. Right. I'll do better with a tin can and a piece of string, do you know what I mean? Anyway, moving on. Race number 57. Astar Racing's Carter Kennedy. Oh, had a problem there down the 3rd straight. Just getting mixed up with the rider out of the Hawks. That was Oliver Ford. Oliver in there in 3. Joe Pritchard. Seth Robinson, Felix Zucchinas, Thomas Stanakaitis. I think I got it right this time around. I did get reminded at Manchester. Stanikaitis. Yeah, Stanikaitis. Got it right. Takes me 4 attempts to say it, but never mind. Race 58. These are the girls, I think. Yeah. Ella Grant, Alice Barron, Autumn Moore, Ellie Robertson, who nearly ran me over in the car park earlier on. She said she'd get me the next time around. Emika Gibson, Phoebe Miller, and Madison Stubble. Race 59, Layla Dixon, Grace Ledgerwood Parr. She's already done a cruiser lap. She's back on it again. Tallulah Widdowson, Panonica Castro Latch, Tessa Johnson, Lauren Snell, Maisie Dyson, and Megan Keller. The 3 of Lauren Snell in there in 2, battling with Maisie Dyson. B. Radford. Layla's in there on the 9 plate. Tallulah on the 16, doing it for Nottingham. And the Gosport rider in there in the top 4 is Megan Keller. Race 6, the Oscar Ryder Bays, George Ludgate, William Arnold, Jacob Dent, Malachi Smith, Eric Kincaid, Mark Antle, and Seth Kacharik. Seth out there in front. That looks like the Smiley's Flight Club rider. That's going to be Jacob Dent. He's in there in 4. The 31, that is Eric Kincaid. And the Preston rider is George Ludgate.
Race number 61 on track. 0-1 leads this one out. BMX Hype, that is Charlie Dowson. Going 1 and 2 with a 14 plate of Joseph Dewis. Doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. Team A got a rider inside the top 3. Oakley Lewisfield on the 20 plate. That's your top 3 as they bring it down the final straight. But it's all about your British champ, Charlie Dowson. Going to take that race win as the 27 plate picks up the top 4. That was Alexi Carlos. Race 62, Bird, Wills, Kinsey, Lee, Smith, Staines and Davies. In and out of turn number 2, that is Betty Wills, your world number 4. Mixing it in with the boys in this 11-year-old category, heading in towards that final turn. The 16 plate of Aston John Lee. Astar Racing, heading down the final straight, putting the pressure on Wills as they bring it down to the line. Looks like Allen's Factory Supercross are going to go through in 3 with Ollie Bird. Where's Tobias Groves? He's leading out the next moto, doing it for SVT Mongoose. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there behind him. Jack Kitching out of the middle ranks on the 10 plate. The 3 spot, that is Derby BMX, bringing it on round. Charlie Sheriff on the 25 plate, under a bit of pressure as the 11 of George Spencer tries to work his way round the outside in that reactive racing kit, and he's made it stick. Oh, Sheriff comes unstuck in that final turn. He's shuffled back to about 5, so it's going to be Kitching hanging on to 2 with the 11 of Spencer in 3. TNT got a rider in 4. That was Oliver Hawker. More 11-year-old boys action on track. The 1 on the plate. Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX, leads it out from the W8 of Thomas Giles, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. That's your 1 and 2 then as it stands. LVG got a rider in there. That is Chester Grocock inside the top 3 under pressure from the 24 of Jacob Russell, doing it for Manchester BMX. TNT in the mix. That's George Kellum in there in 5, looking to put the pressure on in the final turn. Chase down the final straight then. Kellum putting the pressure on. Grocock's going to hang on to the 3 spot. The 24 of Russell good in 4. Kellum in 5. Race number 65, where's Jack Haynes, LCC Race Team? He's in there in that 3 spot at the moment. The move was out front though. That looked like Aidan Baptiste Pecker BMX working his way just in front of the 9 plate of Arthur Donaldson Green Machine Tribe. So it is looking good for Baptiste and Donaldson at the moment. Was one rider hits the deck in the next moto. Jack Haynes, he's going to round out the top 3 spots in race number 65. The fallen rider was a hot shot. That was Emma Dean. Let's hope that she's all right. She's up to her feet. Put your hands together for Emma. Astar Racing on track. Rosie Geddes coming on. Centurions on the 8 plate. She's under pressure though on the exit of turn number 2. That is Puyat Lam on the 9 plate, going round the outside, doing it the hard way, but she's going to make it stick through the 3rd straight. MCR lead out the moto then. Who's in there behind her? That is her teammate Florence Kay inside the top 3. Chasing down Geddes through the final straight. So it's going to be Lam, Geddes, Kay, 1, 2, 3.
Mum's watching the live stream, jumping up and down in front of the telly. Okay.
Next up, race number 67 on track. Who's going to lead this one out? Looks like we've got the W8 of Holly Bishop trying to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Una Svensson on track. Her mum's watching on the live stream, going berserk by the sounds of it. But Una's doing her proud at the moment inside that top 4 spot, chasing down the 15 plate of Robin Wyatt out of Exeter Eagles. In and out of turn number 2 then. It's still looking good for your world number 8. Bishop leads it out. The 11 of Arabella Denton, Brixton BMX. The 15 still in there in that 3 spot. That is Reactive Racing's Wyatt. Here comes the pressure from Svensson in that final turn. Looks underneath, didn't dive under. She's going to pick up that top 4 spot down the final straight then as your world number 8 takes that race win. Race 68 on track. The European number 8 leads this one out. Eliza Powell out of Crank BMX Coaching. Dyson, Colazage, Tomlinson, Graham and Evans all in this moto as well. The 2 spot looks like Florence Dyson on the 2 plate, doing it for Bradford Bandits. Who's the rider in 3? That's the 150 plate. Maya Olivia Colazage heading into that final turn. Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers, Molly Tomlinson in there in 4, under a bit of pressure on the exit of that final turn. That was the 17 of Abby Graham out of Brixton BMX. She's going to have to settle for 5 as the battle out front. Dyson looked like she might have just nicked that race win. 12-year-old boys hit the track in and out of turn number 2 then for Preston Newmarsh Powell out of Powell Racing. He's going 1 and 2 with the 14 plate of Arthur Claydon, doing it for PCR. Who's the rider in 3? That is the 24 plate of Samuel Snell, doing it for Fluent. He's got Bruntwood right there with him. That's going to be Finley Hewitt on the 46 plate, in and out of that final turn. Hewitt doing all he can to pick up a piece of the top 3 pie. He's not going to get close enough. He's now under pressure from Ollie Todd out of Peterborough Phantoms. He looked like Bruntwood's Hewitt just about hung on to it. In and out of turn number 2 then for race number 70. That is your 0-1, Connor Hemhill, sorted race gear. Smooth as you like at the front of the pack. In and out of that final turn, Hemhill, he's going to pick up this race win as things stand. Ronnie Wood, your European number 8, he's in there inside the top 3, chasing down the 9 plate across the line. That was Murray Watson. Race number 71, Worrell, Twold, Jones, Munro, Harvey, Robertson and Dowling. The 3 on the bike. Finn Munro, Allen's Factory Supercross. Heading into that final turn, that looks like BMX Hype in there behind him. Teddy Jones putting the pressure on down the final straight. The 3 and 4 from last year. Going to go 1 and 2 in this moto. And it looks like we've got the 42 plate of Lucas Twold rounding out the top 3. Next up, that looks like Jacob Anderson, your world number 8, chasing down an Evolve Collective rider into turn number 2. Freddie Ray Allen, your race leader, battling it out at the moment with Anderson. Anderson looking for a way round the outside. Who's there in 3? That's the 22 plate of Rex Beasley. How to stay strong. Anderson makes the move stick. In and out of that final turn. Absolute are going to pick up that race win with Orland in that 2 spot.
Is it? Yeah, 73. Right, race 73. You got Mac Finley in this one. Harrison Glenn, Leo Bradley in there as well. I don't know why we keep losing this signal. It is driving me insane. Oh, race 74. Jace Graham, Edward Cordery, Kylan Gordon, Joseph McAvoy, Josiah Berg, Sebastian Sivak, and Will Lougheed. That's Cordery in there in 2. McAvoy's in there in 3. They are chasing down, I think it is it a 12 play? Looks like it. That's going to be Kylan Gordon. So used to seeing him on a Croupier, and now he's on a Tempo. That's what's mixing it up for me. Race number 75, Jaden O'Connell, Hugo Dayton. Had a nice chat with Dad earlier on. Joshua Cates, Tom Henning in there. Zachary Farrington Bell. Ted Malkin, Ollie Riches is in there. Ollie's mum will be watching at home on the live stream. Always is. So good morning to Mrs. Riches. So riders taking it down towards that line. Tom Henning going to pick up that 3rd position. Race number 76. Puddock, Trays, Rowe, Underhill, Surtees, Mills, Savratney. All in this one. Isla going past me. Macy Surtees doing it for the Sinead Reed Academy. But it looks like the Evolve rider Trixie Trays out in front. That is the Fluent rider in there in 2. Amelia Rowe. Izzy Underhill doing it for Decoy as well. These are the riders in race 76, your 12-year-old girls. As Trixie Trays and Amelia Rowe go 1 and 2 to the line. Freyham on 40. In there in that 2nd position. Out of Peckham BMX Club, sorted race gear, chasing down Maisie Egan. Maisie's got a birthday coming this current Thursday. So happy birthday, Maisie, for that one from all your friends and family at the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching crew. Rachel Pritchard in there in 4, doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. Holly Richardson, Neve France Brotherton. Bonnie Dudley and Erin Toogoods. All in there. Maisie just taking a birthday win at the line. Next up, Grace Hudak, Moto 1 and Muckoff, Jessica Cox, Izzy Dolan, Ellie B, Aria Rose Lee. For Astar Racing, India Bennett and Darcy Payne. Darcy out of the Dragon Riders. In there in that, 6th spot on the 25 aboard that Mabo. Nice looking Mabo bikes knocking around. Getting very, very popular both in the UK and in Europe. Race 79. That's Mr. Jamira in there in 2, doing it for Rab Racing. And Food Delectable. Oh, blowing a pedal in that final turn. So Food Delectable over the back of the gazebo favelas. Go and get your chicken gyros. Also, there is another food street kitchen over the far side as well. So you've got a choice of food venues. Got to share the love, do you know what I mean? Get myself in trouble otherwise. As we look at James Bibby, in and out of that final turn. Doing it for Pro Start. Straight out of Wigan. Looking good, lads. Race 81. Emil Challenger, Akeem Brazier, Sam Riches, Moses Dennis Essel. He sounds like he plays in midfield at West Ham. Marcus Mullen, Oliver Taylor, and Max Livingstone. You know, you just. Oh. Marcus Mullen in the win. As we move on to race. Gomez, Sands even. Everly, Laughlin, and Rathor, I think that is. Rathor. I'll go with Rathor, I think it is. His dad is not a fan of Mercedes-Benz vehicles. You can ask Danny to tell you the story. Or you can read it in the Liverpool Echo, whichever way you want to do it. As we move on to race number 83. Ethan Buttery, Noah Ford, Lucas Belton, Kieran Brownson, Cody Hughes, Ronnie Payne leading it out. Well, Lucas Belton in there in 2. That's going to be Braintree rounding out the top 3 in Moto 83. 84, Archie Malkin, Luca Milne, Reggie Somerville, Zach Parsons, Adrian Galitis in this one. He's in there in that 3rd spot. Archie and Doe as well. Archie out of Derby BMX Club. Zach Parsons in there in 2. They are chasing down Absolutes. Archie Crocker White into that final turn. It's going to be White. Parsons, moves coming in and out of the turn. Galitis might have to settle for the 3. Moto 85, Lewis.
Jameson, Smith, Knight, Sheffy, Davis, Hamill and Swales all out on track, and it is Harry Swales out of Fast Signatures leading it in and out of turn. Number 2 is going 1 and 2 with the 11 plate of Isaac the Sender Smith. Chasing him down for Rab Racing. Look at the 14 plate working his way into a top 3 spot. Zach Hamill on the outside of Lewis. Sheffy in the final turn. Sheffy just about hanging on the inside. He's going to hang on to that top 3 spot, taking it down the final straight. Hamill in for 4. Race 86, 13-year-old girls are led away by Brooke Fast Fawcett, Hog Knox Bike Coaching. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. Down that 3rd straight, smooth as you like on the 2 plate. Who's that in there in the 2 spot? Rustin at Racing's Lily Mae Gould out of Decoy BMX, the 27 in there for 3. That's Emily Barter out of Tree BMX Club. Heading into the final turn is Lucy Stevenson. She's in there in 4. Down the last straight they go. LVG, NRT's Hannah Mackey in 5 with Beth Hewitt in 6. But Brooke Fawcett is your race winner. Race 87, Lauren Keller, Grace Gerard, Tyler Davenport, Amelia Martin, Holly Hume, Elsie Blight and Seren Pritchard. Seren's in there in 4 at the moment for Evolve Collective, chasing down the Hard Knocks rider just in front of her in 3. That is Grace Gerard on the 3 plate. Gosport National Race Team got a rider in there in 2. That is Lauren Keller on the 9 plate, but she's just been shuffled back a spot by Gerard, who's worked her way in. Blight's now under pressure at the front of the pack. Blight across the line with Gerard in 1 and 2. As a race number 88 goes in and out of turn number 2, that is Moto 1 and Muckhoff out front. Freya Harris, your world number 7. Pure Bicycles going round the outside. Iris Hyder, European number 5, so the W7 and the E5 out front as it stands. That is your E7 in there as well. Inside the top 3, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Race 89 on track. Paige Cathcart Cunnison out of Savage Racing. In there at about 5 at the moment, chasing down Radco Racing. Tamara McCarran. Here comes the 10 around the outside. That looks like Millie Ross working her way into a 2 spot, just shuffling back. The rider out of Green Machine, that was Poppy May Kirby. But out front, that looks like one of the Bishop sisters. Yes, it is Poppy Bishop. Halo Wheels Race Team, she's going to pick up that race win. 14-year-old open class out on track. Who's leading it out? Ethan Howell on the 2 plate for Evolve Collective. That looks like Roland Ells in there in the 2 spot for Derby BMX. The 25 plate in 3. That is Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club. Looking like we've got a rider out of Retro Racing inside the top 4. That's Stanley Farmer heading down the final straight under pressure. That looks like one of the Team Bunnies riders picking it up down the final straight. Darwin Shepherd going from 5 to 4 on the line. Race 91. In and out of turn number 2, that looks like Team Mind leading this one out. Charlie Wilcox, he's going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Max McNulty, who's worked his way up the inside to go from 2 to 1, so he's your new race leader into that final turn. That looked like sorted race gear. Oh, went wrong in the final corner. Josh Jepson hit the deck. Couldn't quite get the front wheel round. As Max Vass picked up a top 4 spot for Savage Racing. Pro Star BMX leading out race number 92. Put your hands together for Josh Jepson, ladies and gents. Freddie Parkinson, Ethan Crooks Martin. That is your 1 and 2 in the next moto. Who's in there for 3? That looks like Bruntwood Park. Henry Potts on the 22 plate. He's being chased down the final straight. That was the 26 of Ruben Bishop. Race 93 on track. Louis Kacharik on the inside doing it for Radco Racing, but it's going to be the 4 of Charlie Craig leading it into turn number 1. Crank BMX coaching out front. Who's there with him? Got to be Kacharik for Radco. Who's picking up 3? That is Hunter Malion. He's being chased down by the 35 plate of Jamie Turblanche out of MK Evolution. Absolute have got a rider in there as well. That's Riley Butt on the 15 plate. He's inside the top 5 under a bit of pressure from the 55 of Fergus Suter out of the Centurions. But it's all with Charlie Craig out front. Checked out from the rest of the pack. Kacharik doing all he can to keep on his coattails heading down the final straight. It's going to be Craig with the win. Kacharik in the 2. Tyres is on 94, Lawrence Bojang, Jack Perkins. He's in there in about 4 or 5 at the moment, just been shuffled back by Bojang. That looks like the 11 of Tyres. In there in 3, the 13 plate in the 2. That's Joe Douglas out of Pure Bicycles with Crucial Racing. Out front, James Miller, last year's national champion. He's going to be a race winner in moto number 94 with Douglas in there for that 2 spots. 14-year-old girls out on track 1, leading it out. That is Ruby Warren, Pure Bicycles, looking good into turn number 2. She's going 1 and 2 with the W8 plate of Esme Ward out of Stay Strong BMX. Those front 2 ladies have run away with this moto. At the moment, the 8 plate in there in 3. That is Naira O'Connell out of Preston Pirates, being chased down by Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That is Isabella Gerard on the 9 plate, in and out of that final turn and down the last straight for the front 2 girls. Warren, Ward, that's going to be their order. 5 on the plate. Holly Diver leads out the next motor for the Titans. Who's in there with her in that 2 spot? Looking like we've got a rider out of Braintree BMX. That is Molly Fumi Carroll on the 10 plate. She's been chased down by the 4 of Martha Cottam. Here comes the 17 trying to get involved in the top 3 action. That is Eva Zerzerik heading out of the final corner. Zerzerik putting the pressure on. Looks like the 7 has worked her way in. That is Anushka Jones now in there for 4. Zerzerik in there for 5. That one got busy down that final straight. 10 on the... It got to be Brody Geddes leading out the next moto in the 15 open class, doing it for Astar Racing. The 11 plate in there behind him. I think that is Harrison Barnes being chased through by the 16 of Milo Weller. That's going to be your front 3 heading into that final turn, and back out they go. Brody Geddes taking it to him out front, smooth as you like down that final straight. Race 98 on track. Nathaniel Eames leads it out. Sorted race gear. He's going 1 and 2 with the 27 plate. Deck the more out of BRE Racing. That looks like Robin Mattern Alonso repping the Argentinian jersey in there in 3. He's being chased down by Hotshot Racing in there for 4. That's Benjamin Dean on the 48 plate. That's your front 4 as it stands. But Eames has checked out from the pack. In and out of that final turn as chill as you like down that final straight. He's going to take the race win. Race 99, led away by your world number 2, Kobe Rayford. He's going 1 and 2 with Toby Lynch into that second corner. Who's in there for 3? That looks like the 7 of Isaac Shaw doing it for Pro Star BMX, the 2-1-1. In there in 4, that is Daniel Colazage. Colazage doing all he can to keep right there with the front 3 riders. Shaw in there for that 3 spot, then Lynch in for 2, and your world number 2 going to pick up that race win. Race 100, these are your 15-year-old boys still on track. The 187, Evan Barley leads this one out for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That is Stay Strong in there behind him. Elvis Lawrence on the 6 plate. The front 2 guys have left the pack. That looks like the 20 in there in 3. That's Logan Young out of DC Cycles, the 34 plate. In 4, Caden Thompson out of Peterborough Phantoms. In and out of that final corner then, it is Barley and Lawrence. Here comes Lawrence with a late charge down that final straight. He's going to pick up that race win on the line from Bartley. 2 on the front of the bike. Ned Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Out again. Who's in there behind him, chasing him on round? That is the 4 plate of Heath Osborne out of MK, heading down the final straight. That's going to be their order. Braintree BMX in there for 3. That was Maxwell Lawrence. Race 102, more 15, open class. That is Cotty's leading it out. Rab Race and Newton Hindley in there behind him in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Looks like we've got Oliver Tyres out of Moto 1 and Muckoff. He's being chased down there by the 5 of Nate Hamilton, doing it for Factory Team Mabo UK. Hamilton just about looking for a way through. Looks like Tyres has gone from 3 to 1 in the space of about half a straight. So Tyres, your new race leader. Cotty's in there in 2. Hamilton's going to have to set up for 4 as Hindley picks up that race win. Race 103, 15 on the bike to Oscar Jewell, and over in Team Air, in and out of that final corner, Rustin at Racing. Eddie Millington in there for that 2 spot. Hard Knocks inside the top 3. That looks like Freddie Walworth going at 3 and 4 with the 46 of Thomas O'Brien.
Right, let's have a look as we move on. These are the girls going in and out of turn number 1. Let's have a look who's going to lead it through. I can see a Pro Star rider. That's going to be Amelie Eaton in there in 1. Libby Coppin in 2. The 1 play that belongs to Katie Millar. She's in there in 3. Being chased down by Rin Serafina Gianolino into that second turn. Pressure coming because we've got Aoife picking the Isla Young, Jalaya Patel as well as they head down through that 3rd straight. But it's going to be Eaton, Coppin, Gianolino. That is going to be a 1-2-3 in Moto number 104. 105. Jankuska's in this one. Blackwell, Kearns, Grimm, Moore, Malkin, Cleve and Ella, Blue Chidley. That is Sidoni Cleve doing it for Stay Strong, leading it into turn number 2. Emily Grimm in there for Teamer. I think she's in that 2nd spot. That's going to be Ellie Moore doing it for BRE Racing, rounding out the 3. And the rider in 4. Got a feeling that's Ella Blue Chidley. Or SVT Mongoose. Race 106, on to the 16-year-olds. Freddie Franklin, Rusting Up Racing. Had a nice chat with Dad yesterday. Talking team kits. Logan Whittleson, Riley Binney, Harry Ellison, Ollie Kirby in the David Opera, Harry Taylor and Eric McSwitty. Race 107, Freddie Entwistle. Freddie in the lead. Jake Asher, Dylan Powell, Mark Hewitt, Stan Mason, Dylan Jones and Henry Radcliffe. They are all following Entwistle down that 3rd straight. The 52 is Mark Hewitt. The 31, Stan Mason, RTR Resilient Team Racing. In there in that 4th spot. But it's Entwistle taking it to the line. It was Dylan Powell that hit the deck. But all right, that's good to see. Harry Shear, Cooper McCrum, Lucas Seeley in this one. Alfie Andrew, Lucas Osborne. And Addison Milburn, Oliver James in and out of the turn we go. It's Seeley absolutely on fire. Osborne in there in 2, McCrum in 3. Oliver James in there in 4. All these guys absolutely flying. But Lucas Seeley doing it for Rab Racing. Took some wins out there in Manchester. I make it sound like he was in the middle of nowhere. Lucas Osborne in that 2nd spot. Still can't get over not seeing him in a Birmingham National Race Team jersey. McCrum rounding out the 3. James in there in 4. As we move on, Reactive Racing up next. That'll be Bradley James out there in the lead. That Jamira in there in 3. Well, looks like it. Ollie Turblanche, Remy Colquin, Jacob Warren, David Furley, ups. One rider goes way up the turn as Jamira takes it to the line. Moving on now, 16-year-old girls, Lottie Brown, Jessie Leasley, Ruby Walford and Eliza French. Stay Strong out in front. Oh, sorry, Absolute. Thought it was a Stay Strong jersey then for a minute. Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Not bad for a nickname I made up on the spot about 5 years ago in Manchester. So Lottie takes it to the line. Ruby in there in 3. Chasing down Eliza and Jessie crossing the line as well. More 16-year-old girls, Grace Burge, Lucy Gardner, Summer Glynn in this one. Summer in there in 3, doing it for the Irish Collective. Shout out all the Irish riders here this weekend. I've had a few messages already. I'll get to that later on. Moving on, 17, 18-year-old boys. Here we go, Eli Smith. Rab Racing Flavor Flav Cakes. Sam's already sent the goodies over to us this weekend. Biscoff Cupcakes, bring it on. So Eli in there in 1, Lewis Cook in 2. I think that's Ollie Coppin, I think, in there in 3. And the MK rider was John O'Harradine, doing it for all the single ladies and apparently for the hot BMX mums as well. Race 113, Max Burgess in there in 4, chasing down Flynn Drellincourt. Nice to see Zach twitching back on his bike. Really do like that. As Jaden Fawcett takes the 2 and Thomas Millard takes the win. Race 114, Josh Williams, Stanley Palmer, Henry Eyre, Jack Shaw, Matt Russell, Patrick Dyer, Reese Toole and Angus Graham. That Josh in there in 2. I think it is. Chasing down Absolute's Henry Eyre to the line. Reese Toole in there in 3. Stanley Palmer going through in 4. Race 115. Marku Reynolds doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, Jaden Green. Allen's BMX Supercross in there in 3. Nathan Baratta in the 2. I've got a feeling that's Thomas. Is it Thomas Doran leading it out? On the 7, it is. Race 116. 054, Amos Guppy. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Arnes Facunius, Scott McCallum, Lewis Collins Nimmo, Tommy Haddleton in there, Jack Clark, Tom Kay and Byron Turner. It's going to be Guppy to the line, followed by Nimmo. And I've got a feeling Scott McCallum might have been in there in 3. Moving on, 17 to 18-year-old girl, Sophie Elwood, doing it for Crucial. That's going to be Alexis McCartney. Local rider doing it for Sorted Race Gear, Izzy Hurry. Is it? Hang on. No, it's Esme Brooks. Sorry, Esme. Right team, wrong rider. Sophie Caniston in 4. Smiley Maloney in 5. Bethany Coates in 6. Annabelle Charlton in 7. Daisy Lavin as well. Moving on, race 118. You don't hear anything of 118 anymore. Doesn't happen. What happened to that? I know what happened to it. Google. Anyway. Do you remember them adverts? 118. The rise of technology and AI. Destroying those traditional... yeah. Lewis won't remember it. He's too young. You know 118? Oh, we've lost a rider. Not sure who it was. Yeah. Right, Lewis is officially our tea lady today. Right, it was Lewis Giles that hit the deck. Let's hope Lewis is all right. as George Gerrard and Cal Strickland go 1 and 2, with Luke Davis-Hayes in 3. We need to chat with Matt Barnard as well and find out if we're doing Max's Move of the Day. And whatever the other one was, ODI Hole Shot Awards. Where are we up to? I think we're on 1-2-1, Lewis, yeah.
Race 1-2-1 out on track then, 19 to 29-year-olds. That is Theodore Peterkin, Peckham BMX Club. Absolutely flying out front. He's going to pick up that race win. Oh, Eddie Cannon's got it all sorts of wrong down that final straight. Ben Fitzsimmons managed to stay upright. Got the 2 spot, so more 19 to 29-year-old action. Heading through that 3rd straight, Tyrese Bradshaw, Ollie Cope, that's your 1 and 2. That looks like the 8 plate, Jaden Seward in there in 3. Under pressure from Dexter Gambay at the line. Gambay's going to nick the 3. Seward for 4. Put your hands together for Eddie Cannons, ladies and gents.
Yeah? I haven't looked in the defending block time yet.
19 to 29-year-old women hit the track in race 1, 2, 3. Lamb, Nemo, Townsend, Brown, Firth, Green, McCrum and Gerard all hit in turn number 1. In and out they go. That looks like the W5 lead in this one through Annabelle Townsend. Savage Racing going 1 and 2 with Green Machine Tribes. Emily Green on the 2 plate heading in and out of that second corner. That looks like Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. That's Ava Brown. Good to see Ava back racing. She's on the 650 plate looking for a way around the outside of Emily Green into the final turn. That's Tilly McCrum in there in 4. Who's picking up 5? That is Megan Gerard out of Preston Pirates and Rab Racing, but it's going to be Savage Racing out front. Townsend's going to take the win. Green, Brown 2 and 3. 3X on the bike, Yetka Hemstock, Ice Bikes UK and Preston Pirates leading it into turn number 2. Who's Arada picking up that 2 spot, looking for a high low on the exit of that second corner. That's the 6 plate of Imogen Gibson working her way round the outside to go from 2 to 1. Izzy Hurry Factory Team Mabo UK in there in 3. That looks like we've got a Retro Racing Rider in there for 4. That's going to be Amy Willets on the 11 plate, but it's Gibson out front picking up that race win with Hemstock and Hurry as company in 2 and 3. Race 125 hits the first turn, in and out they go. That looks like Remy Godfrey stays strong, leading this one out with Pro Start BMX on the 3 plate. That is Hannah Drew out of Manchester BMX. Looks like Green Machine in there for that 3 spot. Megan Kirby out of Decoy BMX on the 9 plate. She's under pressure from Rebecca Gold, who throws in a high low in turn number 2. Your British champion doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, looking for a way round the outside. Didn't quite make it stick, so it's Kirby still in there in 3. Moves are coming in the final turn. Goal has been shuffled back another spot. That was the 21 plate, throwing it under in the final turn. Lydia Weber, she's going to hang on to the 4 spot. Goal in 5. Masters on track, 10 on the plate. Aussie jersey out front, Neil Brunez. Billy Lucas working his way around the outside. That's Tom Palmer in there in 3. Lucas into 2. George Higley in there in 4. That's going to be your front 4. Brunez, Lucas, Palmer, Higley in that order. That looks like Romney, Wybrow Parker out of Preston Pirates in there for the 5 spots. Adam Brazil hits the track, race 127. Crucial Racing leading this one out. Who's there with him? That's got to be Halo Wheels Race Team, Connor Hudson. Sean Issett's in there in 3, doing it for BMX Hype. Who's in there on the Late to the Gate podcast? Sorry, he's in there in that 3 spot at the moment. The 7 in there in 4. That is Green Machine looking for a way around. David James looking to go from 5 to 4 to 3 in the last turn. It's his throwing moves left, right and centre. Has his legs gone? I think his legs have gone down that last straight. That's not like Sean, is it? Vets on track then. Scott Beaumont Redditch BMX Club leading it into turn number 2 and back out again. One on the front of the bike for Matt Barnard. Stay Strong Racing. He's in there in that 2 spot, looking to close in down the 3. In there in 3. That's going to be Zoltan Bude, SVT Mongoose. Dylan Dixon's in 4. That looks like Salmond in there. George Salmond it is in there in 5, but the move came from the 8 plate in the final turn. Grant Yerbury shuffled his way through to a top 5 spot in behind Dixon in 4. Next up on track, that looks like Adam Bude, DC Cycles going 1 and 2 with Jump Club S&M Sources. Mark Moore on the 10 plate. Who's picking up the 3? That looks like BRE Racing's Matt Eaton on the 12, being chased down by the 5-3-2 of Cole Svensson out of MCR heading into the final turn. He's rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands. Luke Sheriff in this one as well for Derby BMX Club. Jamie Scrivener and Ben Martin all in that race. As we take a look at the Grand Vets on track, Hilly leading it out, your national champion from last year. Pure Bicycles going 1 and 2 with Crucial Racing. That is Brett Knight out of Redditch BMX Club. The front 2 guys in this race checked out from the rest of the pack. That's the 13 in there in 3. Going to be Daniel Keary George out of Gosport National Race Team. He's under pressure from the 3-2-3 of Justin Somerville out of Bournemouth BMX. Looking for a way down the inside. Last turn action. Somerville throws it under their banging bows. One rider throws in a high-low to go from 5 to 3. That's the 19 plate down the last straight. Matthew Knight's going to take the 3 spot on the line.
Yeah. Okay.
We need riders in the pens, please, ladies and gents. The next rack of racing is ready to go very, very shortly. So if you are in the first 20 to 30 motos of the next set, you need to be making your ways to the pens, please. Thank you. More Grand Vets on track. Matt Haywood, Royal Air Force, and Andover. He's going to pick up the race win in race 131 with the 2 Pure Bikes guys in there for 2 and 3. That was Christos Chorkos and the Warlock Neil Stewart. Race 132, Knowles, Nelson, Elliott, Hull, Archibald and Little. It is looking like our star racing Ian Archibald leading this one through the 11 plate. In there behind him, chasing him down, Craig Nelly Nelson. Heading into that final corner, moves are coming from the evolved bicycle motocross rider Stuart Little. Works his way into a top 3 spot, shuffled back the 9 plate of Dominic Elliott. He's going to have to settle for 4 as Little goes on a charge down the last straight. Gets himself a 2 spot.
Right, top of the hill. Ladies first. We just go 1 on 1. Right, here we go. Championship women heading down the hill. Marriott, Rendell, Todd, Carruthers, Seaward, Gaynor and Bound into that first turn. And doing it for Stay Strong. Elsa, Rendell, Todd already had a Euro Cup win this year out there in the Netherlands. So she's going through in that first position. That looks like Taya Gaynor following around in there in 2. Where is Emmy Seaward? She's back there in 4 right now, chasing down, jumping Jess Marriott, moving away through down that 3rd straight and into the final corner. Bound and Carruthers in the mix as well, but it's going to be Stay Strong. Elsa, Rendell, Todd taking it to the line in the first Championship Women Moto.
Second rack of Championship Women hit the track. It's going to be Freya, the Slayer Chalice. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it in and out of turn number 1. Who's there with her? Looking like we've got the 147 of Annalise Cadman Carpenter doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Absolute got another rider in this moto. Evie Webster on the 339. She's in there in 3. So Absolute going 1 and 3 at the moment. Moto 1 in there in 4. Bringing it on through, that is Megan Roy on the 800 plate. She's being chased into the final turn by the 65 of Carly Hayes. That's your front 5 then heading down the final straight. Chalice going to pick up the race win. Carpenter for the 2. Webster in 3.
Right, we're just moving. Dylan Clayton's got his winter coat on. Right, Junior Open. On the hill. Right, Rack Water Junior Open here at Glasgow. James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, coming under a bit of pressure from Kai Bowen into that first turn, but holding on to the lead. It's Clitheroe, Bowen 1 and 2, Everly in there in 3. Sean Brown getting the 4. Looks like the anchors have been pulled by the rider in 5, but it's still Clitheroe. Chase Bicycles, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching down that third straight, heading into the final turn. Clitheroe, Bowen, Everly. Everly's making a move now on Bowen down that final straight. Looks like he's going to get him at the line.
Moto 136 hits the track, the second Racker Junior Open, heading towards that first corner. Cody Coker on the inside for Pure Bicycles, going to lead this one through. So Coker out front, Heath Thomas right there with him in that 2 spot. That looks like Lucas Webster in 3 on the 157 plate. Here comes Harvey Tomlinson on the inside. Henry Rayner's in there in 5. In and out of turn number 2, Coker and Thomas checking out from the rest of the pack. Thomas is putting the pressure, heading into the final turn. Coker's just about hanging on. Harvey Tomlinson chasing down the front 2 riders through the final straight. It's going to be Coker, Thomas, Tomlinson 1, 2, 3, Webster, Rayner 4 and 5.
All right, strap yourselves in, hold on to your hats. Here come the Supercross, heading down the hill towards turn number 1. Oh, Harrison Bell just about held on to that bike as they went down the hill. As they come out of the first turn and head towards turn 2, it is the 262 leading it out. Callum Russell, look at him go aboard that Mabo. He's out in front now by about 5 or 6 bike lengths. Xander Mavel, Vanny Wright, Dean Reeves in there as well. That is Gabe Simpson doing it for Pro Start, I think, in there in 3. But it's going to be Callum Russell taking it to the line.
Last race for your first set of motos is on track. Superclass man taking it into turn number 1. Check it out, Mabo Bikes of BM Racing. Ross the Boss Cullen leading this one through. Who's there with him? Mr. 141 of George Hunt. Took a couple of national wins for the first time in his Superclass career at the NCC earlier in the season. So it is Cullen, Hunt, Cornish. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looking like Bradley Russell with Danny O'Gorman in there for 5. In and out of the final corner, Ross Cullen taking it to him. He's going to pick up his first moto win of the weekend. George Hunt, Ben Cornish round out the podium spots in that race. That's your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Clearly sacked as a tea lady. Right, here we go. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers' first race of round number 2. Special shout-outs. Special shout-out to Grace Ledgerwood Barr's great-great-grandmother, who is watching the live stream. She's 102. And she's upgraded from an iPad to a 42-inch TV, apparently. So Gracie's great-great-grandma, thanks for watching. We appreciate it. Rocco Jenkins, Layla Dixon, Freddie Walsh, Emma Dean, Bradley Grimm, and Rocco Westwood in this one. Rocco out in front. Freddie's in there in 3. Rocco taking the 2. Emma Dean, Bradley Grimm. Emma's on her 3rd lap of the day already. She's going to win an Iron Woman award, I think. And Grace pushing hard as well. Doing a cracking job. Well done, Grace. As we move on to more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Mr. Arlo Steinmetz battling away with Seth Robinson. Arthur Mason, Rory Smythe, Edward Worrell, Holly Bishop, Tessa Johnson. All in there as well. Holly's in there in 3. Battling away with Seth, looking for that 2-spot. Arlo still out in front. Tessa Johnson doing it for Retro Racing. As Steinmetz takes the win. Bishop's going to pick up the 2. Ooh, I don't know if Seth got pipped for that 3rd spot as well. Race 41, Xavier Darley, Ronnie Wallwork, Eliza Powell, India Bennett, Alfie Powell, Josh Bean, and a Frederick States. All getting mixed up in this one. King Ron in there in 2, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Eliza Powell making a move into that final turn. We're still struggling with this second microphone. I don't know if we've got a spur, Casey, because this is driving me nuts. Lewis is ringing you right now. Charlie Dowsing, Leo Bradley in there as well. Jackson Chapman Davis, Benjamin Tanzer, William Arnold doing it for BRE. Sammy Stack. There's Lee. 13, 14-year-old crews. All the Arnolds in this one. Andy in Adam in 1. Oliver in 2. God, mixing them all up. Brixton's Hunter Mallion. Right. We'll do the best we can with these microphones. We've got a B&M Bargains one, which unfortunately is mine this weekend. Yeah, throw a 6 to start, honestly. Moving on. Anyway, sorry, I'm just getting really about it. He'll know, that's the word. See, it's gone again. Right, 2X. Who's that? Harry Swales. Battling with Finley Murphy, a Sheen King in there as well. Alfie Ford, Lucas Stoneman, and a Charlie Labrasse. Hey, I saw Anthony causing havoc on the motorways yesterday. Not for any other reason than the fact he's from Bradford. We love him, he's ace. Livingston, Markley, Duff, Fordham, Heaver. Is Frankie McKenna in this one? Because I couldn't see him. I saw Andy yesterday, so I don't know what's gone on. Xavier Fox Cooper in there in 2. As we move on to the girls, 13 to 16-year-old cruisers. That's Hayley Watson. Out there in front, the 764, Emily Grimm. Going through in 2. Cumbernaulds, Elizabeth Graham. In there in 3. I don't know. Sorry, we're just trying to figure out the whole microphone situation. Olivia Webb doing it for Team Air. Sadie McSwitty for BMX Widow Photography in there as well. So BMX Widow got 2 riders. And talking to BMX Widow, Cooper McCrum being followed around that turn by Alfie Sim Evolved Bicycle Motocross in the spangly new kit, which we really like. The only thing it's short of is a bit of camouflage on the arms. There is a standing joke in that one. So McCrum, Sim, and I've got a feeling Bruce Anthony and Jacob Warren were in there as well. Moving on, race 149, 15-16s, Cooper Westwood. Where is he? He's in there in 5, chasing down Logan Young and Freddie Wallwork. That's going to be Jack Walford in there in 2. And the little Cotty. James Cottrell. I haven't seen Cotty this week. All right. I'm sure Amanda will let me know the story. Race 115. Todd Smith-Notman in there in 3. He's battling away with the 2X of Newton Hindley. And the man out front, I've got a feeling that is Adam Stevenson. So, just waved his magic wand over the microphones as Casey. And they seem to be working again.
Race 151 on track, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. Eric McSwitty, BMX Woodard Photography, leading this one through. Hotshot Racing in there in that 2 spot. That is Benjamin Dean with MCR in there for 3. That's Isaac Caulfield on the 16 plate. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser heading in towards turn number 2. That is your Europe number 2, Lily Chisowa, leading this one out for Mabo Factory Team UK, who's in there for that 2 spot. Olivia Firth chasing it down for Sorted Race Gear. Pro Star BMX in there in 3. That looks like Alicia Linscott in 4, doing it for Exeter Eagles. That's going to be Hannah Hedges in there in the 3 spot, under pressure from Linscott down the final straight. Linscott's going to nick the 3 spot on the line. Hedges for 4. Pro Star BMX leads out the next moto. Hannah Drew out in front with Yetska Hemstock. She's in that 2 spot, chasing her into that second corner and back out again. Sorted Race Gear got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Alexis McCartney with the 6X in there in 4. That is Isla Radcliffe out of Hotshot Racing. Willetts in there in 5. Hurry's in 6. Last straight action though. Last year's national champion gonna pick up this moto win. Hannah Drew out front of the pack. 30 plus women's cruisers on track, in and out of that first corner. The 7 plate leading it through. Nikki Sitch doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven in there in that 2 spot, chasing her through. She was doing sports massages yesterday, was Manda. I'm not sure if she is today. Do you know, Rich?
I have no clue.
Right, okay.
Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll come and let us know later on if she is. If she is, then go over to the Ice Bikes tent. 15 quid, I think, for a sports massage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you need one, Rich?
No, I'm all right.
15 quid?
I'm not an athlete anymore.
Oh, okay. That's that.
Either
No, definitely not. That's been a long time. And on track then, race 1-5. We've got to move on from that subject. Let's carry on. That is Gosport National Race Team. World number 5 leading this one out. Michelle Stupple, your world number 3 chasing it down. That is SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols.
No, come.
He's laughing as well. He knows who he is. Magic Manda, Sarah Jane Nichols. That's going to be your 1 and 2 in race 155. Again. Tracy Sharp, Lee Pendleton, Clea Mardell, Suzanne Jenkins, Lindsay Cuman and Rebecca Goal all out on track. Race 156 going in and out of turn number 2. Rebecca Goal, your national number 3 from last year, leading this one out. Lee Pendleton in that 2 spot, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Your front 2 ladies have checked out from the pack in this moto, the 180 plate. In there in 3, that's Lindsay Cuman. She is leading out the rest of the pack. Tracy Sharp's getting busy, looking for an inside move in that final turn. Team Bunnies are banging bows. She's going to make it stick. So it is Goal, Pendleton. Them 2 ladies have wrapped up the moto. The 180 is going to be Cuman picking up that 3 spot on the line. Sharp's just shuffled back a couple of spots. Not sure what happened to it down that final straight. Kieran McAvoy out front in race 157. Matt Eaton chasing him down for BRE Racing. That looks like Ian Smith out of the Gosport National Race Team. In there inside the top 3 with the 14 plate in 4. That is going to be James Moores out of Royston Rockets. Mr. Pie and a Pint leads it into turn number 2 in the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Andy Groves in this one as well, throwing moves in that second corner, trying to make it stick. Dixon, though, hanging on to that 2 spot. Your British champ chasing down Rab Racing's Chris Evans, heading into that final turn. Joel Marsden in there in 4. Groves in 3, but it's all about Evans out front. Last year's national champion. He's going to pick up that moto win. Fluent Bicycle Motocross on track. That's going to be Rob Harris on the 6 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 4-4-5 of Grant Yearbury out of Bath BMX Club. Looks like we're going to ride out of Crank BMX coaching in there as well. Chris Coleman, Lee Grant, Nick Lewis and Mark Kinsey all in this moto. It's the 19 plate. In there in 3, that's Nick Lewis out of the Hawks. The rider in 4, Blackpool's Mark Kinsey on the 028 plate. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as Harris picks up another moto win. 4 on the front of the bike. Josh Cates leads out race 160. Fletcher Elliott, Ash Richardson, Stan Palmer, Tom Palmer, Tyler Chadwick and Ethan Abbott all on track. Tom Palmer in there in 3, chasing down the 2X plate of Stanley Palmer out of Gosport BMX Club and Fast Signatures. I don't think there's any relation. Then 2 guys are going to go down that final straight in 2 and 3 as Cates picks up that moto win. Luke Davies Hayes leads out race 161 in the 17-29-year-old cruisers, going 1 and 2 with Pete Watson on the 12 plate, who's picking up the 3. That looks like John O'Haradine out of MK Evolution on the 4X plate. The 4 spot looking like that's going to be Absolute Bicycle Motocrossers. Dan Popel, the British champion in the 30-39-year-old cruisers. He's putting pressure on Haradine into the final turn. Haradine throws in a high-low, trying to work his way past Watson. I think he's found his way through, so it's going to be Hayes, Haradine, Watson, Popel, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Rocky O'Brien on track, repping the crucial colours this weekend, heading into turn number 2. The 7 plate in there behind him, chasing him down. That's Theo Pope out of Moto 1 and Muckoff heading in through that 3rd straight at the moment. The 16 plate chasing them down. That's going to be Matt McHugh out of BMX Wood Photography with the 5 plate in there in 4. That's going to be Nathan Abbott out of Absolute. Rocky O'Brien, though, out front with Pope. That's how they're going to wrap up race 162, 163. In and out of that first corner, going to be Dan Wilson, Rab Racing, European number 7, leading this one out. Who's there with him looking like Merseyside BMX Club? That is Kieran Brown. Martin Smiley Brown in there in the 3, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club on the 4 plate. Heading towards that final turn, it is Wilson out front, smooth as you like. Picked up a win, I believe, at the indoor on his cruiser. Oh, mine started to go then. Oh dear. European number 2 out on track. Alex Brooks leads this one out. Sound like someone had a mechanical through that 2nd straight. Brooks, Esselmont, Warbridge. That's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes Charlie Roy getting busy around the outside of Warbridge, working his way from 4 to 3, heading into that final turn. Warbridge is in there in 4. Who's picking up the 5? That's Niall Moss out of Fast Signatures. Esselmont's made his move, gone from 2 to 1 down that final straight. Brooks is going to take 2. More 17, 29-year-old cruisers. No, sorry, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Nigel Smith, Andy Todd, Philip Duff, Matthew Trincard, and Luke Brown out of the Bradford Bandits. He's in there in 5 at the moment, but your race leader is the 947, Matthew Trincard out of the Titans. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Big Nigel Smith getting busy round the outside, going from 3 to 2, heading into that final turn. Who's in there in 3? That's Andy Todd out of Peterborough Phantoms. He's being chased down that final straight by Philip Duff, doing it for Team Air. Kennedy, Lebras, Stark, Marco, Turblanche and Too Good. Where is DJ Too Good? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, doing it for Derby BMX Club. Chasing down your race leader, DC Cycles. That is the 2 plate from last year. Norbert, Marco, smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. Going to lead it into that final turn. Too Good in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? That's Anthony Lebras out of the Bandits. In and out of that final corner, MK Evolution. That is Neil Turblanche on the 798 plate. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as a rider out of the Centurions goes through in 5. That was Ross Kennedy. Race 167. Where is Brett Knight? He's at the back of the pack at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. That looks like Gaz Carver in there in about 4 at the moment. The Beast from the northeast chasing down the 640 plate of Matt Phillips out of Hot Shot Racing. Heading in and out of that final corner. Astar Racing out front. Ian Archibald. He's going to wrap up this moto win, going 1 and 2 with Pete Butler across the line. Race 168, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. The world number 7 leads this one out. Alan Hill, Pure Bicycles, going 1 and 2 with Mongoose BMX Race Team. That is Stephen Hassel. Stokes in there as well, picking up that 3 spot on the 5X. No, sorry, that's the 10 plate. Stuart Little it is, his teammate in there at about 6 at the moment. On the 5X, looking for a way round. The rider in there in 5, that was Albert France Brotherton out of Merton BMX Club. But it's going to be Hilly and Hassel 1 and 2.
Right, race 169. See, there's Cotty. I thought we'd lost him. Didn't see him yesterday. He must have gone to Greg's for a sports pasty or something. I don't know. Anyway, he's back on track. Reedy's in there as well. That looks like Barnard are leading it out, though. Kevin Bacon, he'll sell you a mobile phone. He's in there in 3. That is Darren O'Brien. Timmy Turnbar in there in that 4th spot. Cotty's on the move now. Look at this. He was about 7th. He's looking for a 4th. Wow, wow, wow. Cotty on a mission. Keith Brown, Paul Bernard, Stephen Notman, James Musgrave. That is Stuart Campbell doing it for Astar Racing. Local rider, local track. Dave Knowles, Jonathan Charlesworth in there as well. Campbell going through in 1. Notman in 2. Dave Knowles in there in 3. That looks like, who's that? Keith Brown, I think, in there in 4. The Musgrave rounding out the 5. Mine's at it again now. We should just stand over there or something. I don't know. Anyway, talking of fast Scotsmen, the McRock, Raymond Reed, out there in 1. He's the Silver Fox, Raymondo Biondo. Look at him. He's like the milk tray man with a gold trim. He's in there. Billy Stupple, Chris Madron, Brent Featherstone, Stephen Joy, Davey Boy, Lindsay, and Tim Drew, but the Scotsman going 1 and 2. To the line. Boom. So, hang on. Oh, here's our little rippers. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Out there in 1, Rupert Garnett. In 2. Look at these men go. Absolutely on. They've got that 1,000-yard stir going on as they go down the straight. The 203. That is Milo Ryder Bays. Hudson's in there in 4. Here comes Lenny. Lenny Holiday out of B. Radford in 5. More 6 and unders. Right, who's this? What's happened to Milo? Where is he? 198. Ellis in there in 2. He was probably thinking about Haribo or something when the gate dropped. Victor Anderson, Grace Snell, Theodore Hurst. Oh, this one. But it's Milo out. Ellis in there in 2. 558. Victor Anderson. The 635, that's Theodore. And keep it going. 7-year-old boys. 614 Kaysen George North. Now I had I think it was Kaysen's granddad this morning. He was a little bit nervous. Not Kaysen, his granddad. So anyway, he's giving it the beans. Kaysen, not his granddad. Jackson May, Dennis Turner, Reggie Rice, Cooper Shearing, and Amari Bamford Burr. Amari Bamford Burr and Owen Wheater. Owen taking the win. Kaysen in 2. I'll keep going, I've got another page to do. Jack Bain, Luke Barron, Alejandro Crudo Estevez. I just love saying that name. It's wicked, isn't it? It's like so Mancunian. Yeah, you can tell he rides for Brunty, can't you? Where are you from? Stockport. What's your name? Alejandro. Luke Barron, Jack Bain, Billy Lates. Doing it for Grandad, watching the live stream. Jensen Dite and a Milo Fox Bond. These are our 7-year-old boys. It just can't make its mind up, can it? Right, anyway. 176. Where's Patrick Dempsey? Straight out of the hospital, straight to the track. Alfie Baglin, Parker Gray. That Parker out in front on the 490. Lanifi BMX Club. I hope I've said that right. My Welsh pronunciation isn't great. Clinfy. Right, okay, we'll get that right. We like to get it right where we can. Climphy. Yeah, apparently the is like a Welsh thing when there's a double L. Yeah, I do work with a Welsh guy. You think I should know this stuff by now. Completely lost where I'm up to. Is it? Right, we'll go back to... Oh, right, okay. Well, let's move on to this one then. Right, Oliver Bridle. There we go. Race 178. Yeah. Eddie Brown, Jax Bradley, Roberts Cactin there in 3. Throwing some bows as they came out of that second turn. Battling away with Arthur King. We can't work out whether it's King or Kinge. Can somebody tell us which one it is so we can get it right? Yeah, we're halfway there, aren't we? If somebody tells us, we'll make sure it's proper. Harrison Slater and Ionis. Isaac Perry-Allett. Shelby hitting the deck. He's up and all right. Ronnie Hill. And Sandy Sounds in there. Sandy's out there in front, followed by the 301. That is Leon Krasosiak. Bristol's Ronnie Hill. Rounding out the 3. Shelby's back up and on it. Having another go. So that was race 179. Right, race 180. Charlie Bromelo on the inside, battling away with a 486. That's going to be Isaac Tomlinson. And then right in the middle of it all, you've got Benji Ross Foster as well. I've watched these 2 young men battle in the north, all 3 of them, in fact. Elbow to elbow most of the time. Harry Taylor in there in 4. We've got Nico Jocelyn Black, Kylan Brown, Joseph Murphy in the mix as well. But it's Isaac in there in 1. Benji in 2. Charlie in 3. Harry in 4. I think it's Joseph Murphy rounding out the 5. No, he's in there in about 6. But as they come down towards the line, Bromelo all over the back of Tomlinson. Half a bike short as they got to the line. 181, Lewis.
Race 181, 8-year-old girls on track, in and out of turn number 2. Crank BMX coaching at the front of the pack. Sophia Reese leading it out from the 878 plate of Hattie McGoldrick, doing it for Allen's Factory. The 752's in there in 3. That's Erin Dunny out of Chesterfield BMX. Now, if you didn't know, Chesterfield BMX is having a complete revamp at the moment. Yeah. New start hill, new gate. Pretty much a whole new track by the sounds of it. And them guys are having an open day at in August, I believe.
Right.
So if you're available, I think it's the 15th of August. I'm sure I'm right with that. But yeah, 15th of August, if you're free, get yourself over to Chesterfield BMX Club. That's going to be their official opening day for their new BMX track. Very good to have them back on the scene.
Nationals there in late 90s, early 2000s.
That was my very first national at Chesterfield BMX.
Was it?
Yeah, back in the single header days. Once upon a time, many moons ago. I completely missed that race though. I do apologise. That was Rapid Roman as well. Charlie Dowson, is it? Out on track? You sure? That's Frankie Jones. That's Frankie Jones. That's all right. BMX Hype though. Right team. Out on track. Late to the Gate podcast. Heading in towards that final turn. Frankie Jones going 1 and 2 with Joseph Clayton out of PCR. Them 2 riders charging away with the race. Heading down the final straight, that looks like Birmingham BMX in there in 3. That's Jack Hale on the 530s. Under all sorts of pressure, though, from the 133 of Cameron Joseph out of Brixton BMX Club. Race number 184, where's Petar Bunchik is in there in 3. Chasing down the rider out front and in 2. That is the 0-1 leading out the pack. Archie Fisher with the 856 in there behind him. That's got to be... That's Arlo Payne. Out of Preston Pirates, he's racking up that 2 spot, heading down the final straight. Petar Bunchik in there for that 3 spot, rounding out the top 3 for Pekka BMX. Tired? You had a long day? It's not even 1 o'clock yet. Need another coffee, that's what it is. Oh, it's all gone wrong down the third straight for Teddy Gorman. Just about manages to stay upright, and now they are queuing up behind him like it's a chippy lunch on a Friday. Heading in towards that final turn. Gorman's fending off attacks from left, right and centre, but it's going to be Oscar rather fast, picking up the one spot. Gorman's not done yet, going to work his way back into that one spot. Gorman going 1 and 2 with Rutherford across the line. Looked like it might have been Archie Walsgrove for 3 and Jude Shearer in 4. Race 186 out on track then. Ollie Underhill in there in that 3 spot, being chased down by the 117 of Cooper Crowley out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. He's got a teammate at the front of the pack. Got to be Connor Grant on the 0-2-5 plate. Grant then leading it down the final straight from Logan Aceto out of Moto 1 and Mukoff. He's going to take that 2 spot across the line. As the 9-year-old girls hit the track, heading through the second straight. That looks like Mabo Factory Team UK. Maggie Devine on the 366 plate, leading it out of turn number 2. There's a battle going on for that 2 spot rider out of the Titans. That's going to be Madeline Malloy on the 386, just about working her way into that 2 spot, just in front of Isabella Henry out of Hackney BMX. Rusting up racing in there in 4. That's Freya Forrest out of Burnham BMX Club on the 655 plate, but it's all about Maggie Devine down the final straight, going to rack up a moto win. BRE Racing on the 104. That's Izzy Moore leading out race 188. We've got Evie Farrington Bell, Sophia Jones, Mabel Pine, Abigail Henning, and Susie Wyatt all in this race as well. It's going to be the 0-1 of Mabel Pine. She's made her move and gone from 2 to 1. So it's more in there in the 2 spot. That looks like the 278 of Abigail Henning out of BM Racing, heading in towards that final corner. Who's picking up the 4 spot? That's Susie Wyatt out of Reactive Racing. Front 4 ladies have checked out from the pack. Who's going to pick up the 5? Looking like that is Sophia Jones out of Merseyside BMX Club with Evie Farrington Bell in 6. Race 189 hits the track. Matilda Hewitt, Pro Star BMX, leads it out on the 184 plate for the Brunsey crew. She's going 1 and 2 with fast signatures. Orla Jewis doing it for Gosport BMX Club. Who's in there in 3? Alan's Factory. That is Flick Brentnall out of Birmingham with a 074 in 4. That is Luciana. Pins on Barron out of Telford Friars. In and out of that final corner then. Looking good for Tilly Hewitt. She's going to pick up this race win. Jewis doing all she can to close the gap. She's going to run out of time and room as Hewitt picks up that race win. 10-year-old boys on track. Who's leading it into that second corner? It looks like we've got an Outlaws rider inside the top 2. That is Edwin Calburn on the 817 plate, where your race leader is the 11 of Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution. He's left the rest of the pack at the moment. The 225 is Joey Fraser out of Bristol Jets. He's in there in about 3 at the moment. Works his way around the outside of the Fluent Particle Motocross rider. That's Josh Byrne, who was shuffled back to 4 out of that 3 spot. So it's going to be MK across the line with Charlie Blakeburn taking that race win. And Tech Perebny, your world number 3, is on track, ladies and gents. He's going 1 and 2 with the template of Callum Wood out of Green Machine Tribe. The 783 is inside the top 3. That's Jack Colwell out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. He's being chased down there by Seb Perry out of BMX. That's your top 4 as it stands. We've got the 27 in near in 5. That's Vernal Challenger out of Brixton BMX, in and out of that final corner for Evolve Collective. It's going to be Antec Perebny, 2 for 2 so far to start off round number 3 for him. He's going to take the win across the line. It's going to be Wood in there for that 2 spot. It was tied on the line for 3. Seb Perry putting the pressure on at Colwell. Race 192 heading in towards that second corner. Christian Garbachik out of Peterborough Phantoms. He's out there in that 1 spot at the moment, being chased down by MK Evolution. That's Leo Brits putting the pressure on through the 3rd straight. The 16 plate is in 3. That's going to be Seth Robinson out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team, along with BMX Wood Photography in 4. That's Lewis Rothwell on the 24 plate. He's chasing down the Brunty crew through the final straight. Where is Ned Wills? He's just hit the deck on the exit of that final corner. Let's hope that he's all right. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Ned. As we take a look at the next moto, race 193, Derby BMX. Got to be Alex Vitols leading this one through. British champion in there in that 2 spots. Ethan White, Moto 1 and Mukoff. But it's all out front with Alex Vitols. He's going to pick up the race win. Not sure what happened to Alfie Thorne in that one. But his clubmate is going to race win. Next up, the 17 plate leads it out through the first straight. That's going to be Arthur Mason out of Team Here and Andover. Leads it into that first corner. Who's there with him in the 2 spot as he come on round? Looks like we've got the 18 plate chasing down the 17. That is Felix Zucchina out of Bristol Jets. The 682 is in there in 4. That's James Todd out of Hackney BMX Club. He's currently chasing down Rider out of the Hawks. That's going to be Oliver Ford on the 23 plate. Ford then putting the pressure on Zucchina through the 3rd straight. Who's picking up the 5? The 36 is coming on through. Bodie Holiday out of Bradford Bandits BMX Club. But it's going to be the 17, Arthur Mason, down the final straight. He's going to wrap up this race win. Zucchina right there behind him in 2 with Ford wrapping up the top 3. Big Hens is on track, your national champion from last season. Crucial Gang in and out of turn number 2. With Dominic Zapanos, he's chasing down Big Hens at the front of the pack at the moment. The 4 plate is in there in 3. That's going to be Jake Avis out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Who's in 4? Got to be Joel Pritchard out of the Hawks, but he's under pressure from Rushing Up Racing's Elliot Hatch. Hatch looked for a move in the final turn, but didn't make it stick. Big Hens then going to take the moto win. Zapanos, Avis 2 and 3. Race 196, 10-year-old girls on track. Where's Phoebe Milash at the front of the pack at the moment, doing it for Moto 1 and Muckoff and Braintree BMX Club. That's the 2 spot making moves. Look at Fluent's Lawrence now look for a high-low in turn number 2. Didn't quite make his stick, so she's back there in that 2 spot at the moment. The 5 plate in 3. That is Amika Gibson out of Ice Bikes. The front 3 ladies are battling it out at the moment, but it looks like the one of Phoebe Millar has just separated herself out from the rest of the pack. She's going to take that race win. Look at the late charge from Gibson to the line, going from 3 to 2. European number 8 on track, Ella Grant, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading out this moto. She's going 1 and 2 with Exeter's Autumn Moore on the 12 plates of the front 2 ladies, both Exeter riders taking it towards the final turn. The 4 plate in there in 3. That's Maisie Dyson out of the Bradford Bandits crew, along with Allen's Factories. Alice Barron, she's rounding out the top 4 spots at the moment. Down the last straight, the 17 plate of Panadicha Castro Lag putting on the pressure as to take it to the line. She's going to have to settle for 5 as Barron hangs on to 4. Race number 198 on track. These are your 11-year-old boys led out by none other than LCC Race Team. That is Jack Haynes on the 5 plate, heading towards the final turn. That looks like Alexi Carlos out of Cardiff BMX Club with Derby BMX in there for 3. That's going to be Seb Staines on the 32 plate. Seb's having a cracking day so far, chasing down the 27 of Carlos in 2.
Right, race 199. Tobias Groves out in front, just stealing the lead away from the 23 of Malachi Smith out of Hackney. He's in there in that 2nd position. Gosport have got a rider inside the top 3, Rory Smythe. And the rider in there in 4 is the 36 of Luca Tramontano out of Brixton. Hawks rider going through in 5 is Anna in Marklew. Well, they are chasing Tobias to the stripe as we move on to race 200s. Now, race 200, we've got Betty Wills in this one, doing it for Pro Starts. So the Pro Start guys and girls going 1 and 2. Ethan Shaw out in front, Betty in there in 2. That's going to be the 20 plate. That belongs to Oakley Lewis Field. He's in there. That's going to be Jack Kitchen. He's under a bit of pressure from the Manchester rider. That is Dougie Johnson. So Jack's Thomas Giles, Sorted Race Gear, your world number in with all our other traders behind the first turn. Your money keeps the economy rolling. Over the DC Cycles, Green Machine, Pure, 3 Sorted Race Gear, Crucial. If I've missed anybody, I do apologise. But all our traders are over there behind the first turn. Go and see them. They will be very grateful for your race 202. Kacharik, Grocott, Wally, Bird, Dowsing, Baptiste and Sadiri in this one. So Sadiri, the local rider, did the regional here last week. Turn. There in 2. Ollie's coming under a bit of pressure from Kacharik. Down that final straight, Kacharik's going to have to settle for the 3. Crowcock in there in 4. Charlie Dowsing rounding out the 5. 203 on track, Dewis, Forrest, Spencer, Davies, Arnold, Russell and Hawker. Joseph Dewis doing it for Fast Signatures. He's in there in 2. Chasing down George Spencer. The TNT rider Oliver Hawker in there in 3. And he's got pressure coming from Jacob Russell. He's going to round out the 4. Moto 204 Malloy Knight. She's in that 5th spot, doing it for Manchester. I recognise that bike. So she's in there. Mum will still be bouncing up and down in front of the TV. Molly Tomlinson in there in 2, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Agnes Lamb trying to work her way round. But it's Maja Olivia Kolazic leading it down that final straight and taking it to the line. Race 205. That looks like Miss Bishop out there in front. Miss Powell going through in 2. Rosie Geddes pushing hard, doing it for Astar Racing. Inside the top 4. She's got Florence Dyson to deal with those in there in 3. Manchester rounding out the 5. Florence Kay. And Cumbernaulds Beth Worley doing a great job as well. Keep it going, Beth. But it's going to be Bishop, Powell, Dyson. 1, 2 and 3. Race 206, more young ladies going crazy. The 11 of Arabella Denton, Brixton BMX Club. Leading out Emma Dean of Hot Shots, who's already on lap number 4 of the day. Roxy Morgan, Abby Graham, Ruby Evans and Robin Wyatt. Robin doing it for Reactive Racing. Big shout for Robin, because I've got one of those at home as well. A Robin. No, she's probably just chilling at home on Snapchat, which is what teenage girls do for like 95% of the time. Race 207. Anyway, sorry, we're just talking about social media and the effect it has on people as Connor Hemphill heads down that final straight, takes it down towards the line. Hugo Dayton in there in 2. Got a Preston rider inside the top 5 as well. That was anyway. 209. Sorry, I'm just looking at my sheets and getting lost. Jacob Anderson. We've got Joshua Coates in there. William Lavin. Aidan Dowling, Josiah Berg, Finley Hewitt and Sam Snell. Sam's in there in 3. Jacob takes it across the line. Finley Hewitt, I think, for the 2. Race 210. Tom Henning, Ewan Sota. Frederick State, Stanley Duffy, Isaac Jones, Joseph McAvoy. And Rex Beasley. McAvoy and Beasley going 1 and 2. Tom Henning, BM Racing in 3. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for Moto 211.
12-year-old boys on track. The 5-plate leads it out. Power Racing, Preston Newmarsh Powell and Birmingham BMX Club. He takes it into turn number 2. Who's here with him looking like BRE Racing's Mac Finley on the 667, but he's under all sorts of pressure from the 19-plate. That is Otto Parr doing it for Savage Racing. Ted Malkins in there in 4, doing it for Derby BMX Club in and out of the final turn though for Preston Newmarsh Powell. Had all sorts of bad luck at the NCC a few weeks ago, but he's not letting that bother him today. 2 moto wins from 2 races. Ronnie, the Landshark Ward in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Arthur Claydon on the 14 plate. So it's Claydon, Wood in that order. Who's chasing down the European number 8? That's the 21 plate of Ted Harvey out of Crank BMX Coaching. Here comes Wood in the final turn. Oh, got it all wrong. Ended up slipping his pedals. Manages to get back on his bike. He's going to finish his lap. But it is going to be Claydon picking up that race win. Race 213 hits turn number 2. That looks like Allen's Factory leading it out. Finn Munro on the 3 plate, being chased down by the 15 plate of Isaac Moore, doing it for Exeter Eagles. That's the 12 in there in 3. Carlin Gordon out of tempo. BMX UK in and out of that final turn. It's all about Allen's Factory. Gonna take it to the wire. Finn Munro with that race win. 12-year-old girls beat Payne, Lee, Puddock, Pritchard, Surtees and Too Good. Erin Too Good in there at 5 at the moment, chasing down the 13 plate of Maisie Surtees, doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy and the Hawks. In and out of that second corner. Who's your race leader? Got to be Rachel Pritchard on the 11 plate. That's the 8 in there in 2. Ellie Beat out of MCR. The 14 plate in there in 3. That's Jamie Puddock out of Spin 2 win. Bicycle Motocross Team and Cornwall BMX Club. Last straight action then. Pritchard taking it to him. She's going to pick up this race win. Beat, though, putting all the pressure on down the final straight. Pritchard and Beat in that order as Puddock picks up that 3. That looks like a Grace Hudak out of Moto 1 and Muckoff. Your European number 4, leads it out from the 5 plate in there in 2. That is Amelia Rowe doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Heading in towards that final corner. Looks like we're going to ride it out of CGR. That's Holly Richardson in there in 4. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Evolve Collective got a rider in 5. That's going to be Bonnie Dudley with the 28 plate in there in 3. That was Neve France Brotherton. Race 216 goes in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Hard Knocks bike coaching at the front of the pack. Maisie Egan, she's being chased down by the 6 plate of Freya Montfort out of Sorted Race Gear. Trixie Trays is involved in the battle as well, doing it for Evolve Collective. She's in there in 3. The front 3 ladies having their own little battle out front then. It is going to be Hard Knocks out front. Montfort putting the pressure on Egan down the final straight. Egan, Montfort, Trays in that order. Looks like we are on to the 13-year-old boys in and out of that second corner. That's going to be a Tajamira out of Rab Racing, putting the pressure on the 10 plate. As in the front of the pack, that is Marcus Mullen, Jamira. That looks like we've got Zach Parsons in there in 3. Sorted Race Gear in 4. That's going to be Charlie Cotton heading down the final straight, though it is a Fluent Bicycle Motocross at the front of the pack. Looks like Parsons nicked the 2 spot from Jamira on the line. The other Rab Racing rider in this age category is Isaac the Sender Smith, and he is leading his moto out at the moment, going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Hawks. That is the 640 plate of Lucas Gomez Sands, heading in towards that final turn. Sands then around the outside trying to make it stick, but it's the Sender hanging on to the lead down the final straight. Reactive Racing got a rider in there as well. That's going to be Lucas Belton rounding out the top 3 spots with Brazia in 4. 3 on the front of the bike. Archie White leads it out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, who's chasing him down out of that second corner. That's Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution on the 17 plate. We've got the 18 in there in 3. That's Lewis Hughes. Out of Crank BMX Coaching, he's going to round out the top 3 spots with Team Mind in there for 4. That was Louis Sheffy. Race 220 on track then. Who's leading now? That's going to be James Bibby, your national champion from last year, doing it for Pro Star BMX. The 15 plate in there in 2. That's Samuel Richards doing it for Green Machine Tribe. The 38 plate in there in 3. That is Bram Heaver out of Team Air. In and out of that final corner then. James Bibby took 2 wins at Manchester a few weeks back. Looking good and poised to pick up another win this weekend again. If he keeps up the form that he started off the day with, that looks like Stay Strong leading out the next moto. Joe Rook going 1 and 2 with Zach Everly out of Maybo Factory Team UK. And Derby BMX Club, the 13 plates in there. In 3, that's Harry Swales out of Fast Signatures heading in towards the final turn. Gospel have got a national race team rider inside the top 4. That's going to be Max Livingston. Was under all sorts of pressure from Team Mind down that 3rd straight. That's Ocean King. He's going to have to set up for 5 as Livingston picks up 4 on the line. Ronnie Payne on track, leading out race 222 in that second corner. Kimber, Ford, Hamill, Laughlin, Essel and Galitis all out there with him. That's Galitis in the 2 spot, Hamill in there for 3. Reactive Racing got a rider in 4. That is Jack Laughlin on the 22 plate. Oh, it looks like Laughlin's made his move into the final turn. Going from 4 to 3. Hamill shuffled back to 4. Looks like he's putting the pressure on Galitis down the final straight. Wasn't quite close enough.
Right, race 222, heading down towards turn number 2. Archie Bell, the man, leading it into that corner. He's got Jack Devine right there with him at the moment. That looks like Emil Challenger rounding out the 3 with Reactive Racing. Going through in 4, Harrison Doe. Ethan Buttery making some moves now, looking for that top 4 position as they go into the final corner. It's going to be Bell, McAvoy and Challenger. Crossing the line, 13-year-old girls, Brooke, Fast, Fawcett, leading it out. Moto 1 Racing going through in that second position. That's going to be Freya Harris, Lily Mae Gould, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Graham, and Lexi Adams all in the mix as well. Rusting Up Racing, rounding out the 4. That's going to be Lily Mae Gould. Just working away in there now as Brooke Fast Fawcett takes it down that final straight across that line. Freya Harris in 2, Gerard in 3. Moving on, we have got Iris Hyder, Pure Bicycles. Don't forget the Pure Bikes V7s are available from Pure Bicycles. All new tubing, T47 bottom brackets, new bikes looking good. Bishop in there in that second position. Sarah Pritchard in 3. Got a feeling that might be Poppy May Kirby, I think, in there as well. It's going to be Hyder and Bishop to the line. Hyder gets it just. 226, Olivia Webb in that second position. Chasing down. Is that Millie Ross? I think it might be. On that template. Yeah, it is. Millie Ross leading it out. Gosport rider Lauren Keller inside the top 3, battling with the rider from Crank BMX coaching, Tyler Davenport. Emily Barter and Evie Dyson in there as well. Moto 227, McCarran, Hughes, Mackie, Blight, Martin, and Elizabeth Lola Poole, ELP. Sorted race gear. In and out of the turn go. Elsie Blight, Samia Hughes, that's your 1, 2, 3. Mara McCarran in 4. Amelia Martin, so 2 of the Irish collective. In there inside the top 5. Hannah Mackie doing a great job for LVG. Gee whiz. Honestly, it is a lack of caffeine, I think, Lewis. As we move on. First of the 14-year-old boys. Roland Ells, Oliver Arnold. Ruben Bishop in this one. Joe Douglas as well. Douglas in there in 2. Where is Zavi Vox Cooper? Pushing hard. Got a bit of work to do at the moment. Max McNulty and Sullivan Collis. Sullivan picking up a 5. JP, Jack Perkins. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Toby Duff doing it for Tima. The rider in about, 5th or 6th at the moment. As they go in and out of the corner. Charlie Wilcox going through in 2. Jamie Turblanche in 3. Nottingham's Darwin Shepherd, I think, coming through in 4. Race 230. James Miller, Freddie Parker. There are your 1, 2, 3. Fergus Suter in there as well. Henry Potts rounding out that top 5. We've got Stanley Farmer in there in 6. But it's going to be James Miller taking it to the stripe. 231. Josh Jepson took a tumble in Moto number 1. He's the rider though in Moto 2. Diving underneath, stealing the lead away. Max Vass. Hot shot, I've got Ethan Crooks Martin in there as well. Rusting Up Racing. Gilmore Green. Getting into it in that final corner. But it's going to be Jepson to the line. Race 232. Lewis Howell, Malian, Bojang in there. Going through in that 3rd spot. James Pike, Charlie Bob Craig, Finian Turner Smith, Mark Twasadilo. So Twasadilo in there in 2nd. Charlie Bob in 5. Lawrence in 3, but he's under all kinds of pressure going into that final turn. Oh, gives a position up. Might even get the second one nicked off him because Charlie Bob's on a move. Yep, Lawrence Bojang from 3 to 5. Rough times for the rider from Brixton. As we move on, 14-year-old girls. Ruby Warren, Pure Bicycles. Scottish Riders going 1 and 2 because Holly Diver's in there as well. Before I hand you on to Lewis, we've got Eva Durzek in this one. That looks like Esme Ward leading it out. Martha Cottam in 3. Oh, 6 doing it for BMX Widow Photography. So 2, 3, 4. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for 2, 3, 5.
Next up on a track. Wrong page. Nate Hamilton out doing it for maybe a factory team at UK, heading into that second turn. That looks like Brody Geddes on the outside, in and out of that second corner. He's battling it out with the 2-1-1 of Daniel Colazage. So it's Colazage hanging on to the 2 spot. Geddes in there in 3. Rustin at Racing is in 4, heading in towards that final corner. That is Eddie Millington. Millington then chasing down the final straight. Geddes is going to hang on to 3, but Hamilton is your race winner. Kobe Rayford, Evan Bartley, that's your 1 and 2. The 8 plate is Toby Lynch in there for 3. That looks like Tyres in there in 4. This one is absolutely stacked. In and out of that second corner. Stay strong. Out front looking good. Your world number 2. Bartley doing all he can to close the gap to the race leader, heading in towards that final corner. It is going to be Rayford picking up this race win as things stand. Rayford, Bartley, Lynch, Osborne in that order. Milo Weller on track for the Brunty crew, heading in towards that second corner with the 22 plate of Harry Bailey. Good to see Harry on track this weekend. That is Dexter Beerup in there in 3. In and out of that second corner. GY95 then picking up that 3 spot at the moment. Robin Matter and Alonso aboard that Common Sow. He's in there in 4. Down the final straight then, looking good for Milo Weller out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team to pick up that race win. 15 plate out on track, leading this one through. That is Oscar Jewell, who's in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Team Era going 1 and 2 at the moment. That's going to be Tom Westmore picking it up. So the 2 Team Air boys are out front. The 49 plate looks like Sam Wood in there in that 4 spot. He's got Logan Young just in front of him in 3. That's Nathaniel Eames in there in 5. Looking for a way round Wood on the exit of turn number 3. It's going to be Jewell. Westmore, that's your 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot on the line? That one was close. It looked like Young might have just stolen the 2 from Westmore on the line. Next up, we've got James Cartrell out front of the pack going 1 and 2 with a 17 plate of Noah Buttery out of LVG NRT. Then 2 guys looking good into that final turn. That's going to be Alfie Underhill out of Decoy BMX, wrapping up the top 3 positions as they bring it down the final straight. The 47 plate in there in 4. That is Braden Duffy. Up on track, that looks like Tyres. Yes, it is Oliver Tyres. Moto 1 and Muck off, heading in and out of that second corner. He's being chased down by the 6 plate of Elvis Lawrence through the 3rd straight. The 23 plate is in 3. That's going to be Maxwell Lawrence out of Braintree BMX Club. Ronnie Richards in there in 4, and that looks like Freddie at Warwork in 5. Race 2-4-1 heading through that second straight into turn number 2. That looks like Pro Start BMX in the 2 spot, looking for a way through. Got to be Isaac Shaw chasing down Ned Guppy at the front of the pack. That is Newton Hindley in there in 3. Harrison Barnes in 4. Caden Thompson in 5. Henry Shenson in 6. Finley Forrest in 7. But Ned Guppy picking up the race win. "15-year-old girls out on track." Libby Copping, Crucial Racing leading this one through. Who's making moves in that second corner? BRE Racing's Ellie Moore worked her way into that 2 spot. She's now being chased down by the 4 plate, heading for the final corner. That is Sidoni Cleve. Cleve then under all sorts of pressure into the final turn. There's a high-low move in the final corner. That's Katie Millar looking for a piece of the top 2 pie. She's putting pressure on down the final straight, going from 4 to 3 on the line. Just in behind the Stay Strong rider of Sidoni Cleve. Jalala Patel, Amelie Eaton, both on track in the next moto. It is Eaton leading it out. Where is Patel? On the 5 plate, she's in there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by the 764 of Emily Grimm out of Team Air. That looks like Green Machine in there in 5. A fire pick, but the 2 spot is going to be Rin Janalino on the 2 plate for Evolve Collective. 16-year-old boys on track, the 3 on the plate. That is Lucas Seeley, double header win at the NCC a few weeks ago, so he's looking good at the moment aboard that 3 bike. Doing it for Rab Racing, being chased down by the 4 round the outside. That's going to be Bradley James. Reactive Racing working his way into a top 2 spot, then just in front of the 6 of Lucas Osborne, who's going to have to settle for 3 with Franklin in a 4. Oliver James on track. Who's there with him? Looks like that could be Logan Widdowson out of Team Bunnies. He's under pressure though in turn number 2. Moves have been made. That looks like Savage Racing in 4 at the moment. That's the 59 plate. Jacob Warren out of Gospel BMX Club. So it is James out front. Who's in there in 2? Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy BMX. Widdowson in there for 3, along with Savage Racing rounding out the top 4 spots. Race 246 on track. Elijah Jamira Rad Racing leads it out with Rusted Up Racing in there in the 2 spot. That's Freddie Franklin out of Cardiff BMX Club, who's picking up the 3 as they come on round. Looking like we've got the 26 plate. That's David Fairley heading towards the final turn. Freddie Franklin going round the outside of Jamira. Clean at 4. Rusted Up Racing. Elijah Jamira in that 2 spot for Rad Racing. Food Electable. Race 247 now out on track. Cooper McCrum leads it out on the 21 plate. He's going 1 and 2 with MK into that second corner. The MK rider is Ollie Turblanche, putting the pressure on the 21 plate out of BMX with a photography. McCrum to Blanche, the 31 plate in there in 3. That's Stan Mason out of RTR Resilient Team Racing and Birmingham BMX Club. That's going to be a front 3 down the final straight. McCrum with the moto win. 16-year-old girls out on track. 3 on the plate. At the front of the pack, that's Grace Burge doing it for Green Machine Tribe. That is Hayley Watson out of BMX with a photography, European number 6. Out of the Centurions crew, she's in that 2 spot doing all she can to close the gap to Burge out front. The 3 spot going to be the 475 out of Smiley's Fly Club. That's Emily Dean. Telford Fly is on, along with Jessie Leasley out of Team Bunnies on the 11 plate and Doncaster BMX. But it is Burge out front with Watson chasing it down in 2. More 16-year-old girls on track. Lottie Brown out of Absolute leads it out from Team Mind in there in that 2 spot. That's Lucy Gardner doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. That's your front 2 ladies. As it stands, BRE Racing inside the top 3 with Eliza French doing it for Bristol Jets. She's under pressure from the 804 of Summer Glynn, looking for her way into the top 3 spot into the final turn. Evolve Collective is Ruby Walford in there in 5, but it's going to be the 1 plate out front, Lottie Brown. Nathan Barata leads out the first moto of the 17 to 18-year-olds for the second set of motos. He's going 1 and 2 at the moment with 0-1 Racing on the 13. That's Jack Clark. He's under pressure though as they bring it into the final turn. That is Marku Reynolds. Smiley's Fly Club hanging on to that 2 spot as it stands. Clark's not done yet, putting the pressure on through the final straight, but it is going to be Reynolds in that 2 spot in behind Barata. Race 251 on track. Hard Knocks bike coaching at the front of the pack. Got to be Jaden Fawcett. On the 4 plate, he's being chased down. That looks like Allen's Factory. Jaden Green in there in the 2 spot. The 18 is in there in 3. That's Lewis Cook out of the Centurions. Massive on the inside into the final turn. He's banging bows in the corner. Just shuffling back the Allen's Factory. Ryder Green back there in line. That was Cook picking up the 2 spot. Tom Doran on track, leading it out from Flying Flynn into turn number 2. Doran, Drellincourt in that order, who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on round. Looks like Finn Collis out of Absolute. He's being chased down by the 12 plate of Sam Hamling out of SAS Race Team. That's your front 4 in race number 252. As they bring it down the final straight though, Tom Doran, smooth as you like, going to take that race win. Race 253 on track then. Who leads it into turn number 2? That looks like a Moto 1 rider, Tom Millar. Doing it for Braintree BMX Club. He's being chased down by Ash Bikes, Max Burgess, who's in there for that 3 spot. Got to be Ollie Coppin. The Irish contingent is represented by Patrick Dyer in that 4 spot at the moment on the 502 plate. He's putting pressure on Coppin to bring it down to the line. It was Coppin from Dyer in 3 and 4.
Right, moving on. 254 is your moto. Let's have a look who's in there. We've got Twitching De Jong Guppy leading it out. Eli Smith's in there in that 3. His grandmother's watching back in Preston. She's managed to work out what day of the week it is and which live stream she should be watching. Well done, Liz. She's in there in that 3rd spot. I'm sure Sam's laughing her head off now at the side of the track. Yeah, there we go. 17, 18. So moving on. These are the young ladies, 17 and 18 years old. Lucy Groundwater, Rosie O'Brien, Smiley Maloney. Sophie Kynaston, Sabina Ashman, Daisy Lavin, Esme Brooke, and Molly Simpson. All in this one. That looks like Rusty Nut Racing out in front though at the moment. That will be Sabina Ashman. In fact, it's Smiley Maloney, I think. Where is Sabina? Right, it's just mixing it up with her colour and riders and everything else. Where are we up to? Sophie Elwood. Yep, there we go. Sophie Elwood in there in 1. That is Amelia, the real deal Everly in 2. Alexis McCartney in 3. And Smiley's Flight Club going through in 4. That would have been Eleanor Curtis. 19 to 29-year-olds. Tyrese Bradshaw out there in front, doing it for Mabo. Being chased down, though, by George Gerrard. Che Young in the mix as well. Theodore Peterkin in the top 4. We've got Noah Eddie Cannons in this one. He took a massive crash last time around. So nothing for the Hitman in moto number 257. Let's hope he's okay, because he's going to blow your legs off. As we move on to 258, Callum Strickland. Ollie Cope in there as well. Rounding out the 3, the rider between them. Got a feeling that is Charlie Roy. Yep, Roy in there in that second position. Kean Brown going through in 4. Got Carl Kaiser in there as well. And Brett Dove, Moto 259. It'd help if I could turn the page. Sebastian Hamlin, Dexter Gambier, Luke Davis Hayes, Alex Taylor, and Josh Sparrow. Race 260, including the birthday prankster and Fitzsimmons. Josh Case, Spencer Gibson, Jaden Seward, Joshua Simpson Jacobs, Oscar Matthew Cowlard, and Fletcher Elliott. Good to see Spencer Gibson back on track. He's in there in 2. Chasing down Joshua Cates. Race 261. These are the ladies, 19 to 29. The 1X is Megan Gerrard. Doing it for Rab Racing, Amy Willett, Becca Goal as well. That's going to be Mabo. In there in 2, Isabella Hurry. Remy Godfrey doing it for Stay Strong in 13. In there at about 6th spot, Amy Willits in 5. Just trying to pick up the rider in 4. I've got a feeling that was the Cardiff rider, Lydia Webber. Race 262. Megan Kirby battling away with the W5 of Annabelle Townsend. Suzanne Jenkins, Tilly McCrum in there. Fiona Barry. And good to see Emily Green back on track as well. Walked past me yesterday, didn't recognise her for a split second. And as we move on to the last of the 19 to 29 ladies, back on track after 2 years out. It is so good to see Ava Brown back racing her BMX bike for Hawks Bike Coaching. I'm sure her dad Russ is watching it on the live right now with a little tear in his eye. He's from Yorkshire though, he don't cry. Yorkshiremen don't cry, they just leak slightly. Anyway, Ava taking a moto win and fabulous to see. Moving on to Masters. Higley, James, Parker, Smith and Sean Issett. Higley battling away with Issett. They're going 1 and 2. David James in there in 3. It's Higley and Issett though. Going 1 and 2. Smiley's Flight Club. Rob nose wheelie down the straight, but he gets bonus points for having a jersey with leopard print sleeves. Race 265. Old enough to know better, young enough not to care. Neil Brunez back on track, which I'm very delighted about. It feels like it's ages since we've seen him. I know he had a fairly significant roll round on the floor last year. Adam Brazil taking the win. As we move on to Moto 266. Mr. Barnard and Mr. Yerbury, I think, going 1 and 2. Dylan Dixon in 3. And the 823. That belongs to Mark Vries. Carl Svensson. Doing it for Manchester. He's not had a shout out. Una's had 2. Carl's not had 1 at all. Rocking that standard 125R. Steel being real and all that. As we look at Scott Bo front in the veterans. Adam Boudet, Zoltan Boudet. George Salmon, Mark Moore, Big Nice Smith. Luke Sheriff and Jamie Scrivener. In Moto 268. Moved up bicycle motocross. Out there in front, Brett Knight into the Warlock. I had the pleasure of sitting down for a Nando's with Neil last night. It's been a while since we've done that. Conversation flowing quite nicely. Warlock was a bit worried about how he was going to get around this track. He's doing a good job so far, even if he has only got half a lap in his legs. We love the Warlock. He's in there in 3, might be in 7 by the time they get to the finish line. Oh no, he's going to sell for a 4. Oh, more Grand Vets. They've gone past me. I didn't even realise. Alan Hill in there in 1. That's going to be in Archibald in 2. Neil Waddington. Good to see Neil back on track. Doing it for Cornwall BMX Club and the BMX Hall of Fame. Does a lot of work on that. Last of the Grand Vets, I think. Craig Nelly Nelson. Not seen Craig this year. Oh, take it easy, Craig. Rocking the OS 20 wheels. I love an OS 20, as you know. Love an OS 20. Is he going to hang on to the line? Is he going to pick up the win off Matt Hayward? Oh, no, he's going to settle for the 2. Right up to the big hill.
Motor number 71 hits the track. Championship women are a go. Freya Chalice out of lane number 1 for Absolute and Mabo. In and out of that first corner it is Chalice going 1 and 2 with Elsa Rendell Todd doing it for Stay Strong, heading towards that second corner. That looks like Savage Racing in there in 3. Got to be Jess Marriott on the 013 plate. She's got her MEC will glue to her back wheel, looking for a way round with Moto 1 in there in 5. That is going to be the 800 plate of Megan Roy. Chalice and Rendell Todd out front though, having a good old scrap. It's going to be Chalice from Todd. That's your 1 and 2 is to bring it to the line. Seaward's made her way through for that 3 spot. Marriott in 4.
Right, second Racker Championship ladies heading down the hill. Annalise Carmen Carpenter getting a great start. She's got Carly Hayes right there next to her as they go into turn number 1. Elizabeth Bowen, Evie Webster, Taya Gaynor coming through as well. She's in there in 2. Carly just exiting the wrong side, but it doesn't matter because she's got a really nice looking bike. I love that, Mabo. Anyway, so Annalise 1, Taya in 2, Evie in 3, L'Oreal in 4, Elizabeth in 5, Carly in 6. Last turn action, in and out we go. Annalise looking like she's going to hang on for the win. Is she? Yes, she does. Taya not quite where she needed to be.
Moto 273, the easier junior men. Kai Bowens on the outside doing it for Stay Strong, heading towards turn number 1. Bowen's going to lead it out for Stay Strong and Pekka BMX. That's going to be Pure Bikes. Cody Coker in there in the 2 spot. Chasing him on through is the 157 of Lucas Webster. Sean Brown's in there in 4. And that looks like Henry Rayner in 5. In and out of that second corner then. All about Kai Bowen at the moment. He's under pressure now though as Cody Coker looks to move on through into the final turn. Bowen, Coker in that order on the exit of the final corner. It is going to be Bowen hanging on to this moto win. Coker for 2 with Webster rounding out the podium spots.
Right, second racket junior men heading down the hill. Clitheroe and Thomas in the middle. Larkins on the inside, doing it for Pure Bicycles into that first turn. Oh, Larkins got a little bit wobbly. It's not held him back though. He's leading it through. Clitheroe right there on the back wheel. Here comes Everly. He's in there into that 3rd spot as they go into the corner. Harvey Tomlinson looking to make some moves as well. Looks like Thomas has given this one up. Here comes Clitheroe into the final corner. Steals it away from Ben Larkins. Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Chase Bicycles. Everly's going to nick the 2. Larkins for the 3.
Riders to the pens, please, for the next set of motos. Riders to the pens, thank you. Penultimate moto for the second set. Here's the tracker, full gate of 8 of Superclass men. Hit turn number 1. Bradley Russell leads it. Alexander Mavawani is right there behind him. Where's Ben Cornish? Is in there in 3 with George Hunt in 4. Dean Reeves is in there in 5. Second turn action. It's all getting busy into the corner. Reeves just about managing to stick upright as he was banging bows with the Ruben Byrne. Burns up to about 6. Last turn action. Hunt's worked his way into that 3 spot. Cornish is in there in about 5, so it's going to be Russell. Right, that's your 1 and 2. Hunt and Reeves for 3 and 4.
Right, last race of moto number 2. Heading down the hill, charging into that turn. Ross Cullen battling away with Callum Russell. They are 1 and 2, the BC guys. Heading down that straight. That looks like the 95 belonging to Gabe Simpson. Pro Star Manchester BMX Club in there in 3. Ruben Smith rounding out the 4. Harrison Bell having a better lap this time around. He's in there in 5. In and out the final turn. Cullen and Russell going 1 and 2. Gabe Simpson's had a belter of a lap in there in 3.
That's your second set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Yeah, cool, no problem. I'm just putting it in there for the time.
Nine to 12 cruisers are lined up behind the gate, ready to go racing for the 3rd set of motos. Kicking things off with the first set of motos for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Check out Charlie Dowson heading towards turn number 1, riding for BMX Hype and Late to the Gate podcast. In and out of that first corner, it is going to be Dowson out front. Who's there with him? That is RTR, Resilient Team Racing, Freddie Walsh, doing it for Burnham BMX Club. Moves are being made right round the outside. Looks like Sammy Stack on the 317 has worked his way into a 2-spot. One rider hits the deck. That was the rider out of Bristol. That was Rocco Jenkins. But out front, it is looking good for Dowson and Stack. In that order, Walsh picking up the top 3 position, but he's being chased down by Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels Race Team. She's putting the pressure on through the final straight. Bishop and Walsh to the line. Bishop looks like she just about nicked it. Put your hands together for Rocco Jenkins. He's up and going to walk away. Rusting Up Racing on track in race 278. Who's leading the pack? That is Leo Bradley on the 9 plate. Team Air in there in the 2 spot. Got to be Arthur Mason on the 33 plate. The 3 is the 003 of Eliza Powell. Doing it for Karank BMX Coaching. In and out of the final corner, it is Leo Bradley running away with it. Dean, Westwood, Tanzer, Swales, Steinmetz, Woolwork and Darley all on track in race 279. Check out Cooper Westwood, Rocco Westwood, on the inside on the 14 plate. Who's going to lead it out though? Arlo Steinmetz, the 11, bringing it through the second straight. Westwood's in there in the 2 spot, the E7 in there for 3. That's Jack Swales, your European number 7, riding out of Fast Signatures Race Team. In and out of the second corner they go. Steinmetz looking good at the front of the pack at the moment. Westwood doing all he can to close that gap down, and he's doing superb at the moment, heading for the final corner. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching got a rider inside the top 4. That's going to be Ronnie Warwork out of Manchester BMX Club, but it's Steinmetz, Westwood. That's going to be a 1 and 2 across the line. More 9 to 12-year-old cruiser action heading towards turn number 2. That looks like might have been the 866 of Frederick State. It is State leading it out. The 479 in there in the 2 spot. That is Edward Worrell out of it and over in Team Air. Looking to go right round the outside of State in the final turn. Worrell, State in that order. BRE Racing's got William Arnold inside the top 3, but he's being chased through the final straight. That looks like it could have been Tessa Johnson out of Retro Race. Next up, 13 to 14-year-old cruisers led away by the 881 plate of Finley Murphy, doing it for Nuneaton BMX. The 6 is Louis Sheffy's in that 2 spot with Gosport National Race Team inside the top 3. That's Jet Thompson on the 8X plate, being chased through by Bruntwood Park National Race Team Sam Dolan. Dolan's going to round out the top 4 spots, putting pressure on Thompson across the line. That looks like it could be Oliver Arnold on the outside, Adam Arnold, on the outside into turn number 2. He's chasing down Hunter Mallion on the 16 plate. So the 16 and the 18, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. The 35 is in there in 3. That's got to be the rider out of Bradford Bandits, Yusuf Almas Fordham. Almas Fordham then rounding out the top 3 spots as Arnold works his way from 2 to 1 across the line. More 13-year-old cruiser action heading in towards that second corner. Where's Benny Marco? He's at the front of the pack under pressure though from the 17 plate. That's got to be Oliver Arnold working his way around the outside, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. So it's Arnold at the front of the pack now. Where is the E6? That's Max Livingston. He's in there at about 5, chasing down Huey Hall on the exit of turn number 3. Hall's in there in 4 with the 2X just in front of him. That's Harry Swales in 3. Charlie Cotton leads out. It's 284. Frankie McKenna in this moto as well. Oscar Abbott, Joshua Lewis, Alfie Ford and Boat Markley. Markley's in there in 3, chasing down the 24 plate of Alfie Ford. Out of the Hawks is Savage Racing inside the top 3. Merseyside BMX Club, that is Joshua Lewis on the 36. He's in there in 4, but he's worked his way from 4 to 3 now. Down the final straight, Markley's been shuffled back to 4. And the 5 spot looking like that is going to be the 672 of Oscar Abbott. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser out on track now then. That's got to be Ailey Watson on the 7 plate, leading it out from BMX with her photography. The 764 plate in there in 2, that's Emily Grimm, but they are queuing up behind her down the 3rd straight. Who is a savage racing rider? Got to be Paige Cathcart-Cunnison. Throws in a high-low in the final corner. One rider's gotten involved as well through the final straight. That's going to be the 12 plate looking to hang on. Isla Young's going to take the 2 spot on the line. Paige Cathcart-Cunnison in 4 with Grimm in 3. 15, 16-year-old cruisers led out by Jack Walford. Evolve Collective looking as smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. He's being chased down by Alfie Sim, Robin, Matt and Alonso. In there in the 3 spot on the exit of the final corner. Newton Hindley picked up a world's final on this track a few years ago. He's in there in 5 as the 8 plate picks up the 4 on the line. That was Bruce Anthony, sorry. Fifteen to 16-year-old cruisers are a go. Little Cotty's got a blinding start. He's looking to hold shot into turn number 1. Your world number 7 then out of the front of the pack. World 3, sorry, Cotty out there in the 1 spot. He's going 1 and 2 with the 7 of Cooper McCrum. That looks like Isaac Caulfield in there for 3. Who's a savage racing rider in 4? That looks like it could be Jacob Warren on the 13 plate. Yes, it is Warren as they come on through the 14 plate. In there in 5, that is Addison Milburn out of Exeter with BMX with a photography in 6. That's Thomas O'Brien. Last straight action then. It is going to be BMX with a photography at the front of the pack. That's Cooper McCrum with the race win. Cotty for 2. Race 289 on track. That is Logan Young leading it out from GY95 in there in the 2 spot. Check out Todd Smith Notman working his way up the inside. Goes from 3 to 1. That was the move in turn number 2. Freddie Warwick took advantage and went from 4 to 2. Young shuffled back to 3. Then he's battling it out with Samuel Wood in there in 4. Wood looking for a way round on the exit of the final corner. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is going to be Notman, Warwick, Young, Wood, 1, 2, 3 and 4. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now on track. European number 2, Lily Chiswa. Mabo Factory Team UK out of the front of the pack at the moment. She's going 1 and 2 with the Lexus McCartney out of sorted race gear. That's the 1 plate in there in 3. Got to be Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Star BMX. Hot Shot Racing in there for the 4. As it stands, that is Arla Radcliffe on the 6. X plate being chased down by Yetska Hemstock out of Ice Bikes in there for 5. Chiswa picking up the race win. Olivia Firth on track. Alicia Lynn Scott chasing her down. That's going to be the 5 of Izzy Hurry in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? It's going to be Retro Racing going through in 4 and 5. That's Willets and Smiley Maloney in there in the 5 spot then. But Firth is out front. They're all chasing her down through the 3rd straight. The 2 on the bike. Looking good at the front of the pack at the moment. Lynn Scott under a bit of pressure as Hurry comes around the outside in the final turn. Can't quite make it stick, so it is going to be Firth, Lynn Scott, Hurry, Willets. That's going to be your top 4. 30 plus women's cruiser on track in and out of turn number 1. That's the 3 on the bike. Rebecca Gold, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. The 5 plate is Rowan Beckett in there in 2. Magic Manda and a Healing Hands of Heavens in there in 3. Lee Pendleton's in 4. The 180 plate is in 5. That is Lindsay Cuman out of Barnesbury. That's got to be Team Bunnies in there for the 6. Grace Turner on the 16 plate. Chasing Cuman through that 3rd straight. RTR got a rider in there as well. That's Claire Albert in 7. But it's Goal out front picking up that race win. At race 293 hits turn number 1. SJN, your world number 3, leads it out. Going 1 and 2 with the 10 plate of Juan Clemens. The 23 is Emily Arlett in there. That's going to be Coach Chizzy with her teammate a couple of places back. That's Tracy Sharp. Lisa Tarlin in there as well. So 3 Team Bunnies ladies in this moto. RTR in this one as well. That's Suzanne Jenkins on the 21 plate. But at the moment, SJN, no one can catch her. Hard Shot Racing, your world number 3, going to pick up that race win. Juan Clements, Emily Arlett, that's going to be your 2 and 3 as they take it across the stripe. Race 294 on track. Susan Farrow, 1 Joe Gray, Claire Mardell, Karen Evans, Michelle Stupple and Nikki Sitch. It is Stupple leading it out for Gosport National Race Team, going 1 and 2 with her club mate out of Fast Signatures. That is Nikki Sitch. So the front two ladies have checked out from the rest of the pack, but Stupple is on an absolute charge in this moto. The 738 is Susan Farrell. He's down by the 17 plate of Karen Evans out of Cornwall BMX Club. Joe Gray having a battle with Clea Mardell. On the 595 is Mardell hanging on to the 5 at the moment. Gray in 6. Stupple, Sitch, Farrell on. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. As the 40 to 44 year old cruisers hit turn number 2. Mr. Pie and a pint, Chris Evans. He's not so Captain America down that third straight. Rab Racing looking good at the front of the pack. SVT Mongoose got a rider in that 2 spot. That's going to be Andy Groves in and out of the final corner. Evans, Groves, Ubery in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Look to the line, Nick Lewis. Rob Harris in there in that 2 spot, going 2 and 3 with Ian Smith through that second straight. But it's all about Matt Eaton at the moment. BRE Racing leading the pack into that second corner. Eaton, Harry. Looking like that could be the 3-3-2 of Andy Kennedy out of Preston Pirates. The 12 plate in there behind him. Chris Coleman doing it for Crank BMX coaching with RTR Racing. That is Matthew Walsh on the 9 plate. In about 6 at the moment, but it's all about Matt Eaton at the front of the pack taking a race win. .297 on track. Kieran McAvoy, sorted race gear, looking good. 2 wins from 2 so far this season for him. Took both wins in this cruiser category at the NCC a few weeks back. Dylan Dixon in that 2 spot, your British champion from 2025. Nuneaton BMX Club got a rider in there in 3. That's going to be John Marsden. Race 298, 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Dan Wilson leads it out. Your European number 7 leading it from Pete Watson in that 2 spot. The 7 in there in 3. That's going to be Theo Pope. Moto 1 and Muck Off. Looks like the 5 of Nathan Abbott's in there in 4. Being chased through by Tom Palmer in 5. Last turn action then. Wilson left the pack out front down the last straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot? Pope's made his move to go from 3 to 2. Josh Cates on track, leading it out from Retro Racing. Jack Mowat, that is in the 2 spot. Smiley Brown is in there inside the top 3. Doing it for Smiley's Flight Club and Telford Flyers and Squash and Pop. That's a whole host of sponsors, isn't it? Smiley then in there inside the top 3. He's being chased down by Jack LeBras in 4. Connor Blythe's in there for 5, but it's all about Cates down that final straight. He's going to chill his way to another moto win to add to his collection today. Race 300 on track, and it's the 300 plate leading it through. Charlie Roy heading in towards that second corner, going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Rocky O'Brien. Luke Davies Hayes out of CGR's in there in 3. They are queuing up behind him though, the 2 riders out of fast signatures. That's going to be Stan Palmer and Niall Moss heading towards the final corner. It's all about Luke Davies Hayes at the moment, but they're swarming around his back wheel. Palmer's made his move, looking to make it stick. Hayes is going to hang on to 3, Palmer for 4.
Right, race 301 heading down that second straight. That looks like Alex Brooks doing it for Rab Racing out there in front. Esselmon out of Stay Strong going through in 2, and the 0-1 is Dan Popel. Absolute bicycle motocross in 3 with Matt McHugh rounding out the 4. Heading into that final corner. Brooks just taking his foot off the gas a little bit. Esselmon alongside. They're going to cruise through 1 and 2. Popel McHugh. Next up, race 302, Kyle Hill in this one, in there at about 5. Battling away with the 27 of Max Henderson, Goodfellow Chris Hearn out of Peterborough. Aboard that lovely Chrome Stay Strong. He's in there in that 3rd position. Joe Walbridge in 2. And they are all chasing down the rider out of Milton Keynes. Doing it for all the single ladies is John O'Haradine. Race 303, Marco, Todd, Brown, Stark, Smith and Trinkart. It can only be the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Steel is real. Matthew Trinkart, the local guy, in there in 1. Norbert Marco in 2. Andy Todd, Peterborough BMX Club, in there in 3. That's Luke Brown in 4. Big Nige in 5. Graham Stark. Shout out Kebab House Street. Shout... Oh, there we go. It works. I was going to say shout out Kebab House Racing Team. Simon Toogood, Tony Ross Kennedy, Neil Turblanche and Philip Duff. It is Too Good and Lebrask going 1 and 2, Turblanche in 3. Moto number 304, sorry. As we move on to 305, the 50 to 54 cruisers, Stuart Little in there for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Inside the top 4, chasing down Matt Phillips out of hot shots. Darren Reedy, sorted race gear in there in 2, but the man out in front, that's going to be Ian Archibald for Astar Racing. Also got Albert Franz Brotherton in there, Jan Zerzek, Brett Knight and Andrew Ballard. It's going to be Archibald, Reedy, Phillips, Little going through across that line. Stuart Little stealing that 3. Race 306. Pete Butler in there in about, 5th spot at the minute, chasing down Gary Carver. What a palaver. What a palaver. Darren O'Brien in there in 3. That's going to be Stephen Hassel, SVT Mongoose in 2. But the man out in front is Matt Barnards. Moving on as Hilly takes the lead aboard his Pure Bicycle. Dave Stokes in there for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX Club. Pete Stanley in the mix as well. Tim Porter, Dave Bishop and Timmy Turnbar. So Timmy in there in 4th spot. 3rd spot even. I haven't seen a single Turnbar from Julian Allen. I'm highly disappointed. Anyway, talking of disappointments, I wasn't going to mention the 55 plus cruisers. They're a source of pure joy. My tea lady's been abducted. That's what I'm disappointed about. Hey, I know how to pull it back from the brink. Hey. Right, anyway, race 309. Raimondo Reed in there in 1. Dave Lindsay in 2. They're like the Scottish Red Arrows, aren't they? Look at them, flying in formation. We're not sure of the formation that it actually is, but they're going 1 and 2 across the line. Look at that. Dave Lindsay's not been that excited since he found a bottle of Buckfast under a park bench. Anyway, 6 and unders. Sorry, all the Scottish stereotypes. I'll get beaten up before I leave. I'm joking. You just want to give Dave Lindsay a big hug when you see him. It's only to stop him slapping you across the face. That's all it is. Anyway, 6 and unders. Maxim Krasoziak and Ellis Dowsing. They'll finish the lap, then they'll go and play in some gravel somewhere. Maxim in 1, Ellis in 2. Who's that in 3? That's Victor, I think, in there in 3. Hudson in 4. Hudson's putting a charge on. Is he going to get him at the line? Oh! Transponders of truth, do your thing. Race 311. More 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Look at Milo. Milo Jering, decoy. Flying the lad. In there in 1. Rupert Garnett in 2. Look at Rupert going great guns there. Well done, mate. Ryder in 3 is the 203 of Milo Ryder Bays. Theodore Purdue-Hurst in 4. And Lenny Holiday in 5. But it is Milo out in front. Rupert's chasing him down, though. He's doing a great job. Keep it going, boys. So Milo and Rupert. Milo's in there in 3, all on his own. Great laps, though, as the 6 and under mums get excited. And the boys cross the line. Milo in 1, Rupert in 2. Race 3-1. Race. Race 3-1-2. Patrick Dempsey, Parker Gray, Dennis Turner, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Jackson May and Owen Awita. Got a feeling that's Owen out in front actually in a minute, doing it for Preston Pirates. Alejandro giving it the beans down the straight. Parker Gray in the 3, Patrick Dempsey in 4. And I think that might have been Jackson May in there as well. Moving on, more cruisers. Mr. McSwitty in this one. I have a feeling that might have been held, that one, from mechanical. Do we have a mechanical earlier on? Right. Right. No, it's fine. It's all right. Right. 7-year-old boys, Jensen Dyke, Cooper Shearing, Alfie Baglin, Luke Barron. Are we playing Deacon Blue? Have we got a Scottish playlist, Casey? Is that what that is? Can we have confirmation on that? We haven't had the Proclaimers on yet, have we? But Deacon Blue were a Scottish band. Casey and his... Oh no, it's not a Scottish playlist. We've gone to the Top Gun theme tune. Or the Top Gun soundtrack. We usually save this for the cruiser guys. No. Oh. That Ronnie on the 267. No. Oh, where are we up to? Isaac Buck. Sorry, 314 is your moto. Amari Bamford Burr, Reggie Rice, Milo Foxbond, Finley Jones, and Billy Lates. Oh, riders slipping pedals down the straight. Amari Bamford Burr has to settle for second. As we move on to 315, Sandy Downs, Oliver Bridle, Nico Joss Black, Arthur King, Joseph Murphy, and Henry Dodds. Oh, hang on. Barnard's here, causing trouble. Yeah. But I'm going to get... Yeah, we'll figure it out. I went to our stage yesterday. Right, moving on. Sorry, we were just getting briefed on something for later on. Shelby Yates. Out there in front, going well. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark at 317. 318 is your moto now. Ruben Lamb, Roberts Cactins. Lewin Jameer, Lyle Morrison, Isaac Tomlinson, Isaac Perriella, and Benji Ross Foster. Benji out there in front of the minute. Lewin in 2. Isaac in there in 3. Roberts Cactins rounding out the 4. As they move down the 3rd straight, picking up the rider in 5. Looking good. Oh, Lewin's just blown his pedals that little bit. Benji Ross Foster making his way through from 5th to 4th to 3rd to 2nd. Wow. So... all good. The Merseyside boys going 1 and 2. Might have even been Ruben Lamb. Mixing them both up. Anyway, 319 Lewis.
Moto 319, these are your 8-year-old girls charging into turn number 2. Where's Esme Anderson? She's in that 2 spot. Your British champ chasing down the 461 of Sophia Rees out of Crank BMX coaching. So it is Crank and Moto 1. That's your 1 and 2. Allen's Factory in there in 3. That's Hattie McGoldrick on the 878 plate. The front 3 ladies have checked out from the rest of the pack and down the final straight. Rees, Anderson, McGoldrick. That's going to be your top 3 spots. 9-year-old boys are on track. Who's leading them out? It's Teddy Gorman back up on track after his snafu in his previous moto. Pure Bicycles looking good at the front of the pack then. That's going to be Retro Racing in the 2. Finley Kerr being chased on through by the 620 of Ollie Underhill out of Decoy BMX. Looks like we've got a rider out of Absolute. That's Albie Blight on the 700 plate under pressure in the final turn. He was banging both, but he's hung on to a top 4 spot. Gorman's going to be a race winner for Bikes as they take it across the line. Underhill with a late charge. He's going to need the 2. Cooper Crowley's on track in there in 5 at the moment, chasing down Frankie Jones in 4 out of BMX Hype. In and out of that second corner. Who's in 3? That's going to be Rudy Pleasant's fault, doing it for DC Cycles. Rapid Roman, tomorrow's birthday boys in 2, but they're all chasing down your race leader, Arlo Payne. In and out of the final corner, Payne, check it out. Down the final straight, it's going to be Payne, Birdfield, Ford, Jones. That's going to be your 1 through 4. Oscar rather fast on track on the 511 plate, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. He's going 1 and 2 with Peckham BMX's Toby Brook on the 379. Sorry, that's Vincent Olivier. Toby Brook out of Exeter in there in 3. Brixton BMX in 4 with Cameron Joseph. But it is going to be Olivier chasing down rather fast through the final straight. Brooke in there for 3 under pressure from Cameron Joseph down to the line. Who's going to get the 3? Brooke's going to hang on. Joseph for 4. Crucial racing track. Archie Fisher, your British champion, leads it out. Logan Acito's been throwing moves all day long. And that reminds me, we have got Max's moves of the day to be given out, ladies and gents. So put on your best show. We are looking for the best moves in these corners, not dance moves. Otherwise, Rich would be winning that, wouldn't you, Rich? Nothing, you're all right. Yeah. Moves for days. Archie Fisher, that's your 1 and 2 in race number 323. And there's also, while we're on the topic, ODI Whole Shot Awards. 14-year-old boys, 13-year-old girls. Right. Connor Grant, Joseph Claydon, Atlas Lewis Field. That was your 1, 2, 3 and 3, 2, 4. Richie's causing all sorts of carnage. That's not like you, is it? Not for a Saturday morning. It's not even the morning, it's afternoon. It's mid-afternoon. I'm just making up times, apparently. BRE Racing on track. That's got to be Izzy Moore. On the 104, heading towards turn number 2. Madeline Malloy out of the Titans in this one. She's battling away with Luciana Pinzon Barron, Abigail Henning, Freya Forrest, and Orla Jewis all in this moto. Jewis in there in 3. Henning's in there for 2. And your race leader is still Izzy Moore. Check out the rider out of the Titans. Madeline Malloy's making moves. She's just gone from 5 to 4, heading into the final turn. Freya Forrest back there in 5 now then. Luciana Pinzon Barron in there for 6, but it's going to be more. Your race winner in race 325. 9-year-old girls on track. Tilly Hewitt leads it up for Pro Star BMX. Mabo Factory Team UK got Maggie Devine banging bows into turn number 2. She's going at it with Mabel Pine out of PCR and on the 0-1 play. Devine though in the 2 spot. Hewitt, Devine, Pine. Pine's making moves into the final turn, trying to go from 3 to 2. Last straight action, Tilly Hewitt, Pro Star BMX. She's going to hang on to this moto win. Devine, Pine, that's going to be your 2 and 3. Too many words rhyming, that's the problem. Race 327 on track. Alice Barron leads this one through. No, sorry, Flick Bretnall. I'm picking out names from a hat, apparently. It's all gone to pot, hasn't it? Right, Flick Brentnall leads it out. Susie Wyatt in there in 3. Who's the 2 spot? That is Isabella Henry on the 700 plate. The 4 spot is going to be the 515 of Kylie Dixon. I had a hot shot racing with the 497. In there in 5, Sophia Jones doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. Brent North down the final straight. She's going to go 1 and 2 with Hackney's Isabella Henry. 10-year-old boys on track, led away by MK Evolution, Leo Brits. He's at the front of the pack. That looks like Pekka. BMX in there in the 2 spot. Got to be Caleb Twold. He's under all sorts of pressure though. Here comes Joel Pritchard from the Hawks, looking for a way into that top 2 spot, heading into the final corner. BRE Racing's Lawson Hitchings. He's rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands. The Outlaws have got Jensen Mee inside the top 4. Down to the wire though, it's going to be MK Evolution's Leo Brits at the front of the pack. Dominic Zapanos, Oakley Hill, and your race leader, Big Hen. So that's your 3, 2 and 1 as they go in and out of turn number 2. Your national champion from last year, Big Hens, leads it out. Crucial racing, looking good from Oakley Hill in that 2 spot, doing it for LCC race team. Zapanos had a hot shot in there as well. Who's the absolute rider inside the top 4? That's going to be Jack Colwell, heading down the final straight, being chased through by the rider out of the Hawks. That's Oliver Ford on the 23 bike. Your British champ leads it through. That's got to be Ethan the Great White. Yes, it is, doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off. Seb Perry's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by a rider out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's Jake Avis. Where's Jack Beard? He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment, chasing down the 16 plate of Seth Robinson out of the Brunty crew with Hackney's James Todd in there in 5. Team here got a rider in at 4. That's going to be Arthur Mason, but your race leader is Ethan White.
Right, it's Callum Wood and Charlie Blakeburn leading out. Moto number 3. Boys. And we've got Elliot Hatch of Rusty Nut Racing in there in 3. So as they come down that 3rd straight, trying to pick up the rider in 4. That's going to be the 18, followed by the 363. Felix Sakina and Elias Damont out of Ipswich. That rounds out your top 5. But it's going to be Wood and Blakeburn going 1 and 2 down that final straight. Rusty Nut Racing going to pick up the 3. Elliot Hatch moving on. Race 3:32. My mate Lewis Rothwell, colour coordinated today, in there in that 3rd spot. Jack Barton, Noah Northcott, Carter Kennedy in there as well, doing it for Astar Racing, local rider, Vernell Challenger. Vernell, I think, in that 2nd position as they heading towards that final corner. No, it's Harley Laker. Sorry, Harley. Harley on the 32. Chasing down Noah Northcott. Rothwell looking good for a top 3. Oscar Lee from Peckham, Bodie Holiday in there, and Jack Barter as well. Race 3:33. Vitols Franklin, Gilbert, Marco Thorne Dunn, and Garbachik. Garbachik in 3, doing it for Peterborough and Tech Perebny though. Check him out, world number 3. Alfie Thorne in there in 4. As race 3:34 comes out of turn number 1. And the E8 leading it through. That's going to be Ella Grant, Absolute Bicycle Motocross Ice Bikes. Amika Gibson in there in that 2nd spot. Alan's BMX / DFS Sofas. Alice Barron in there in 3. They're not sponsored by DFS Sofas, by the way. It's just the colours on the jersey. Part of my rubbish humour, I do apologise. B. Smith, Megan Keller, Tallulah Widdowson, Panica Castro Latch, and Tessa Johnson. As we move to 3:35, Moto 1 have got Phoebe Miller. That's Ellie Robertson in there in 3, just getting shuffled back to 4 by the Bradford rider. Maisie Dyson. Rider in 5, doing it for Fluent, is Lauren Snell. Grace Ledgerwood Bar in there. And trying to pick up the rider on that 9 plate. That will be Layla Dixon out of Hot Shots. But as they bring you down towards the stripe, Phoebe Miller for Moto 1 Muck-Off Racing taking the win. Next up, Chester Grocott leading out Moto number 336, doing it for LVG. National race team Tobias Groves just stealing the lead away as they go into that turn. And they are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday afternoon behind Chester Grocott down that 3rd straight. Aston John Lee and Dougie Russell getting involved. Couldn't quite make the move. Grocock's holding him off. They are like a pack of wild dogs behind him. But they don't get there, and they don't manage to bite his ankles. Race 337. Betty Wills battling away with Seth Kacharik. Seth in the 1. Betty in the 2. That'll be George Kellam rounding out the 3. Moving on to Moto 338. Oakley Lewis Fields in that second spot, chasing down Arthur Donaldson after doing it for Green Machine Tribe. 5. Gospel's Rory Smythe in there in 3, with Jacob Russell inside the top 4. The 2 is William Arnold with a fine choice in stripy socks. Race 339. Let's have a look. LCC's Jack Haynes. Mark Antle. I think he's doing it for the Irish Massive. We have a few Irish riders here. Some of them are under the Bosch Racing mantle. I've been asked to give them a quick shout out, which I said I would do. So big shout to the Bosch Racing guys. Luca Tramontano. Oscar Ryder Bays. Charlie Sheriff Jackson Chapman Davis. All in that one as well. As we move on to race 340. The world number 8. Sorted race gear, Tom Giles. Leading it through. Alexi Carlos in this one as well. His second trip in 2 weeks. Up here. All the way from Cardiff BMX Club. Ollie Bird starting to put the moves on now. Working his way into that second spot as Oliver. Turn. Otto Watmore Randall in there as well. Malachi in Moto 340, 341. Aidan Baptiste scrapping away with Ethan Shaw out of Pro Star, just taking that lead away. Joseph Jewis in there in 3. Oh, big loss of pedals from the 32 with Seb Staines. Let's hope he's all right. That looked like a bit of a painful one.
Hold it there.
342, we might have solved our technical issue. Florence K, Abby Graham, Florence Dyson, Agnes Lamb, leading it through. Robin Wyatt in there, and Una Svensson. Una, message from mum, pedal faster. As we move on to race 343. Lewis, over to you.
11-year-old girls hit turn number 2, and it is led away by Halo Wheels Race Teams. Holly Bishop, your world number 8. She's being chased down though by the 150 plate of Maya Kolazaj. Heading towards the final corner, the 8 in there in 3. That's Rosie Geddes out of Astar Racing. Last turn action. We've got Brixton BMX's Arabella Denton inside the top 4, but your world number 8 going to pick up that race win. Tomlinson, Morgan, Dean, Worley, Malloy and Powell all out on track. It is Eliza Powell, Crank BMX coaching, leading it into turn number 2 and back out again. Fluent Bicycle Motocross have got Molly Tomlinson in there in the 2 spot, looking for a way round Powell through that 3rd straight. The 12 in there in 3. That's going to be Emma Dean out of Hot Shot with the 25 plate in 4. That's Gabriella Malloy out of the Titans. Last turn action down the final straight for Crank BMX coaching's Eliza Powell. The European number 8 going to pick up that race win. As the world number 8 hits the track in the next moto, Jacob Anderson, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, looking good at the front of the pack at the moment. He's going 1 and 2 with Teddy Jones on the 4 plate out of BMX Hype and the Late to the Gate podcast. He's got the 5 of Preston Newmarsh Powell, doing it for Powell Racing in there inside the top 3. Evolve Collective got a rider in there in 4. That is Benny Jackson. So it's Anderson, Powell, Jones, Jackson. That's your 1 through 4 with the European number 8. Got to be Ronnie, the Landshark Wood in 5. Freddie Ray Orland in there in the 2 spot for Evolve Collective in race 346. The 12-year-old boys are going at it through the 3rd straight. This to 14 at the front though. That is Arthur Claydon doing it for PCR. Claydon looking good with Orland at the front of the pack. BRE Racing got a rider inside the top 3. Mac Finley on the 667 being chased on through by the rider out of the Irish contingent. That is Jaden O'Connell on the 620 plate. Looks like we lost a rider in the next moto. As we take a look at your race leader, the 3 on the front of the bike. Finn Munro going 1 and 2 with the 10 of Seb Hewitt, doing it for Pro Star BMX. Savage Racing got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Otto Parr on the 19 plate. Frederick States in there in 4. Preston Pirates got a rider inside the mix as well. Been Ollie Todd. Race 348, Grim, Cordery, Lavin. Shearing, Robertson, Worrell and Henning. Your race leader, Edward Cordery, Halo Wheels race team. Heading in towards that second corner. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got Bradley Grimm inside the mix. It is the 26 plate picking up that 2 spot though. Jamie Robertson out of the Centurions. The 57 plate is Thomas Henning. BM Racing in there in 3. Team A got a rider inside the top 4. That is Edward Worrell doing it for Andover BMX Club. But your race winner going to be Edward Cordery for Halo Wheels. Race 349 on track, 12 on the bike, leading it through. Got to be Carlin Gordon doing it for Tempo BMX UK. Going 1 and 2 with Marie Watson out of BMX Woodard Photography. In and out of turn number 2. Crank BMX Coaching got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Ted Harvey doing it for Blackpool BMX Club with Rustin Up Racing. On the 17 plate, Leo Bradley. He's rounding out the top 4 spots. Ireland got a rider in there as well. Ryan Rakak. Heading into the final corner and back out again for your race leaders. It is going to be the 12 plate out front of the pack. Carlin Gordon picking up that race win. Joey McAvoy, Mabo Factory Team UK heading in towards that second corner. Chasing down your race leader, the British champion. That is Connor Hemhill. McAvoy, Tawol, that's your 1, 2, 3. Steinmetz in there in 4. The 16 plate in 5. That's going to be Oliver Richards doing it for Green Machine. Last turn action. Hemhill, your British champ, sorted race gear as chill as you like through that final straight. McAvoy looking like he might nick that 1 spot on the stripe. 15 plate leads it out. Isaac Moore doing it for Exeter Eagles. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looks like we've got Stay Strong's Rex Beasley inside the top 2 spots. The 11 is Hugo Dayton doing it for GY95. He's in there in 3. The 24 out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's going to be Samuel Snell doing it for Decoy BMX, but it is down to the line for the 9 plate of Isaac Moore. 12-year-old girls on track. 6 on the front of the bike, sorted race gear, Freya Montfort, Peckham BMX Club looking good at the moment. Evolve Collective got a rider in that 2 spot. That's going to be Bonnie Dudley on the 12 plate. The move came in turn number 2. He was the rider shuffling on through. That looks like the 28 of Nîmes France Brotherton. Merton BMX heading into the final turn. Decoy got a rider inside the top 4. That's Izzy Underhill looking to chase down Bonnie Dudley through the final straight. It is going to be Montfort, your race winner. Doing it for sorted race gear. Trixie Trey's on track, going 1 and 2 with Grace Hudak heading into that second turn and back out again for the front 2 ladies in race 353. Maisie Surtees is on track as well for Sinead's Academy. She's in there in 5, working her way into 4 as India Bennett gets shuffled back to that 5 spot from the 4. CGR got a rider inside the top 3. That's Holly Richardson on the 9 plate. Trays has made her move down the final straight. Trays, Hudak, that's going to be your 1 and 2. Rachel Pritchard on track in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, Maisie Egan. Hard Knocks bike coaching at the front of the pack at the moment. Then Pritchard going 2 and 3 with the 5 plate of Amelia Rowe, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. The front 3 running away with it. The 20s in there in 4. Jessica Cox out of Bournemouth BMX Club into the final turn. They go and back out again. Hard Knocks down the final straight with Egan. She's going to make it 3 from 3 with a solid start to her weekend here at Glasgow.
Right, looking at race 355. Zach Everly doing it for Mabo UK. In and out of the turn, out in front. Zach Hamill right on his back wheel. That's Akin Brazier in there in that 3rd spot. Out of Cycler Park, bit of a gap to the guys in 4, 5 and 6, including Reactive Racing's Harrison Doe as they come in and out of the final turn. Will Everly hang on? I think he will. Everly, Hamill, Brazier, that is your 1, 2 and 3. Moving on, that looks like the 4 plate belonging to Joe Rook. Joe in there, out in the lead. The 9 of Ronnie Payne in there in 2. Marcus Mullen rounding out the 3, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Crank BMX coaching, Lewis Hughes in there in 4. CGR have got a rider in the mix as well. That's going to be Theo Davis. But it's going to be Joe Rook taking it to the line as we look at the 1 plate belonging to James Bibby, Pro Star BMX. Been winning European Cups this year as well. Ethan Buttery in there, Oliver Taylor, Sam Knight, Jack Laughlin out of Reactive Racing in there in that 2nd spot. being chased down by Taylor, but it's Bibby in and out the final turn, taking the win in moto number 357. Luca Milne and Sam Knight doing their all as well. 358, Harry Swales leading it out. Finley Murphy, Ishan Rathor from Brixton BMX Club. Archie Bell in there as well. I'm a poet and I did not know it. He's in that second spot. Zach Parsons, Sam Riches, Noah Ford, Finley Murphy, race number 358, but it all belongs to Harry Swales. Archie Bell right on the back wheel though as they get to the line. Is he going to catch him at the stripe? No, not quite. Next up. Archie Crocker-White. Jacob Jameson in this one as well. Where's Jacob? I think he's there. In the, that looks like the colours of Bosch Racing, I think. In there, in that fourth spot. Had a little chinwag with Jacob yesterday. Nice to see him. As we move on to Moto 360. Galitis, Chefi Fancini, Heaver, Challenger Belton, and Itai Jamira. Jamira doing it for Rab Racing and Food Delectable. Just love Food Delectable chicken gyros. I'm drooling just thinking about it. So, the Jamiras doing a fab job over there. One of our two food trucks that we've got here this weekend. I've got to mention them both, obviously. Charlie Cotton, Sorted Race Gear. Moto 361. Battling with Isaac the Sender Smith. In there in that second spot. Isaac's become more of a sender again. He went through a phase of not sending it at all. And now he's starting to send more stuff. I don't know if there's a joke in that somewhere. I don't know. Something to do with DPD and the post office. I've no clue. Anyway, moving on. You can tell we're getting towards the end of the motos, can't you? We're just talking utter rubbish. Elizabeth Lola Poole. ELP. That's Samia Hughes. I've lost where I'm up to. Yep, definitely lost. 363, thanks, Lewis. Yep, there we go. Right, yeah, Samia battling away with Miss Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Grace Gerard just stealing that lead away. Saren Pritchard in there in 3, doing it for the Evolve Collective. And I'm not sure who's rounding out the 4. I've got a feeling it was the 15 of Olivia Webb. We didn't see Evie Dyson hit the deck, but I hope she's all right. I'm assuming that we are going straight into quarters. Ria will give me the thumbs up. Yeah, we are. Straight into quarters. After the motor. You should see the state of the other bloke. He's got 2 knee braces on. He had them on before the fight started. Right, okay. Right, quarterfinals straight after the motos, please. Quarterfinals straight after the motos. Yeah, we do need to give a bit of a shout out for BMX Race Hub the live stream. Simon sits in the cabin looking at screens, questioning his life choices, but he does a great job. Whereas, like, Dina doesn't look stressed at all, does she?
No, she's always ready. Where is she this weekend?
She was behind
on the first corner. She's up on the first corner.
Oh no, she's got a big jacket on. She's well warm.
Has she got a stool this weekend as well? She's nice and relaxed up there. Yeah, they do a brilliant job. Do our BMX Race Hub team. We'd be lost without them now, wouldn't we? We would be lost without them.
So if you know any businesses that want to invest a little bit of money, good to know she's up and okay.
And once again, our amazing traders in Trader Village, Pure Bikes,
Sorted Race Gear,
Crucial Racing,
DC Cycles. This is like a really
B73.
B73.
Oh. Green Machine will be over there. Yeah, I've not been over yet, so I'm not. I'm guessing, but
That's
I will
all
go
right.
over later on.
Anyway, Trade Village is behind the first turn. Go have a look. Spend a few quid. All goes back into the BMX economy.
Spend all your money that you've worked all week to earn.
Yeah.
Go over there, splash it all on a brand new Pure bike, and
The
get
new
loads of other
V7
parts.
frames are available.
Yeah, get a new helmet while you're at it.
Official
Some clip
merch
shoes.
of the National Series.
Yes, of course. Yeah, we love the official merch.
You ready? Good to go again? Right, 13-year-old girls of Moto number 364. Here we go. The 8 plates of Elsie Bly, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading it into the turn. Right, moving on. Elsie Blight, Poppy May Kirby, 1 and 2. In and out of that turn we go. That looks like Elizabeth Graham in there in 3 on her 6th lap of the day already. The 8. As we move on to 365. The win. Poppy in 2. And Lauren are making a late charge as well as they get towards the line. Is she going to get it? I think she did. Race 365. Iris Hyder chasing down Freya Harris. That'll be Millie Ross, I think, in there in that 3rd spot. Mara McCarran in 4. Racing's Amelia Martin in there in 5. Amelia Martin in 5. Doing it for Bosch Racing as we move on to the 14-year-olds, 366. JP Jack Perkins in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down Ethan Howell. Josh Jepson rounding out the 3. That looks like Sullivan Collis having a much better lap this time around. That'll stop his dad locking him in the boot of the car on the way home. I'm joking, obviously. So Howell, Perkins, Jepson and Collis. 367, Lewis.
Open 14 classes on track, the 24 play. Oh, massive pile up. 4-5 riders down. Oliver Arnold was one of them. Wow. Henry Potts. Fergus Suter. The 51 was Joshua Feely. Moto 1. Harry Tyres. It all went wrong on the exit of turn number 1. Not quite sure what happened. Put your hands together for the riders that are up and finishing their laps, ladies and gents. Henry Potts is back up as well. Finney and Turner Smith. Harry Tyres just picking themselves up. Put your hands together for Harry, ladies and gents. And Finian's up to his feet as well.
Right, moving on, we have got the 14-year-olds. That is Adam Arnold on the outside, heading down towards turn number 1, but it looks like Crank BMX coaching Charlie Bob Craig, leading it in and out of the turn. I think that's Ethan Crooks-Martin in there in that second spot. I'm doing this with no sheets, so I'm making it up as I go along. Xavi Fox-Cooper doing it for the Brunty Mastiff, but as they go in and out of that second turn, that is going to be Charlie Bob Craig out in front. Can't pick out the rider in 3, do apologise. But it is Ethan in 2. Oh, Roland Ells in there in that third spot. Adam Arnold rounding out the 4, but Charlie Bob Craig taking the win.
Race number 370 on track. We've got James Miller leading it through. Sorry, race 369. James Miller leads it into turn number 2. Going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Max McNulty, doing it for Evolve Collective. So Crucial and Evolve are out front. That looks like Pure Bikes in there in 3. Got to be Joe Douglas bringing it on round with Savage Racing inside the top 4. That's Max Vass. Around and out then top 4 spots as McNulty works his way from 2 to 1 and down the final straight. He's going to pick up that race win. Miller for 2. Next up, we're looking at Freddie Parkinson on the 38X plate, heading towards turn number 2. Mark towards Idlo, Lawrence Bojang picking it up as they come on round. Looks like we've got Bodie Markley out of Savage Racing. He's inside the top 4, but the front 3 having a good old scrap as they bring it towards the final turn. Towards Idlo, looks up the inside of Parkinson. Parkinson shuts the door, says thank you very much, I'm going to take that one home. Down the final straight, Parkinson, Bojang towards Idlo, 1, 2, 3. 14-year-old girls on track, race 371. You're looking at Ruby Warren, last year's national champion, leading it into turn number 2. She's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Titans. That's going to be Holly Diver. So the two riders at the front of the pack, both out of the Titans, heading towards the final turn. That's the 4 plate of Martha Cottam out of MCR, looking for a move in the final corner. They're banging Bose. Cottam picks up the 2 spot, then down the final straight. Diver's going to have to set up for 3. Nia O'Connell in there for 4. W8 on track, your world number 8 then leads it through. Esme Ward going 1 and 2 with Anushka Jones out of Jump Club S&M Source. Her teammate in there in that 3 spot as they come on through. That is Eva Zizek then picking up that 3 spot as they head on through the 3rd straight. The 16 plate in 4. That's going to be Georgia Surtees out of the Hawks. Being chased into the final turn by Lily Yerbury, doing for Bath BMX, but it is Jones chasing down Ward at the front of the race. Evan Bartley, Isaac Shaw, that's your 1 and 2 in race number 373. In and out of that second corner, Robin Mattern Alonso is inside the top 4 at the moment. He's chasing down the 44 plate just in front of him. That's going to be Eddie Millington doing it for Rustin Up Racing, but it's all out front with Hard Knocks. That's Evan Bartley picking up the race win, taking it to the wire with Shaw out of Pro Start BMX. Cotty, Richards, that's your 1 and 2. Where's the 28 plate of Eames? He's working his way up the inside of the rider out of Braintree. That was Maxwell Lawrence, just shuffled back to 4. Eames is up to 3, working his way around the outside of Richards into 2. He's now on the back wheel of Cotty. So Carty, Eames, in and out of that final corner. Richards just about hanging on to a top 3 spot down the final straight. Geddes is getting involved. He's working his way up to 4. But Carty, your race winner.
He's pulled his foot out twice.
15-year-old still out on track, race 375. Bear up, Barnes That's your 1 and 2 heading into the final turn. Harry Bailey's ducking and diving. What a move that was. He's just gone from 6 to 4 in that final turn. He's now chasing down BRE through that final straight. Dexter Moore's going to take the 3 spot. Bailey in there for 4. Toby Lynch leads out the next moto, going 1 and 2 with Newton Hindley into that second corner. Who's the GY95 rider? Got to be Sam Wood heading on through that third straight. He's being chased down by the 41 plate of Adam Stevenson, doing it for Tempo BMX UK. Last turn action. It is Lynch, sorted race gear, Hindley, Team A. That's going to be a 1 and 2 as they bring it across the line. Tempo BMX pushing through for a top 4. Tyres out on track, lead in the next motor, going 1 and 2 with Milo Weller out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Team A's got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Thomas Westmore on the 31 plate. He's being chased down by the 45 of Alfie Underhill, doing it for Decoy BMX. Last turn action through the final straight. Tyres, Weller. Here comes Weller with a late charge. He's going to nick the 1 spot from Tyres as they take it across the line. Heath Osborne leads out the next moto on the 4 plate. Who's there with him? Sorry, Heath Osborne out there in the 1 spot. He's going 1 and 2 with Daniel Colazage. Here comes the 15 plate of Oscar Jewell, looking to pick up a top 2 spot, and I think he's made it work. Jewell then just in front of Colazage as they bring it into the final turn. Caden Thompson is in there in 4, but he's under pressure on the exit of the final corner. That's Benjamin Dean going from 5 to 4 down the final straight. Thompson's in there in 5. Ned Guppy, Kobe Rayford battling it out into turn number 2. Elphys Lawrence is in there in 3. Nate Hamilton's in 4. That's your front 4 riders, and as it stands, absolute lead in the pack. The 2 from the W2. Rayford then back there in the 2 spot, doing it for Stay Strong. His teammate Elphys Lawrence right there with him in 3. Looking to make a move, work down the final straight. Lawrence is going to have to settle for the 3 with Rayford in 2. Guppy, your race winner. Emily Eaton, Rin Giannolino, Libby Copping, that's your 1, 2, 3 as the 15-year-old girls hit turn number 2. Evie Malkin in there with Isla Young, Ella Blue Chidley, Sidonie Cleve and Katie Millar all out on track. Millar's hanging on to that 4 spot at the moment, but she's got competition coming from Sidonie Cleve as they bring it into the final turn. Copping in there in 3, they're chasing her down though. Millar, Cleve, elbow to elbow, they're banging bows through the final straight. Cleve's going to nick the 4 spots. Jalala Patel leads out the next moto in race number 381. A Fire Pick is in there as well. She's in that 2 spot doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Looks like Team Air have got a rider inside the top 3. That's Emily Grimm on the 764 plate. She's being chased through by the 16 of Lexi Cairns. Doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross, but it is Patel out front. The fallen rider was the 8 plate of Ellie Moore. Put your hands together for Ellie as she finishes a lap. Patel, pick 1 and 2. Race 382, here's the track. Looks like it all went wrong for Oliver James out of the gate in the 16-year-old boys. So it's going to be Freddie Franklin leading it into that first corner. Rusting up racing out at the front of the pack. Who's there with him? Got to be Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy BMX. The 21 is McCrum. He's inside the top 3, being chased on through by MK Evolution. That's Ollie Turblanche. He's rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands. Who's the other BMX widow rider? That's going to be Eric McSwitty. He's in there in 5 at the moment, now battling it out with Oliver James, who's brought it back into a top 5 spot. 2 riders have hit the deck. On the second straight, Franklin, Radcliffe, McCrum, Turblanche. That's your 1, 2, 3. Dylan Parsons, one of your fallen riders. I think the other rider might have been Mark Hewitt. Taking place later on when we get to final racing. 14-year-old boys, 13-year-old girls. They are your 2 age groups. And it will be to the line in turn number 1 where the tarmac changes colour. There's no white line for this one. We're also doing the Maxis move of the day. There's 2 of them to give out. So make sure when we get to semis and quarterfinals, you're getting all of your moves going in these corners. We're just going to hold racing a couple of minutes while we make sure that Dylan's all right. Reminder that we are going straight into quarterfinals after the motos are finished. So when we've got championship racing on, you need to make sure that you're in the pens ready and waiting for your quarterfinals, please, ladies and gents.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on
Just a reminder that the BMX Race Hub is still looking for sponsors. So if you know anyone or you are someone that wants to chuck a bit of money their way to sponsor the BMX Race Hub for the series, it would be greatly appreciated by our BMX Race Hub team. They do work really hard on these national weekends. Some of the first here, some of the last to leave. And if you keep your eye on the admin cabin, Simon Green is in and out of there like you wouldn't believe. So they do work really hard. Put your hands together for Dylan Parsons, ladies and gents. Gents, we wish him well. Set to resume. So in the pens ready and waiting for your quarterfinals when the championship guys are on track. Hopping straight back into racing, then 15-year-old open classes a go. It's the 4 on the inside out of reactive racing. Bradley James, he's going to hold shot into turn number 1. Who's here with him? It's Rab Racing, Elijah Jamira, doing it for Food Electable. He's bringing it on round with the 6 in there behind him. That's got to be Lucas Osborne heading into that second corner. So Osborne looking to pick up a top 2 spot, putting the pressure on Jamira through the 3rd straight. Who's the rider in there in 4? It looks like that could be the 441 of Jake Asher. Asher inside the top 4 then. This is going to be James, Jamira, Osborne. 1, 2, 3. Lucas Seeley on track, another rider out of Rab Racing in this age category. He's absolutely flying so far this season. I don't really think he's dropped a lap at all. He's on a charge so far. Who's there in that 2 spot chasing him down? Looks like we've got the 25 plate bringing it on through. That is David Opre Mejia. So Mejia inside the top 2, then being put under pressure by Logan Widdowson through that final straight. Widdowson's going to nick the 2 spot in behind Seeley out front.
ones. Right, Moto 385. Just struggling with these sheets. Just hang on a minute. Warren, Furley, Mason, Binney, Shear, Kirby, and Entwistle across the line. It's Entwistle and Kirby going 1 and 2. That'll be Stan Mason in there in 3 as we move to 386. French, Eliza French, Hayley Watson, Summerglyn, Jessie Leasley, and Grace Birch. Jessie doing it for Team Bunnies out of Doncaster, pushing hard in 5. Summerglyn out of the Irish Collective in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down Hayley Watson. Grace Birch out in front, Eliza French in the 4. Moto 387. Emily Dean, Ruby Walford, Lucy Gardner, and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Don't know what happened with Lottie's start. Must have got a little bit wrong. She's chasing down Ruby. Trying to work her way into that 2nd position. Put the rider out in front is Lucy Gardner from Team Mind. So Gardner under pressure now from Brown. Going down that 3rd straight. Brown working her way into the lead. Emily Dean in that 4th spot for Smiley's Fly Club race at 388. Finley Collis, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, battling with Jaden Green. William Alpha Harrison in this one, chasing down Amanus Vacunius out of Bruntvoods. That'll be Ollie Coppin in 3. Alex Mackey in there in about 6, but putting the work in. The rider out in front of him is Stanley Palmer from Fast Signatures. So 1 and 4 for the Absolute Boys, because we had Henry Eyre in there as well. I might have actually mixed them up. As we move on, there's Nathan Baratta leads on Moto 389. Reese Toole in there in about 5th spot. Rider in that 2nd position in the Irish jersey, the 149. Malachi O'Reilly. Zach Twitchin doing it for Team Mind on that 259 plate. He's in there in 3. Being chased down. Lewis Collins Nimmo with a late charge. Might have just picked up that 4. Race 390. Kay, De Jong, Russell, Abbott, Cook, Ferns, Guppy, and Burgess. Max Burgess in there in 3. Amos Guppy leading it out. Lewis Cook in the 2nd spot. Top 4 being rounded out by Thomas Kay out of Manchester. He's under pressure though from Alexander Ferns as they go into that final corner, just managing to hold on to that 4th place. It's going to be Guppy, Cook, and Burgess. Race 391, Daniel Henry, Thomas Doran in the lead. Jack Clark, Byron Turner, Flynn Drilling Courts doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Looks like he's just cruising in that 2nd spot. Got John O'Harradine right there next to him. Josh Williams getting involved as well. Good to see Josh back on his bike and racing again. Couldn't ask for more than that. Jack Clark with a late charge. Is he going to get him at the line? No, he isn't. Race 392, Graham Shaw, Miller, McCallum, Reynolds, Fawcett, Haddleton, and Eli Smith. Eli in there in 3. Doing it for Flavor Flav Cakes and Rap Racing. Jaden Fawcett trying to make a move in that final corner. Couldn't make it stick. As they head down towards the line, Thomas Millar's going to take it. Millar, Smith. Oh, did he steal it from Jaden Fawcett? Too close to call. 17 to 18-year-old girls, Sophie Elwoods and Isla Radcliffe going 1 and 2. Smiley Maloney in 3. That'll be Lucy Groundwater doing it for Bosch Racing in that 4th spot. Oh, moves being made in that 2nd corner. Daisy Lavin getting involved as well. Molly Simpson's in there. The 17X is Bethany Coates out of Decoy, going from 6th to 5th to 4th. So big moves coming from the rider out of Decoy. Charlotte Stanley in there as well, and Daisy Lavin. Girls Moto 394. That is Sabina Ashman out there in front. That's going to be Amelia Everly in 2. Annabelle Charlton doing it for Preston. Sophie Caniston, Esme Brooke, Rosie O'Brien. Rosie in there in about 6th, chasing down Esme to the line. Bit of a shake of the head. Clearly not happy with that one. As we move to 19 to 29, Tyrese Bradshaw, Joshua Case, Daniel K. That is your 1, 2, 3. Joshua Simpson Jacobs, I think, in 4. But it's Tyrese almost cruising to the line with Joshua Cates in 2. Gerard, Sparrow Elliott, Taylor Fitzsimmons, and Brett Dove. Ben Fitzsimmons scrapping away with George Gerard. The 21. That is Alex Taylor out of Manchester. in that third position. Trying to pick out the rider in 4. Josh Sparrow in 5. It's Brett Dove in that 4th spot as we move on to Moto 397.
19 to 29-year-olds all getting busy through the second straight. Copes leading it out for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, going 1 and 2 with Dexter Gambe into that second corner. They go and back out again. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that is Spencer Gibson, but he's being put under pressure by the 3X plate of Che Young. Out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Last turn action then. In and out they go. Cope, Gambe down the final straight. Cope's going to hang on to the moto win at Gambe for the 2. Cal Strickland on track, stay strong, smooth as you like, heading for turn number 2. Going 1 and 2 with the 300 plate of Charlie Roy. Doing it for Moto 1 Muck-Off race team, who's picking up the 3 and 4. Theodore Peterkin's in there for 3. Jaden Seward's in there for 4. Last turn action, it is going to be Peterkin just about hanging on to that top 3 spot then. Seward couldn't quite find a way through. Strickland, Roy, Peterkin, that's your 1, 2, 3. 19 to 29-year-old women are on track. Then 3X on the plate. Gotta be Yetska Hemstock doing it for Ice Bikes. Going 1 and 2 with Olivia Firth as they bring it into that second corner. BMX with a photography. Got a rider inside the top 3. That is Tilly McCrum. Being chased down by the 0-1, you British champ. That is Rebecca Gold doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Repping that Union Jack jersey. She is the national champ for the Women's Masters, bringing it down the final straight. Hemstock, Ice Bikes, going to pick up that race win as we take a look at race 400 in and out of that first corner. It's looking like Green Machine leading it out. That's got to be Emily Green being chased down by the 650 of Ava Brown, doing for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That's your 1 and 2 in and out of turn number 2. Remy Godfrey's in there for 3. Izzy Hurry's in 4. Hannah Drew's in there in 5. The 9 plate in 6. That's going to be Megan Kirby. She's being chased down by Fiona Barry out of the Titans in 7. Green, though, everyone's chasing her down the final straight. Green Machine Tribe going to pick up that race win. One rider down in turn number 1 in race 401. That might have been Lydia Webber. She's back up to her feet. Big thumbs up. She's going to be all right. So, out on track. World number 5 leading it out. Annabelle Townsend going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Imogen Gibson. The 1X is Megan Gerard. Inside the top 3, that looks like Alicia Linscott in 4. Amy Willits in 5. The Titans in 6. That's going to be Amelie Collins-Nemo. Lydia Webber up to her feet in 7. Gate goes down, Masters hit the track. Hudson's on the inside, heading for turn number 1. Picked up his first Masters win a few weeks back in Manchester at the indoor, but it's going to be led away by Crucial Racing. That is Adam Brazil, Brunez, Hudson, James, Higley. That's your 1 through 5 as they bring it into turn number 2. All about Adam Brazil at the moment, though, out front of the pack, taking it to him as smooth and as fast as you like through that third straight. Hudson chasing Brunez into that final corner. Good to see Neil back on track. Last straight action, Adam Brazil, he's going to take the win. Brunez, Hudson, 2 and 3. Billy Luckhurst on track. Your Masters national champion heading towards turn number 2. Who's there with him? Got to be the 2 plate of Sean Issett. BMX Hype and the Late to the Gate podcast. I've got to listen to their latest episode. That's my weekend's listen at some point. Yeah, in the car on the way home. Yeah, probably tomorrow night when we've wrapped up. He's getting busy in turn number 3 with Tom Palmer. Smiley's Flight Club getting involved as well. That's going to be the 471 plate coming through that final straight. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, Vets on track. Aboard his Mabo bike. Scott Beaumont, Dylan Dixon, Grant Yerbury. That's your 1, 2, 3. Adam Boudet in there for 4. In and out of that final corner, that's going to be Matt Eaton in at 5. George Salmond in there in 6. But your race winner, Scott Beaumont. More vets on track. Mark Moore, Nigel Smith, Matt Barnard, Jason Lewis, Luke Sheriff, Zoltan Boudet, Mark Rees and Ben Martin. We are looking at your race leader. Got to be Matt Barnard. Yes, it is your national champion. Double biking this weekend. He was just telling us about how much hassle that's given him, but he's out front, doesn't look phased at all, smooth as you like. Mr. Silk going to pick this one up down the final straight, going 1 and 2 with Zoltan Boudet. Grand Vets on track, heading into turn number 1. Stuart Little leads them out on the 8 plate. Who's in there in that 2 spot? That's the 23 of Neil Waddington. Brett Knight's in there in 3. The Warlock's in 4, doing it for Pure Bikes. I was watching him in practice earlier. He looked like he'd been putting in some training since the National. He's in there in 4 at the minute, being chased down by David Knowles, but it's all out front. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Stuart Little on a charge this weekend so far. In and out of that final corner. He's going to pick up the race win. Looks like the 2 spot is going to be Brett Knight. He's made his way through. Neil Waddington for 3. Neil the Warlock Stewart in 4. Next up on track, we are looking at Ian Archibald. Astar Racing. In and out of that second corner, Christos Chalkos in there in 2. That looks like Craig Nelly Nelson inside the top 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's going to be the 16 plate of Ian Milne out of Norwich Flyers, heading in towards that final corner. But it's all about Archibald down the final straight. He's going to wrap up the win in Moto 407. Hilly on track, national champion. The last of the Grand Vets Motos before we move on to Championship Women. Hilly out there in front, Matt Haywood in the 2. Fogaditch, Graham, Elliott and Brian all on track. That looks like Dominic Elliott inside the top 3, the 576. In there for the 4, that's Craig Bryan. Brixton BMX in there behind him, that's going to be Patrick Graham with Ante Fogaditch. In there for the 6, but Hilly picking up another race.
Right, Championship Women, here we go. Right, first rack of Championship Women heading down the hill. Elsa Reynolds on the inside. Freya Chalice moving across. These two girls are a right old battle in teal. And Elsa served up Freya a portion of spicy elbow in one of those turns. And ended up taking the win. That is Emmy Seward in 3. Annalise Cabin Carpenter in 4. Lorianne Carruthers back there in 6 and pushing hard, battling away. Carly Hayes in there as well, doing it for the Irish Collective as they head towards that final corner. Elsa Rendell Todd right on the back wheel of Freya Chalice. Who's going to get it down the final straight? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Chalice, Todd, Seward, you on 2, 3. Carruthers in 4. Hayes in 5. Carruthers in 6.
Last moto on day number 1 for the Championship Women hits the track. We are looking at 2 ladies out of Moto 1 Muck-Off race team. Megan Roy, Tia Gaynor. It's going to be Gaynor leading the pack. Gaynor, Roy in that order. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looks like jumping Jess Marriott on the 0-1-3 plate, doing it for Savage Racing. Pure Bike's got a rider in there as well. That's going to be Elizabeth Maggie Bound bringing round the top 4. That's Evie Webster in 5. But out front looking good for the 2 ladies out of Moto 1. Jess Marriott looking to get involved though. She wants a piece of the top 2 pie. In and out of that final corner, it is going to be Gaynor. Marriott's made her move with a beautiful high-low. She's going to take the 2 spot from Roy in 3.
Yeah, we need to move. Junior Open, Brown, Webster, Larkins, Tomlinson and Heath Thomas heading down the hill. That looks like Ben Larkins, Pure Bicycles, getting his nose out in front and into that first turn first. Thomas in there in that second spot. Sean Brown's been quietly going about his business all day long and he's looking good in this one. He's in there in 3 as they head into the turn. Webster in 4. But Larkins aboard that Pure Bicycle, looking good into the final turn. Has Thomas got anything for him? They are going to drag race down the final straight. Here comes Thomas right on the back of Larkins. Who's going to get it at the line? Thomas. Ooh, it was so close.
Gate goes down. Everly, Rayner, Clitheroe, Bowen and Coker all headed for turn number 1. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looking like Chase Bicycles and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. It's James Clitheroe out front of the pack. Everly got busy in turn number 1 and worked his way into that 2 spot for Maybo Factory Team UK. Who's the rider picking up 3? Got to be Cody Coker aboard that Pure Bicycles. Kai Bowen stays strong. Is in there in 4. Rayner's in 5 for Evolve Collective, but out front looking good. for Mr. Clitheroe Jr. Dr. Smooth going to pick up this moto win, but he's under pressure from Everly to the line.
Penultimate moto, here we go. Byrne, Russell, Hunt, Mavel, Vanny, Wright, Weiss, Reeves, and Russell into the turn. And it's Callum Russell above that Maybo. Little team in the in one, the 5-4-6 going through. That's going to be Bradley Russell. So the brothers are going 1 and 2 at the minute. George Hunt in there in 3, took his first win at Manchester. He'll be looking for another one here this weekend. Xander, Mavel, Vanny, Wright in there in 4, but it's going to be the Russells going 1 and 2. George 3.
Last motor for day 1 then hits the track. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is BM Racing and Maybo Bikes heading into turn number 1. Roster Boss Cullen, RC22. He's got his own fan club these days. He's out front leading the pack. He's going 1 and 2 with the 51 plate of Ben Cornish. Danny O'Gorman's in there in 3. 1 rider, 2 riders pull on the ripcord and don't make it through the full pro section. So out on the track, RC22, Ben Cornish. That's O'Gorman in for 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like Harrison Bell doing it for Pure Bikes. He's been chased down by Gabe Simpson, doing it for Pro Star BMX. That's going to be a 1 through 5.
We are going to head into the quarterfinals momentarily. Don't forget all our traders in the trade village. DC Cycles, Pure Bicycles, Sorted Race Gear, B73, Green Machine, Crucial, all in there. All accepting your beer tokens in exchange for bicycle parts. All the money you spend goes back into the BMX economy, keeps it rolling. So thank you guys for your support. National Series merch available at B73. We've also got our 2 food trucks. One at the end of the first straight, the street kitchen, and also Food Delectable behind the gazebo favelas. So go and check them out if you are hungry or thirsty. All right, people, quarterfinals time. We are ready to go, starting with the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Right, quarterfinals up go for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. It's all about the top four. Someone's going to lead it into the turn with Theo Pub going 1, 2, and 3. That looks like Connor Blythe in there in that fourth spot for DC Cycles. The man on the outside looking in and looking for a way through. It's Matt McHugh, BMX Widow Photography. He's got the 5, he needs the 4. He's going to have to pour it on. Here he is trying to get alongside Connor Blythe. Is he going to work his way in? McHugh just taking that position away. Mum's going to be going absolutely bonkers at the side of the track. So McHugh's hanging on, but here comes another rider trying to work the way in. Jack LeBras, is he going to have enough in the tank? Not quite.
Second quarterfinal for the 17-29-year-old cruisers are a go. Rab Racing are going 1 and 2. European number 7 and European number 2. That is Wilson leading it from Brooks into that second corner. Where is Joe Wallbridge? Oh, moves are being made in turn number 2. Palmer's gone from 5 to 4. He's in a qualifying spot. Wallbridge is back in 5 now. Last turn action. Stanley Palmer in there in 3. It's going to be Tom Palmer picking up that final qualifying spot.
Right, Cates and Watson leading out quarterfinal number 3 for the 17 to 29-year-olds. Luke Davis, Hayes and Popel in there as well. There's a bit of a gap to Chris Hearn. So it looks like the front four are good and clear at this moment in time. It is Cates, Watson, Davis, Hayes, Dan Popel. You 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Rocky O'Brien has been shot out of a cannon in quarterfinal number 4. He's going 1 and 2 on the exit of that first corner with John O'Harradine. He's being chased down by the 8 of Niall Moss, doing it for fast signatures. Heading into that second corner they go. Where is the rider out of Merseyside? That is Kean Brown. Brown then being chased through that third straight. Looks like Mowat has gained a bit of an advantage. Looking for a way round Brown into the final turn. Brown looking to hang on. It's going to be O'Brien, Harradine, Moss, Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Moving on to the 9-year-olds quarterfinal number 1. We've got Archie Fisher of Crucial BMX leading it out. Bunchik, Birthday Boy, Birdfield, Jack Hale, Finley Kerr, Albie Blight, Charlie Crossley and Van Leppard R2. And it is the retro racing guy in there in 4, Finley Kerr. Who's the man in 5? I've got a feeling it might be... can't quite tell at the minute, but Finley Kerr's in there in 4. Who's the man in 5? It looks like the 384. That is Charlie Crossley. So Crossley on the outside, looking in. Can he catch Kerr out of the final turn? He's having a good go. They are elbow to elbow. Look at him drag racing down the straight. Kerr and Crossley's blown it. Kerr's going to take that 4th spot.
More 9-year-old quarterfinal action is led out by Teddy Gorman. Doing it for Pure Bikes. He's going 1 and 2 with Joseph Clayton out of PCR. Logan Aceto's in there for 3. Who's in the final qualifying spot? That's Archie Walsgrove out of Telford Flyers. Look at Aceto working his way across from 3 to 2. So Gorman, Aceto, Clayton, Walsgrove. That's your 1 through 4. Who's the unlucky rider in 5? That's going to be Jude Shearer.
Quarterfinal number 7. This is the 3rd one for the 9-year-old boys. Frankie Jones, BMX Hype, leading it out. Atlas Lewisfield in there into the decoy rider is Ollie Underhill. He's in there in that 3rd spot with Connor Grant from the Brunty Massive in there in 4. Being chased down by a 1-3-3. I think it is That'll be Cameron Joseph out of Brixton. Brixton on the outside looking in. Has he got anything in the tank to drag race him down the final straight? Looks like he's going to run out of time and room.
Oscar rather fast leads out the next quarterfinal in the 9-year-old boys. He's going 1 and 2 with Arlo Payne. Payne the right round the outside, trying to make it stick into that second corner, but it's still out front with sorted race gear. Rudy Pleasance-Ford has gotten involved in the action at the front of the pack. Look at Pleasance-Ford, he's going round the outside, doing it the hard way. He's gone from 3 to 2, now from 2 to 1. Rudy Pleasance-Ford, your new race leader. Ford then out front, rather fast in 2, Payne's in 3. Who's going to get that final qualifier spot? Looking like it's going to be Oliver Pritchard out of Cardiff BMX.
Right, Joel Pritchard of the Hawks is in that 4th spot at the moment, holding on to it. The man out in front is Antek Perebny, the world number 3, Christian Garbacic. In there in 2, Leo Britz is looking good in 3. The man in 5 is the 33, Jack Barter out of Braintree. He's got to catch the Hawks rider out in front. It looks like he might have left himself too much to do. He's having to go down the final straight. Pritchard's going to hang on for 4.
Big Hens has got skills to pay the bills, and he's proven it in this quarterfinal in the 10-year-old boys at the moment. Wiz Oakley Hill is in there in that 2 spot, being chased out by Seb Perry. Dominic Zapanos is in there in 4. Bringing it through the 3rd straight, the 8 plate is in there in 5, got it all to do. That's Elliot Hatch. He's got a big old gap to make up to Zapanos at the moment. Big Hen's going to pick up that quarterfinal win down the final straight. Hill, Perry, Zapanos, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Lewis Rothwell carved that first corner like a Christmas turkey and worked his way into a 4th spot, but they are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime behind him. They are hunting him down as they go into turn number 2. Rider out front, let's have a look. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Jake Avis. Rothwell under pressure now from the 783 of Jack Colwell. Colwell's going to work his way in. Rothwell's been shuffled back to 5. Heartbreak for the Preston rider as they head down towards the line. Colwell for 4, Rothwell for 5. Unlucky.
Callum Wood is chasing down Alex Vitols in quarterfinal number 12. Arthur Mason's inside the top 4 as well, but he's under all bucket loads of pressure in and out of turn number 2. Who's the rider chasing him down? It was the 32, now it's the 15. The 15 is Alexander Gilbert. He's getting busy. Reactive Racing's Noah Northcott is looking safe in the moment inside the top 3. Has Gilbert got enough left in the tank to put Mason under pressure? Mason, Gilbert, Mason's going to hang on, taking it across the line.
The 11-year-olds, Aidan Baptiste out in front, Betty Wills in 2. Where is Ollie Bird of Allen's BMX? He's in there in that 4th spot right now, being chased down, I think, by Blake Mellier out of the Irish Collective. As they head towards the final turn, Bird's holding on to that final qualifying position. It's going to go Baptiste, Wills, Carlos and Bird.
Seth Kacharik leads it out from Tobias Groves in quarterfinal number 14, where it's a 14 plate of Joseph Dewis. He's inside the top 3, being chased out by an LVG NRT rider. That's going to be Chester Grocott. In and out of that second corner they go. Gosport NRT have a rider inside the top 5. Rory Smith got a load of work to do if he wants to catch Grocott into the final turn. He's right there on the coattails in and out of that final corner. It is going to be Kacharik, Groves battling it out for the quarterfinal win. Grocock's look to get a bit of grace down the final straight. He's going to go through in 4.
Right, there's a between Oliver Hawker and George Spencer for that final semi-final spot in the 11-year-old quarterfinals. Tom Giles out in front, the TNT rider is battling with the reactive rider. They are 3 abreast as they go into the final turn. It's all about line choice. Who's going to make the correct one? Reactive are diving underneath as they head down towards the line. Spencer's worked his way into a position. Hawker's going to be the unlucky man in 5th.
Ethan Shaw, your national champion from 2025, leads this one through for Pro Star BMX. LCC have got Jack Haynes right there with him. Your British champion out of BMX Hype. That is Charlie Dowson inside the top 3. Astar Racing have got Aston John Lee in there in 4. Out of the Centurions, massive, so it is going to be Shaw, Haynes, Dowson, Lee. That's your 1 through 4, taking it through to the semis.
Quarterfinal 17 is, I think it is. As they go in and out of the turn, I've got a feeling that might be Joseph McAvoy in there in that 4th spot. It's Anderson out in front. BMX Hyper in there in 2. That's going to be Teddy Jones. Jones in that second spot. Absolute Bicycle Motocross getting involved. Jacob Anderson. McAvoy in there in 4. Sebastian Hewitt out in 5.
Allen's factory lead at quarterfinal number 18 in the form of Finn Munro. On that 3 bike, he's being chased on through by the 7 of Edward Cordery. Doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Them 2 guys have left the pack. The 18 is in there in 4. That's Murray Watson. Under pressure though from Arlo Steinmetz in the final turn. He's getting all sorts of busy. Otto Pars hanging on in 3. He's got the rider out of BMX with a photography for company. That's going to be Watson taking it through.
Quarterfinal 19, more 12-year-olds, Hemphill, more Beasley and Dayton. In and out of the turn we go. Let's have a look. Where is the 15 of Isaac Moore? Hang on, am I looking at the right one? Come on, Hemphill. Hugo Dayton, yep, in there. Right, who's going to get that 4th spot? Rusty Nut Racing. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, I was. Oh well. Try again, Rich.
Out on track, we are looking at Preston Newmarsh Power out of Power Racing, leading out this quarterfinal from the 8-plate of Benny Jackson. Here comes the other rider out of Evolve Collective, Freddie Ray Orland. So Evolve have got a couple of riders inside the top 3. Oh, Ronnie the Landshark Ward is getting busy. Your European number 8 has just made it stick in the final turn and going to take that final qualifying spot for LCC.
13-year-olds quarterfinal number 1, James Bibby Pro Start leading it out. Swales in 2, Marcus Mullen in there in 3. That is Itad Jamira in 4. But the 25 of Zach Parsons is all over the back of him and looking for a way round in that final turn. Jamira swinging it round. Parsons has dived underneath. The elbows are touching. Drag racing down the final straight. Mullen for 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's Parsons.
Adrian Galitis nearly dropped it in turn number 1. He's in there in 5 at the moment. Got a bucket load of work to do because he's got Akin Brazia inside the top 4. Oh, look at the move from the rider out of Brixton. Emil Challenger got busy. He went from about 6 to 4. That could be a contender for Max's move of the day. Last turn action. Rook it out. Who's the rider out of Active? That's Jack Laughlin. Challenger's going to pick up a qualifying spot along with Zach Everly out of Mabo.
13-year-olds more quarterfinals. Let's have a look. Got sorted race gear in there. Charlie Cotton in there in that 3rd spot. That looks like Zach Hamill in 4. Archie Crocker White leading it out. There's a big old scrap for that 4th spot. And Archie Belly's right in the middle of it. Looks like he's done himself enough to go through in that 4th place. Great lap from Charlie Cotton.
Ronnie Payne, Jack Devine, Isaac, the Sender Smith. That's your top 3 in quarterfinal number 24 as they go in and out of turn number 2. Look at the battle on for 4. The 17's made a move. Oliver Taylor is hanging on to it. He's battling it out with Noah Ford, MK and Braintree. That's your 4 and 5 at the moment. Has Ford got enough left in the tank to catch Taylor down the final straight? It's going to be Oliver Taylor picking up that final qualifying spot.
Moving on, Ethan Howell, Joe Douglas, Jack Perkins in this one. Douglas is in there in 4. Perkins is in 2. Howell is leading it out. Now, Sullivan Collis has absolutely lit up the turbochargers in this quarter-final. He's been quiet through the motos. He's come to life in the quarters. Sully's going to get that 3, possibly a 4, but he's going to make the semi. Arnold out in 5.
Max McNulty repping the Evolve Collective colours is leading our Roland Els into turn number 2 in quarterfinal number 26. Who's the rider picking up the 3? That's going to be Ethan Crooks Martin out of Hotshot Racing. He's under pressure though from the 25. Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club heading into the final corner. The front 4 are looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. It is going to be McNulty, Els. That's going to be Martin and Arnold in the final qualifying spot.
Right, Parkinson, Jepson going 1 and 2, quarterfinal 27. These are your 14-year-olds. Look at the battle that's going on for 4. Charlie Bob Craig, ring 999, because he just stole 4th place from Mark Twasadilo as they go down the 3rd straight. But Twasadilo isn't done. Dives underneath, turns it up. Here we go. Drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, too close.
Quarter-final number 28 hits the track. James Miller leads the pack, your national champion from last season. He's going 1 and 2 with Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind. Who's the rider picking up 3? Got to be the 8 plate of Max Vass out of Savage Racing with the 28 plate of what looks like Stanley Farmer out of Retro Racing. He's inside the top 4 and looking to take the final qualifying spot, but he's under pressure. Ruben Bishop with a late charge. Farmer, Bishop to the line, not sure who got it. Guppy out on track, leads it out from Lynch into turn number 2 in quarterfinal number 29. Who's there in 3? Got to be Brody Geddes, being chased down by Elvis Lawrence in 4. Has Daniel Collins got enough left in the tank to pick up a qualifying spot into the final turn? In and out, they're going down the last straight. Guppy, Lynch, Geddes, Lawrence. That's how they're going to finish. Next quarterfinal on track. Quarterfinal number 30 is getting busy. Who's out front? It's going to be Little Cotty going 1 and 2 with Heath Osborne into that corner. That looks like Oliver Tyres making moves. Goes from 3 to 1. Didn't quite make it stick, so Cotty hangs on to the 1 spot. Nathaniel Eames has worked his way into a top 4 spot. The front 4 are looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack, but the front 3 is still scrapping it out. Cotty, Osborne, Tyres, Eames, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Quarterfinal number 31 on track. Rayford leads it out from Hamilton. Barley's in there in 3. Who's the rider picking up 4? Looking like we've got Isaac Shaw out of Pro Star BMX. Harrison Barnes has got a bucket load of work to do if he wants to pick up at the final qualifying spot. Heading into the final turn. Rayford, your world number 2, leads the pack. Factory Mabo UK, that's got to be Hamilton. Shaw's made his move to go from 4 to 3. Barley in the final qualifying spot.
Oh, Robin, Matta and Alonso tried to carve that corner so hard it cost him a little bit of momentum, and he's back there in 5 at the moment as they go into that second corner. Looks like Jules leading it out. Where is Milo Weller? He's back there in 5 chasing Alonso. Going towards the final corner, Harry Bailey in a position to make it in as well. Bailey in 4, Matt and Alonso. Here comes Milo Weller. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Harry Bailey makes it in.
17 to 18-year-olds are on track for their quarterfinals, and we are looking at Tom Millar leading it out from Jaden Fawcett. So it is Moto 1 and Hard Knocks out front of the rest of the pack. Jaden Green out of Allen's Factories in there in 3. Who's got the final qualifying spot? Sam Hamling is under pressure. Lewis Collins, Nemo's not done yet. Hamling looking like he's going to hang on. Nemo unlucky in 5.
Quarterfinal number 34. Let's have a look. Henry Err out in front, being tracked down by Eli Smith of Rab Racing. In there in that second spot. Burgess is in there in 3. That looks like Marku Reynolds rounding out the top 4. There's a gap to 5. And the 9 plate, I think, holding on to that one isn't going to get close enough. He's already pulled the ripcord. Reynolds through in 4.
Tom Doran is absolutely flying, repping 148 Racing, heading through that second straight. In 1 and 2 with Lewis Cook out of the Centurions massive. Where is Ollie Coppin? He's in there in 3. John O'Haradine is in 4. The front 4 are looking safe from the rest of the pack. It's the 17 in 5. That's Alex Mackey out of LVG. Got a bit of work to do. Last turn action. Coppin's getting busy with Cook. It's going to be Doran. Coppin. That's your 1 and 2. Cook and Haradine safe and through.
Right, Guppy, Barata, O'Reilly, 1, 2 and 3. Who's got that 4th spot? It's Josh Williams out of Preston, who's holding on to the final qualifying position. Being chased down by Zach Twitching at the moment on that 259. Reese Toole, he's in there in 6. But it looks like Williams is going to make it through in that qualifying position. Williams makes it in. Twitching out in 5. 10 past 4 for your semi-finals. 10 past 4. 30-minute break. Get yourself something to eat and drink.
set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
If you're not already, get yourself trackside. Don't forget as well, we are still looking for our 2 Maxis moves of the day. Shot classes, ODI whole shot classes are 14-year-old boys and 13-year-old girls. Nine to 12-year-old cruisers are making their way up to the top of the hill.
Right, semi-finals, here we go.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, here we go. Semi-final time, round number 3 of the British Cycling BMX National Series 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Heading into that first turn, Arlo Steinmetz. Battling away, in and out of the turn we go. Frederick State's in there as well. Rocco Westwood, Jack Swales, Eliza Powell trying to work her way through that crowd of boys out in front of her. State in that third spot now. Rocco's working his way into the 2, but Arlo Steinmetz checking out like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish. He's out there in front at the moment. State is the man in that 4th spot, but he's been chased down by Freddie Walsh and the 479 of Edward Worrell out of Teamer. So this one's not over yet as they go in and out of the final corner. Worrell's been pushed high, dives underneath, drag racing with State down the final straight. Look at the battle between these 2 boys as they go to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Oh, too close to call.
How on earth Leo Bradley's made that sort of recovery just in one straight, I'll never know. He got it all wrong through the first jump, but he's up to 3rd at the moment. Your race leader, Charlie Dowson on the 2-3-9 plate. He's going 1 and 2 with team is Arthur Mason. Here comes Bradley up the inside. Looks like we've got the rider out of Halo Wheels. That is Holly Bishop inside the top 4. Looking to pick up that final qualifying spot. Throws in a high low in the final turn. Dowson, Mason, Bradley, Bishop. That's who's going through to the 9-12 Cruiser final.
Right, Finley Murphy picking up the whole shot. Adam Arnold in there in 2. Had a bit of disappointment on the 12. On the Cruiser, Hunter Mallion in there as well. Arnold shopping for that first spot, but it's the rider who's in the 4th, and it's Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Huey Hall got himself a bit of a gap on Jet Thompson, so Hall's going to take that final qualifying position. Arnold takes the win. Murphy in 2. All good.
Oliver Arnold leads our semi-final number 4 in the 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? It looks like we've got Harry Swales out of Fast Signatures heading into that second corner. The 3 spot is Benny Marco out of DC Cycles. He's being chased down by the rider out of the Bradford Bandits crew. Yusuf Almas Fordham. They're looking to pick up the final qualifying spot. He's being chased down by Cotton and what looks like Bodie Markley out of the final turn, but it's going to be Fordham picking up that final qualifying spot.
Right, Cooper McCrum, the hometown rider in there in the spot at the moment, chasing down the 2X of Newton Hindley. Hindley leading it through. That looks like Lucas Smith in there in that third spot. Who's got the fourth right now? I've got a feeling that it's Eric McSwitty. McSwitty being chased by Cooper Westwood. It's BMX Widow versus Mabo into the final turn for that final qualifying spot in the main event. Cooper's dived underneath. He's drag racing with McSwitty. McSwitty's got half a bike out in front. He's going to take it at the line. Cooper out in 5.
15, 16-year-old cruisers all go through the second straight. Your world number 3, Lil Cotty's out front. He's going 1 and 2 with Jack Walford into turn number 2. The 3 and 4 are scrapping it out. Look at the move from Tempo BMX UK. Adam Stevenson went from 5 to 4 with a perfectly executed high-low. So he's now in a qualifying spot and he's shuffled Freddie Warwick back to 5. Who's going to get in? It's looking like Cotty, Sim, Walford, Stevenson, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, ladies cruiser 30 plus, when in reality they are all under 21. Michelle Stupple, Nikki Sitz, Rowan Beckett in this one, Lee Pendleton, Allen's BMX.com and Supercross battling with 6. There's a bit of a gap to the rider in 5. Got a feeling it's Emily Eilert as they come out of the turn. So Michelle Stupple out and gone. Beckett in 2, Sitch in 3, Pendleton in there in 4. Emily Eilert in 5. Doesn't look like it's going to change unless something drastic happens down the final straight.
Semi-final number 8 goes in and out of that first corner, and it is Rebecca Gold going 1 and 2 with SJN as they bring it through that second straight. Magic Manda and Juan Clements are in 3 and 4. They've separated out from the rest of the pack and looking safe and clear. In and out of turn number 2, Gold on that 3 plate is absolutely charging away at the moment. Your world number 3, SJN, doing all she can to catch her in and out of that final corner. Gold, Nichols, Clements, Hemstock, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Semi-final number 9, we are on to the 40 to 44 cruiser. Kieran McAvoy sorted, race gear, chase bicycles out there in front. Andy Groves is in there in 3. Who's got the 4 right now? It is Joel Marston, Aaron and Eaton, but he's under pressure from Matthew Eaton, BRE Racing. So BRE versus Nuneaton down that third straight. Dylan Dixon's in there in 3. It's going to be a drag race on that final straight. Marston still hanging on. Eaton dives underneath. Look at him go down the final straight. Eaton's on the back of Marston. He's getting himself ever closer. Half a bike in it. Eaton makes it in.
Mr. Pine got it all wrong on the exit of turn number 1, but he's still leading it out. MC is going 1 and 2 with Rob Harris into turn number 2. Who's picking on the 3? Ian Smith doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Grant Yerbury's in there in 4. The 19 plate in 5 is Nick Lewis. He's got it all to do. Riding out of the Hawks BMX Club, in and out of the final corner. Mr. Pine going to got the semi-final win. Harry, Smith, Yerbury in that order.
Oh, hold on to your hats, people. 17 to 29 cruiser. The Rab Racing boys are flying in for a formation. It is Wilson and Brooks going 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? It looks like Stanley Palmer doing it for fast signatures, or is it Niall Moss? It's Niall Moss in that 4th spot. Crucial BMX. Rocky O'Brien looks like he's going to hold it on from John O'Hara-Dean. But Rab Racing looking good in that semi-final.
Second of the 17, 29-year-old cruiser semi-finals is a go, and it is Moto 1 going 1 and 3. That's Roy and Pope who's split up the Moto 1 party. That's Arne Esselmont out of Stay Strong. In and out of that second corner, Kate rounds out the top 4 spots, but he's being chased down by Nathan Abbott, doing it for absolute last turn action. Charlie Roy, Arne Esselmont, Theo Pope, Nathan Abbott, 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's how they're going to take it through to the final.
All right, here we go. Riding down on that final straight. I've got a feeling it was Luke Davis Hayes that dropped it. Meanwhile, 50 to 54 cruiser. Barnard, Hassel, Butler. Oh, Kevin O'Brien. They're very... Darren O'Brien even. Locking elbows. We're going to shut it down, boys. Closing it down, guys, please. Sorry, folks. The 50 to 54 cruiser. They're going to need a 2-hour break and a kebab before they go again.
Put your hands together.
He snapped his handlebars. Wow. No wonder he went down in a heap. He had Max's move of the day at Manchester. Might be getting another one at this rate. Good lord. Right, 50 to 54 cruiser, your semi-final will be rerun, obviously.
Oh wow. Second rack of the 50 to 54 cruiser. Oh.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Throwing you straight back into the action, ladies and gents, with the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser semi-finals. Healy looking to lead it into turn number one. Your world number 7 rep in the Pure Bikes colours. Out front going 1 and 2 with that, the Astar Racing rider. That is Ian Archibald who's picking up 3. It is Reedy. Speedy Reedy's inside the top 3, being chased down by Stu Little. Doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That's your front 4 as it stands. Big Cotty's making moves and working his way into 5. It's not quite going to be enough though by the looks of things to catch Little in there in 4. Hilly, Archibald, Speedy, Reedy, Little, 1, 2, 3, 4.
7-year-old semi-final number 1. Jensen died doing it for Rusted Up Racing out there in front, being followed by the 142 and the 614. That is Ali Kingston, North, Grant to be going absolutely nuts at the side of the track. Who's got that 4th spot? Patrick Dempsey in there at the minute. I've already scared the family half to death this afternoon. The 267 Isaac Buck is chasing him into the final turn. Dempsey and Buck are scrapping for it. Dempsey's got the line. Buck's going to have to work his way round. Dight, Estevez, North. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Oh!
Luke Barron has been absolutely shot out of a cannon. He's going 1 and 2 with Parker Gray as they bring it into that second corner in the second of the 7-year-old semi-finals. Look at the rider in 3 trying to thread the needle. That's Jack Baird, your British champion. He's being chased down though by the 4, 5, 6 of Owen Wheater. Preston Pirates. Barron out front for the northeast into that final turn, and back how he goes. Barron looking to hang on to the win. Gray in there for 2. He's going to be Baird for 3. Wheater's going to round out the top 4 spots.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. These are the 8-year-old semi-finals. We're looking at Charlie Bromelo chasing down Shelby Yates into that second turn. Benji Ross Foster, where is he? He's back there in 5 at the moment, and the man in that final qualifying position, I've got a feeling it's Oliver Bridle. I'm not sure what happened as they came down the straight and into the turn, but he's holding on to the spot right now. Bridle in 4, Benji Ross Foster in 5, Shelby's going to get it, Charlie Bromelo in 2, Leon Krasosiak in 3, who's going to get the 4? Oh!
Roberts Caskins was throwing bows in turn number 1. Lou and Jamir ended up hitting the deck, but out front, where is Tomlinson? He's in there at about 3 at the moment, in and out of that second corner. Your race leader heading on through. That is Ruben Lamb out of Merseyside. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of Flew, and that's Isaac Tomlinson. Moves are being made into that final corner. In and out they're going down the final straight. Lamb leads it. That looks like it is your British champ. Eels into the 3 spot, going to be Tomlinson. Catkins is going to round out your top 4. Put your hands together for Lou and Jamir, the gents.
Semi-final number 9. These are the 19. The 9-year-olds. Gorman, Bunchik, Claydon, Jones, Walsgrove, Grant, Lewisfield and Pritchard into that turn. Teddy Gorman, Pure Bicycles leading it out. That is Claydon in there in 2. Looks like Cardiff BMX Club have got a rider in there in 3. That's going to be Oliver Pritchard, I think. Archie Walsgrove is battling away with Petar Bunchik as they go in and out of turn number 2. The 767 looking good right now. Oliver Pritchard out of Cardiff. Bunchik is chasing him. Walsgrove's been shuffled back. He's battling with Lewisfield. In and out of the final turn. It's going to be Gorman. Claydon going through. Pritchard's in, as is Bunchik.
I'm not sure what Archie Fisher had for breakfast, but it must have been absolutely doused in spicy sauce because he's just blown down that first straight like you would not believe. Who's chasing him down? That looks like Oscar rather fast, doing it for the Sorted Race Gear crew. Crucial Racing Sorted, that's your 1 and 2. Logan Acito repping the Moto 1. Mukov Colours in there in 3. Rudy Pleasance Ford is in there in 4. Rapid Romans looking to give himself an early birthday present, but he's in 5 at the moment and got it all to do. Oh, those were banging in the final turn. Rapid Romans says, thank you very much. It's my birthday. He's going to take the top 4. Put your hands together for Oscar rather fast.
Dear me, my little mate is lying out of the final turn. Can't believe it's happened again. Meanwhile, the 9-year-old girls are on track. Let's have a look who's got that 4th spot. I am looking at Madeline Malloy from the Titans, the local rider. She's in there in 4. Her club mates are going to go absolutely ballistic. Flick Brennall's in there in 5. It's Matilda Hewitt out in front. Mabel Pine in there in 2. Isabella Henry in 3. Madeline Malloy is going to pick up the 4. Make some noise for your girl.
Random start. Rider is ready. Watch the gate.
Semi-final number 22 is a go. These are your 9-year-old girls. BRE racing the first front wheel to show. Izzy Moore on the 104. She's going to lead it into that first corner. Who's there with her? It looks like we've got Maggie Devine out of Maimbo Factory Team UK. She's been chased down though by the 279. Abigail Henning, BM Racing, heading for that second corner. All the Jewish is in there in about 4. Looking to pick up that final qualifying spot. Maggie Devine slipped her pedal. Luckily for her, she's just about back up on her bike. But now she's under all sorts of pressure from the Ruston rider Freya Forrest. Forrest has got a bit of work to do though to catch her into the final turn. In and out they go. Moore, she's going to pick up the race win. Who's in there with her? It's going to be Henning, Devine and Jewis.
Semi-final 23, these are the 10-year-old boys. Big Hens out in front, Oakley Hill right in there with the 4, 5, 6 of Alex Vitals. There is a big battle going on for 4, and Callum Wood is right in the middle of it with Noah Northcott. Wood and Northcott battling for the final spot. Wood's had none of it, he's gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd. He's battling with Oakley Hill. Northcott's getting swallowed up, I think, by Zeb Perry as they go into that final corner. It's not over yet. Wood's been shuffled back again. He's under even more pressure now. Oakley's in there in 3. Who's going to get it at the line? Too close to call.
Ethan the Great White was throwing bows in that first corner and he leads it out, your British champion, going neck and neck with your world number 3. But Antek Perebni's gone back round the outside. Perebni, White, that's your 1 and 2. The 4 played in there in 3. That's Jake Avis. He's being chased down by the 7 of Christian Garbachik. Garbachik's in the final qualifying spot. In and out of the final corner. He's going to round out the top 4 spots for Peterborough. But Antek Perebni, he's going to pick up the race win.
Right, changing age groups, we are on with the 11-year-olds, and that is Ethan Shaw out in front. Jack Haynes is chasing him down. Now, Astar Racing on the 16 plate. Aston John Lee, his mum's going to be going absolutely bananas in the gazebo. He's in there in that 3rd spot. Who's going to get the 4th? Ollie Bird's looking for a way, and he's battling with the 13, and that belongs to Tobias Groves. Groves in that final qualifying spot. Astar Racing are getting a rider in 3. It's going to be Shaw, Haynes, Lee, Groves, all through.
Next up, semi-final number 26 is led out by the 9 plate of Arthur Donaldson Green Machine Tribe. He's got Aidan Baptiste right there on his back wheel. Who's in the 3? Looks like it is your world number 8, Thomas Giles, hanging onto the coattails of the 12 of Baptiste. The world number 4 is Betty Wills, doing it for the ladies at Pro Star BMX. She's in the final qualifying spot. Baptiste making moves, goes from 2 to 1. Baptiste, Donaldson, Giles, that's your 1, 2, 3, and the 4th spot's going to go to Wills.
11-year-old ladies going crazy. Astar Racing have got another rider inside the top 4. It's Rosie Geddes, just been swept by the Bradford rider Florence Dixon, and now she's under pressure from Emma Dean. So can Rosie Geddes hang on? Meanwhile, Holly Bishop out there in front. Marcia Olivia College in there in 2. Dyson in 3. Geddes is looking good right now, but Dean's not giving it up. Reactive Racing have got Robin Wyatt in there in 6. It's going to be Bishop, Kolasic, Dyson. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Looks like it's going to be Rosie Geddes.
Eliza Powell put her front wheel out front in that first corner, and she's going to bring it through for Crank BMX Coaching. European number. Oh, 2 riders hit the deck. The front 4 have separated out then. So it's Powell, Lamb. That's your 1 and 2. Fluent have got a rider in there as well. That's Molly Tomlinson in the 3. Brixton's in for that. Is looking like the 11 of Arabella Denton. Looking to pick up that final qualifying spot. Who were the fallen ladies? I'm not quite sure. In and out of that final corner then. Powell, Lamb, Tomlinson, Denton. That's your 1 through 4. It was the 14 Florence K that hit the deck. The other fallen rider was Abby Graham. Put your hands together for Abby, ladies and gents.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Semi-final number 29, first one for the 12-year-olds. Connor Hemphill, sorted race gear right there on the inside. Eddie Jones is in there in 3. Who's going to be the rider in 4? It's the 5 of Preston Newmarsh Powell right now, but he has got Freddie Ray on. Spaniel on a spur pork chop as they go down that 3rd straight. McAvoy in there in 6. It's going to be Hemphill and Moore going 1 and 2. Teddy Jones is going to get the 3. Who's going to get the 4 at the line? Looks like it's going to be Preston Newmarsh Powell.
It got busy into turn number 1 in the second of the 12-year-old semi-finals, but it's at world number 8 that leads it through. Jacob Anderson going 1 and 2 with Finley Munro. Who's the rider picking up? Oh, Munro makes his move. What it was in the second corner. Anderson's not done yet, though he comes back at him through the 3rd straight. Anderson from Munro, who's picking up 3 and 4. Looks like we've got the 8 of Benny Jackson in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? Ronnie the Landshark Ward, and the 12 plate taking it down to the line. I think Gordon might have nicked it.
Right, Rachel Pritchard and Ellie Peter battling for that final qualifying spot in the main event. Trixie Trays out front, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Maisie Egan looking for an extra special birthday present in there in 2. That is Bonnie Dudley in there in 3. Pritchard is looking good right now. She's got, what, 3 bike lengths on the rider in there in 5th place. That's Ellie B out of Manchester. Ellie's having a go down the final straight. Pritchard and Pete to the line. Pritchard's going to get it.
In and out of turn number 1 for Fluent Bicycle Motocross as Amelia Rowe. Rowe leads it out from Hudak. That's got to be European number 4 in that 2 spot heading into that second corner. The 3 looks like it's occupied by Neve France Brotherton. Brotherton then looking to pick up a qualifying spot, which is being chased down by the 6 of Frame on 4 out of Bolton race gear. Grace Hudak has worked her way from 2 to 1 and is your new race leader, and the next 3 riders are battling it out down the final straight. It is going to be Rowe, Brotherton and Montfort taking it through.
Right, we are looking at James Bibby and Joe Ruck going 1 and 2. Isaac Smith is in there. Archie Bell in 4, and the guy in 5, I think he's Zach. Oh, Zach Hamill down in the turn, collecting Archie Bell at the same time. Smith's out there and clear, and that looks like Zach Everly in there in that 4th spot with his Mabel teammate chasing him down. Jack Devine. It's going to be Bibby, Ruck, Smith, Everly.
Put your hands together for Archie Bell, ladies and gents.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready. Watch the gate.
Second of the Open 13 semi-finals hits the track, and it's Ronnie Payne out of lane number 1, leading it into turn number 1, Jump Club S&M Source. Check out Archie Croker White, threading the needle in that first corner. He's worked his way into that 2 spot, in behind Fluid Bicycle Motocross. That is looking like Marcus Mullen. Mullen's in there in 3, but the moves are coming thick and fast. Looks like MK Evolution's Oliver Taylor has worked his way into 3. Here comes the 21 plate of Emil Challenger. Rock round the outside, he's going to make his stick. Challenger's up to 4, chasing Taylor through the final straight. White's in there for 2, Paint Your Race winner.
Right, checking out the 13-year-old girls coming out of turn number 1. Elizabeth Lola Poole in a qualifying position right now with the 19. Is Freya Harry. Iris Hyder in there into. What a move! Stealing away that final qualifying position. Into that final turn. That might be a contender for Max's day. And Bishop comes right back at her. Wow, wow, wow. Bishop in 4, using 5.
The second of the 13-year-old girls. Oh, semi-final went all wrong. Out of the first corner for Maura McCarron. Not sure who else hit the deck, but we've got Brooke fast forcing on track, leading the way through this third straight. Who's here with her? Got to be Elsie Blythe, Sarah Pritchard, and the template in there in 4. That's Millie Ross. He's under bucket loads of pressure from Grace Gerard. In and out of that final corner. Has Gerard got enough left in the tank? Ross is putting pressure on Pritchard down the final straight. Gerard's not going to get close enough. It was the 19 of Lily May Gould and the 15 of Olivia Webb that went down with Maura McCarron. Put your hands together for those ladies and gents.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready. Watch the gate.
Semi-final number 38, the 14-year-olds, the first of the 2 semis. Argo, Max McNulty's heading down towards that first turn. JP's in there somewhere in about 6. Jepson in that final qualifying spot. Twazadilo's trying to thread the needle once again. JP battling with Jepson into the turn. Salted versus Hard Knocks. Who's going to get it out of the corner? Oh, Jepson right underneath Joe Douglas, working himself into that 3rd spot, giving himself a little bit of room. Jepson, Perkins, Twazadilo's not done yet. JP's under pressure in 4. Twazadilo's coming down the other side. Jepson might get caught up as well. JP in 3, Jepson in 4.
The 1 and 2 from last year are going 1 and 2 in this second 14-year-old semi-final. Miller leading it from Howell into that second turn. Who's there picking up the 3? Looks like we've got Ethan Crooks Martin in that position at the moment. The 20 plate is Sully Collis heading towards the final turn, but he's got Charlie Wilcox right there for company. Wilcox look for a high-low. Collis is on the bubble down the final straight. Collis under pressure. He's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, Grand Vets are on it. That is Neil Waddington in there in that 3rd spot, battling with Matt Hayward. Hilly's out front and gone as per usual. Where is Brett Knight? He's trying to work his way into a spot. He's battling with Waddington into the turn. Here we go. Dominic Elliott's in there as well. He's worked his way to 4. Waddington's back in 5. It's going to be Hill, Hayward, Knight, Elliott. I think Waddington unlucky in 5.
The Warlock had a great first pedal, but he's in there battling with his teammate in turn number 1. It's Christos Chalkos up to 3. But your race leader is our Star Racing's Ian Archibald. He's going 1 and 2 with Stu Little, heading into that second turn and back out again for your second rank of Grand Vets. Who's in there for 3? Looks like we've got Chalkos with Nelson in 4. The Warlock has turned it in for the head, and that's left Milne to work his way into 5. Last straight action, Archibald, Little, Chalkos, Nelson in that order. That's how they're taking it over the line.
Right, semi-final 41, first 15-year-olds. Evan Bartley right there, but banging bars with Shaw as they go in and out of turn number 1. It's going to be Guppy, Lynch, 1 and 2. Oh, pressure coming for that final qualifying spot. And Joska Jules just worked his way in past Shaw. It is Guppy, Lynch, Bartley, 1, 2 and 3. Who's going to get the 4? Shaw's still battling away with Jewel to the line. Not sure who's going to get it. Jewel makes it in.
It was busy down the first straight in the next semi-final, and it's looking like Kobe Rayford leads it out from the 4 plate in there behind him. That's got to be Heath Osborne, who's in there for 3. Nate Hamilton as they come on round through that second turn. It looks like we've got tyres on the bubble in there for 4. That's Cotty in 5. Headed into the final turn, your world number 2. Rayford picking it up. Rayford, Osborne, Hamilton, tyres. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Cotty's not done. What a late charge that was. Goes from 5 to 4.
Right, 16-year-old semi-final number 1. In and out of the turn we go, but that looks like Bradley James, I think it is, in and out of that second turn. Looking very good right now. Lucas Osborne, Freddie Entwistle making up for the disappointment of Manchester. Freddie Franklin in that 4th spot. Coming under pressure from Oliver James, but he's going to have enough time and room to make it in.
Small 16-year-old semi-final action goes in and out of that first corner. Check out Rab Racing, ladies and gents. It's Steely and Jamira in that order. Cooper McCrum having a blinder in there for 3. Who's picking up 4 as they go in and out of the turn? David Fairley. 2 Centurions are on the bubble at the moment. Where are you, Scotland? Fairley's hanging on. He's under pressure now in the final turn. Ollie Kirby is queuing up behind him and chasing him through the final straight. Seeley, Jamira, McCrum. Fairley's going to hang on.
Right, Thomas Millard, Thomas Doran, 1 and 2. Coppins in there in 3. Jim Horsey under a little bit of pressure now from Lewis Cook for that final qualifying spot. And getting in there as well is Sam Hamblin. So Hamblin's not done yet either. He's got to get past Fawcett though in that final turn. In and out we go. Fawcett's in there in 4. He's done enough to hang on. Millard, Doran, Coppin, Fawcett.
17 to 18-year-olds all getting tight into that first corner. Absolute are going 1 and 2. Who's leading them out? Henry here. Amos Guppy in that order. Nathan Barata is in there for 3. That looks like Eli Smith inside the top 4. Who's picking up the 5? That looks like Max Burgess. He's got it all to do as Smith puts the pressure on Barata into the final turn. The 2 Absolute boys are running riot down this final straight though. Here, Guppy in that order.
Right, moving on, Tyrese Bradshaw in and out of turn number 1, 19 to 29 semi-finals. Probably the most exciting class in national. In that 4th spot, Charlie Roy trying to get in as well. Peckham, Theodore Peterkin in there in 2. Got a feeling that's Daniel Kay in there in 4, but he's going to have all the pressure coming down the final straight from Joshua Cates. Kay and Cates to the line. Who's going to get into the stride? Joshua Cates.
More 19 to 29-year-old semi-final action coming your way. Heading through the second straight, George Gerrard is at the front of the pack, leading it from Cal Strickland. So it is Hard Knocks and Stay Strong. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like we've got a rider out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That is Che Young. He's there inside the top 3. Copes under pressure in 4. He's hanging on to 2 riders out of Hard. Kids are picking up down the final straight. Cope's going to round out the top 4 spots.
Right, 19 to 29-year-old girls. Ava Brown in that 3rd spot for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Annabelle Townsend leading it out. That looks like Hannah Drew in there in 2. Brown in 3. Who's got the 4 right now? I've got a feeling that it belongs to Imogen Gibson, who's in that final qualifying spot. But Izzy Hurry in a hurry, wants to get around her, make that main event. It's going to be Townsend, Drew, Brown, Gibson. Brown's under pressure now because Hurry's trying to work her way in as well. Who's going to get into the line? Brown under pressure. Oh, I think she just about held it.
Semi-final number 50 is on track, and that is Emily Green leading it for Green Machine Tribe. Who's picking on the 2 spot as they head into that second turn and back out. Remy Godfrey picking it up for the Stay Strong contingent. The 1X is Megan Gerrard out of Rab Racing. She's been chased through by Jetska Hemstock. Doing it for Ice Bikes. Tilly McCrum's in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch Hemstock down the final straight. Hemstock's going to hang on. Green, Godfrey, Gerrard and Hemstock in that order.
Right, back to the cruiser rerun. Barnard and Hassel 1 and 2. Pete Butler was in there in 4th last time, and Darren O'Brien in 3, so it's exactly as it was. Timmy Turnbar giving us what we came for in that 5th position, but it's Barnard doing it for Stay Strong. Hassel in 2, O'Brien in 3, Butler in 4. Julian Allen's giving himself a little bit too much to do, I think. Barnard's going to make it in. Barnard, Hassel, O'Brien and Butler.
5 o'clock, ladies and gents. We are going final racing in about 10 minutes time. 5 p.m. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting, please. Thank you. We are ready to go final race, ladies and gents. You need to be in the pens, please. We're missing finalists in the pens. So if you're in the finals, please make your way to the pen area, please. Thank you. We're starting things off with our cruisers. Then the B finals, and then the 20-inch A finals. So if you're in the finals, A's and B's, get yourselves over to the pens immediately, please. Thank you.
Right now, it's 12-year-old Cruiser Open, the B final. Freddie State, Sammy Stack, Rocco Jenkins, Freddie Walsh, Eliza Powell, Alfie Powell, Ronnie Walwork, and Bradley Grimm in and out of the turn we go. That looks like Freddie Walsh even out in front, doing it for RTR, Resilient Team Racing. Reactive Racing in there in two. That's going to be Alfie Powell, Rocco Jenkins, Bradley Grimm, Frederick State. Sam Stack was in there in about three, looking to work his way into the two. King Ron, Ronnie Walwork. It's like he's going to bring it down to the line. Unless the Hackney Rider's got anything for him, it's going to be Walsh taking it from Sammy Stack. Right, 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers at the final. We have got Edward Worrell, Jack Swales, Arthur Mason, Rocco Westwood, Holly Bishop, Leo Bradley, Arlo Steinmetz, and Charlie Dowsing. Right, first of the Cruiser finals. Heading down the hill, Arlo Steinmetz. He must put jet fuel on his Rice Krispies in the morning. He's absolutely flying into turn number one. Looking good right now. Leo Bradley in there in two. Who's the rider in there in three? Looks like fast signatures. That belongs to Jack Swales. Pressure from Charlie Dowsing. Rocco Westwood is in a top five spot. And looking good. Bishop in there in six. But it is Steinmetz leading it into that final corner. Arthur Mason going through in 7 and the 33. Sorry, Mason in 8. So Steinmetz bringing it to the stripe from Bradley. Steinmetz, is he going to get it? Oh, it was close on the line. Oh, 30. Transponders of truth, do your thing.
13-14 Cruiser B final out on track. Hunter Malion leading it from Bodie Markley in that 2 spot. Charlie Cotton in 3. Bromwood Park got a rider in there as well. That's going to be Xavi Fox Cooper heading in and out of that final corner. Hunter Malion and Brixton BMX. He's going to pick up the race win in the 13-14-year-old Cruiser B final. 13 to 14-year-old Cruiser A final aligning up on the gates. We have got Huey Hall, Lucas Stoneman, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Finley Murphy, Benedict Marco, Harry Swales, Adam Arnold, and Oliver Arnold. Thirteen to 14-year-old Cruisers are a go. Check out Oliver Arnold heading for the first corner, repping the Smileys Flight Club jersey. In and out of that first turn, Swales threaded the needle and worked his way into that 2 spot. Benny Marco scrapping it out. He wants a top 4 spot, and he's looking on the inside into turn number 2. Oh, he's getting busy. Arnold, though, he's checking out from the pack. Arnold leads it out. Swales under pressure from Adam Arnold as they bring it into the final turn. So it's going to be Oliver Arnold. In and out he goes, and down the last straight he's going to wrap up this 13 to 14-year-old cruiser. A final win. Oliver Arnold, Harry Swales, Adam Arnold, Benedict Marco in that order.
13 to 16-year-old cruiser ladies. 4th moto, Clara Salmon, Sadie McSwitty, Olivia Webb, Emily Grimm, Ailey Watson, Isla Young, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, and Elizabeth Graham. Girls cruiser heading down the hill. Ailey Watson shot out of a cannon. Probably a cannon that's on a Scottish castle. She's out there in front at the moment in this 4th moto. Elizabeth Graham in there as well, but the rider in 2 is Isla Young. So she long. Emily Grimm doing it for Tima. Sadie McSwitty trying to make some moves as well. Trying to pick up that rider in 3. Got a feeling it's might be Paige Cathcart Cunnison actually. So Ailey Watson taking the 4th moto. Young going through as well.
15 to 16-year-old cruiser B final on track. Todd Smith Notman leads it out for Allen's Factory Supercross. Going to 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Warwork. TC Cycles have got Logan Young in there in 3. Cooper Westwood doing it for Mabo Factory Team UK. He's in there in 4. Looks like we've got a rider out of Savage Racing. That's Jacob Warren in 5. But it's going to be Todd Smith Notman picking up that B final win. 15 to 16-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Eric McSwitty, Adam Stevenson, Jack Walford, Alfie Sim, Newton Hindley, Lucas Smith, James Cottrell and Cooper McCrum. Fifteen to 16-year-old cruisers are waging war on their 24, and it's your world number 3. James Cottrell leading it over the whole shot line in and out of that first corner. Who's there with him? It's got to be McCrum doing it for BMX with a photography. He's all over the back wheel of Cotty into that second turn. Can he find a way through? Walford's in there in 3. Hindley's in 4. McCrum, look at him go through the 3rd straight last turn action. Can he find a way round? Cottrell, McCrum, Walford. That's going to be a 1, 2 and 3. Hindley's in there for 4.
17 to 29-year-old female cruiser, the final. We have got Isla Radcliffe, Alicia Linscott, Yetska Hemstock, Alexis McCartney, Hannah Drew, Olivia Thirth, and Lily Chiziwa. Girls are go. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Salted Rescue got 2 riders in this one, as have Mabo UK, and it's Mabo leading it into the turn. Chiziwa out in front. McCartney. Isla Radcliffe going through in 5. Izzy Hurry in 6. Yetska in 7. Alicia Linscott in 8. But it's Mabo Factory Racing UK into the final turn. They're going to go wild for their rider. Hannah Drew's not done yet. Lily Chiziwa's going to take it to the line. Chiziwa, Drew, McCartney and Firth.
30-plus women's cruiser B final out on track. Emily Eilert, Susan Farrawan, Lindsay Cuman, Karen Evans, Annie Chiswa, Claire Mardle, Joe Gray and Suzanne Jenkins. It is Emily Eilert and Coach Chizzy going at it for the 1 spot as they bring it into that second corner. So Eilert out of the Outlaws, leading it from her club mate out of that second turn. Susan Farrawan's in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? It looks like we've got the 180 plate That is Lindsay Cuman out of Barnsbury heading into the final turn. Chizzy's under pressure from Susan Farrow on last straight action. Ireland has left the pack. She's going to pick up the win. Susan Farrow's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. Chisholm for 3. 30 plus women's cruiser A final lining up on the start. We've got Manda Hemstock, Lee Pendleton, Nikki Sitch, Fawn Clements, Rowan Beckett, Sarah J. Nichols, Michelle Stupple and Rebecca Goll. 30 plus women's cruiser, the final is a go. The W3's on the inside, it's getting tight into the first turn. Stupple, SJN is going to be the W5 leading it from the W3. Stupple leads it out. SJN is now being chased down by what looks like Rebecca Gold doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Rowan Beckett is in 4. That looks like Magic Manda in 5. Von Clements in 6. Pendleton's in 7. Sidge in 8. Heading into the far corner though, the world number 5. Michelle Stupple going to wrap up this win by the looks of things. SJN doing all she can to close the gap. Not quite going to get close enough. Stupple, SJN goal 1, 2, 3.
Right, 40 to 44 cruise of the B final. We are looking at Marston out in front. That is Nick Lewis from the Hawks in there into Mike Whittaker. Resilient Team Racing doing it for the old YouTube algorithm. He's in there in that fourth spot right now, chasing down the 14 that belongs to James Moores. Into the final turn we go. It's going to be Joel Marston, Nick Lewis, James Moores, Mike Whittaker, your top 4. Northeast BMX, Michael Parks, I think, and Chris Coltman in there as well. Good stuff, guys. 40 to 44 cruiser, the A final. Grant Yerbury, Matthew Eaton, Ian Smythe, Rob Harris, Andy Groves, Chris Evans, Dylan Dixon, and Kieran McAvoy. Cruisers Argo 40 to 44, and the first to rise is Kieran McAvoy, but he's got Chris Evans and Dylan Dixon right there with him as they go into turn number 1, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. McAvoy back on the bike for the first time in a long time. It's good to see him in there. Chris Evans is keeping him honest though. That looks like Rob Harris in there in 4, Smythe in 5, Matt Eaton pushing hard as well. But back on the BMX bike after a 10-year break, Kieran McAvoy, Sorted Race Gear, in and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up the win in the 40 to 44 cruiser class. Evans is looking good for the 2. Dixon for the 3. Smythe is going to take the 4. Harry's in 5.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers lining up on the start. We've got Luke Brown, Neil Turblanche, Nigel Smith, Andy Todd, Anthony Lebras, Simon Toogood, Matthew Trincart, and Norbert Marco. Final number 13 is to go. The 45 to 49-year-old cruisers are looking to scrap it out on track, but no one's going to catch Norbert Marco into that first turn. Marco absolutely blinded first straight, and he's checked out from the pack. Matthew Trincart, though, is doing all he can to close that gap back down into that second turn. DJ Toogood's in there for 3, looking to stick it on a podium. Trincart, look at him go through that third straight, closing the gap down, doing it for the Titans. The local boy with the move, oh, threads the needle. Max's move of the day contender, Matthew Trincart, Norbert Marco, DJ Toogood.
Right, here we go. These are the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, the B final. John O'Harrigan doing it for all the single ladies out there. But Luke Davies-Hayes wants to make up for that disappointment earlier on in the semi-final. Pete Watson in there as well as they go in and out of the turn. The original Tom Palmer in that 4th spot doing it for Crucial. Matt McHugh in 5 as they head towards the final turn. It's going to be Harradine, Luke Davies-Hayes, Pete Watson, Tom Palmer, 1, 2, 3 and 4 crossing the line. 17 to 29, the actual A final. Joshua Cates, Rocky O'Brien, Stanley Palmer, Theo Pope, Alex Brooks, Arne Esselmont, Charlie Roy and Daniel Wilson. This one could be an absolute screamer of a final because Alex Brooks has not got the start he wanted, so he's going to have to do it the hard way. Into the turn we go. He's in there in 4 for the moment, but Joshua Cates is leading it out. Wilson in there in 2. That looks like Rocky O'Brien in 3. Has Alex Brooks got anything for him? He's got 2 straights to make it happen. Here it comes. Wilson still leading it through. Brooks is going to have to totally throw it in there in the final turn. High, low, underneath. Doesn't look like he's got enough in the tank to catch his teammate. Brooks is going to end up in about 4. Cates for 2. O'Brien for 3.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers on track for their B final. Looks like we have got Gaz Carver out front. The beast from the northeast. Gaz Carver out there in 1. That looks like Tim Porter chasing him down in the 2 spot. Timmy Turnbar, Jules Allen is in there in 3s under pressure there from Brett Knight. Working his way up the inside. Gonna go from 4 to 3 in the final turn. Cotty's in there in 5. So it's gonna be Gaz Carver picking up that B final win. Porter Knight rounding out the top 3. 50 to 54-year-old cruiser final up on the start. We've got Pete Butler, Daz O'Brien, Stuart Little, Stephen Hassel, Darren Reedy, Ian Archibald, Matt Barnard and Alan Hill. Final number 17 is the banging bows down the hill. Healy's out of lane number 1, looking to pick up the whole shot aboard that W7 bike. Healy leads it from the E1. Hill, Barnard, that's the order as it stands. Wiz Archibald is in there in 3. Oh, Barnard round the outside. Can he make it stick? He's looking to make it happen. Healy hangs on. Barnard's not done yet though. Look at him. Marching down that 3rd straight like a predator after prey. Last turn action, he's made it happen. Barnard, your European champion, goes from 2 to 1 round the outside of Hilly. Hilly in about 3 across the line. Archibald looked like he nicked the 2. Whew.
Wowzers. Billy Stupple, Stephen Notman, and Scottish riders in the final. Dave Lindsay, Raymondo Reed. Here we go, 3 Scottish riders. Are we going to have a Scottish podium like the Olympics, only with bagpipes? Into the turn we go. Campbell, Reed, Lindsay, look at them go. Banging balls. Madron's coming to spoil the party. Stuart Campbell in and out of turn number 2. Raymondo Reed absolutely on it. Dave Lindsay's not letting Chris Madron have it. He's going into the final turn. Tim Drew's trying to get in there as well. Scotland definitely in 1 and 2. Is Dave Lindsay going to hold on for 3? Come on, Scotland. Bring your boy home. Oh, my word. Notman might have ruined it for all of them.
7-year-old B final out on track. Check these guys out. That's got to be the rider out of Peckham. 859 on the plate. Amari Bamford Burr heading in towards turn number 2. He's being chased down by Billy Late. Doing it for the Eagles. Into that corner they go. And back out again. Who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on round? Ice Bikes have got Patrick Dempsey straight from the hospital to the track. He's worked his way up to 3. The 701 is now back in 4. That's Jackson May out of Sinead's Reed Academy. But Amari Bamford Burr on an absolute charge. He's going to pick up the B final, winning the 7-year-olds. Dempsey putting the pressure on down the last straight, but Late's going to hang on to 2.
Right. Oh. Right. Benji Ross Foster, Harrison Slater. I've got a feeling Arthur King's in there as well, but the 818 is leading it through. That's Sandis Ounds. Sandis out of Norwich BMX Club. Benji's in there in 3. Lou and Jamira in 4, in and out of the turn. Looks like the B final win is going to go to Norwich. Sandy Sounds is taking it to the line. King in there in 2. Benji Ross Foster in 3.
Oscar rather fast was rolling round out of that last corner earlier on in his semi-final, but he's showing us what he can do in this 9-year-old B final. Sorted race gear, leading it in and back out of turn number 2. That looks like Archie Walsgrove in there in the 2 spot, doing it for Telford Flyers, but he's under pressure from Atlas Lewisfield. Arlo Payne's in there in 4. Here comes Frankie Jones, he's in there in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. Walsgrove's made his move to go from 2 to 1. Rather fast in there for 2. Atlas Lewisfield's going to hang on to 3 with Payne on the line in 4.
Right, moving on, 90-year-old younger ladies in this one. Final number 22. That looks like Flick Brentnall doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross in that front spot. Susie Wyatt in there as well. Freya Forrest, Verity Kay, Luciana Pins and Barron, Millie Moore, Sophia Jones and Kylie Dixon as they head towards the final turn, 3 abreast. Flick looking like she's going to get the best of it unless Susie's got anything for her down the final straight. Rusting up Racing's Freya Forrest diving underneath. Looks like Flick's going to hang on to it though. Flick takes it to the line. Susie for 2, I think Freya for 3.
Dominic Zapanos on track, repping the Hot Shot Racing colours. He's looking to lead it into turn number 2. Leo Brits out of MK Evolution is right there with him though, on his coattails, looking for a way round. Who's picking up the 3? That's got to be the 10 of Callum Wood. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe, the 19. Sorry, that's Brits in there in 4. That's Charlie Blakeburn then in the 2. Putting the pressure on Zapanos at the exit of the final corner. MK Evolution looking to go 1 and 4. It's the pressure on the line, looking like it was Blakeburn that nicked it.
10-year-old girls B final. Pananica Castro Latch, Megan Keller, Tessa Johnson, Ellie Robertson, B Smith, Madison Stupple, Grace Ledgerwood, Barrington. This one. Let's have a look who's going to... Pananica in there in 1. Fast Signatures in 2. Madison Stupple. The 15 and the 10 chasing her down. B Smith and Tessa Johnson doing it for Retro Racing. Megan Keller in there as well for the Gosport National Racing, but Panonica's taking it to the line. Madison's going to have to sell for 3 or possibly even 4.
The 11-year-old boys are on track for their B final, and that looks like it could be Alan's Factory. Ollie Bird leading this one through. Who's picking him up in the 2 spot? That's got to be Radco Racing, Seth Kacharik. Kacharik looking to make his move down the 3rd straight. He's going round the outside, doing it the hard way. Gonna work his way from 2 to 1. Fast Signatures in there in 3. That's Joseph Dewis. Where is the BMX high rider? Charlie Dowsing got all to do with the back of the pack at the moment. Kacharik, Bird, that's your 1 and 2. Dewis rounding out the top 3.
11-year-old girls. Emma Dean, Una Svensson in this one. That looks like Florence Kay. Sorry, got that one slightly wrong there. Florence Kay in there in 2. Una's in 3. Reactive Racing going through in 4. That's going to be Robin Wyatt, but Emma Dean is leading it out. She's rode 2 bikes today. Put some mega laps in. She's going to get a B final win out of it. Gabriella Malloy in there as well. Ruby Evans, Abby Graham, and Roxy Morgan. Oh, Emma's under pressure at the line. Oh, too close to call.
Ronnie the Landshark Wood is on track. Your European number 8 leads out the 12-year-old boys B final, but he's under all sorts of pressure as Joseph McAvoy is looking for a way through. Down that 3rd straight, doing it for Mabo Factory Team UK. LCC, though, still out front of the pack. Oh, McAvoy dives under, makes his stick. Can he hang on down the final straight? Look at the pressure coming from the Evolve rider. That looked like Freddie Ray Orland. Not sure who picked up the win.
12-year-old girls B final. Ellie Pete's in there in 2, doing it for Manchester at a minute, but she's chasing down the template. And that is the decoy rider, Izzy Underhill. Jamie Puddock's in there in about 4. And she's got the Hawks rider, Maisie Sturtees, to deal with, who's in there in 3 as they come in and out of the turn. Decoy looking good in this one. Izzy Underhill looking for a B final win. There's a bit of a gap between the top two and the rest of the pack. Ellie Beat's not done yet. She's going to try and pick her off down the final straight. Looks like she might run out of time and room, but she's getting ever closer. Ellie B. Oh, not quite to the line. Who's going to pick up that 3? Wow, wow, wow.
No Zach Hamill in this 13-year-old B final, but he's led away by a Mabo Factory Team UK's Jack Devine. In and out of that second corner, I believe he's racing up an age group or two, and he's now being chased down by the template of Marcus Mullen, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, heading into the final corner. Fast has got Wales inside the top 3. Mullen putting the pressure on Devine down this final straight. Mullen's going to go from 2 to 1 at the stripe as Devine picks up 2.
Right, Samia Hughes came within a whisker of making the final earlier on. She put a cracking move on in that second turn, only to have it stolen away by Holly Bishop just one turn later. She's leading this one out. Grace Gerard's in there as well in about 4 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Poppy May Kirby in there in 2. That is the Gosport rider Lauren Keller rounding out the top 3, but Samia Hughes in the Island jersey bringing it home for a B final win.
14-year-old boys hit the track for their B final. Check out Charlie Wilcox right round the outside, making it happen in that first corner. He's being chased down by Mark Torzidlo, heading for that second turn. Savage Racing got a rider inside the top 3. That's Max Vass on the 8 plate. He's being chased though through that third straight. Looks like the 11 of Harry Ty is doing it for Moto 1 Muck-Off. Heading into the final turn. Wilcox, Torzidlo, that's your 1 and 2. Vass putting the pressure on Torzidlo down the final straight. He's going to work his way from 3 to 2, and looks like he went from 2 to 1 on the line.
Martin's in there as well, but the Hawks rider going through in that second spot. That is Georgia Surtees in 2. We've got I think it's a Preston rider, Eleanor Martin in 3. Teamers, Clara Salmond is in there in 4, and the rider in 5 is the 15, and that belongs to Nora Syra out of Team Mine. But Hard Knocks Bike Coach in the final turn. Bella Gerard looking like she's going to pick up a B final win. Surtees in 2, Martin in 3.
The Warlock with another belting gate out of lane number 6. I think it was Pure Bicycles team manager leads it out. Neil the Warlock Stewart. He's being chased down though by Neil Waddington on the 23 plate into turn number 2. Look at Waddington throwing it under. Look like they might have touched Bose into the turn. So that shuffled the Warlock back a spot. He's now under pressure from the 12 plate of David Knowles out of MCR. Knowles round final turn. The Warlock back in 3, being chased down by Ian Milne down the final straight, but it's going to be Waddington picking up that.
Eleanor Curtis, Rosie O'Brien going 1 and 2, doing it for 5 right now, but it's between BMX Widow Photography and Smiley's Flight Club into the final turn. Rosie going to pick up the 2. Lucy battling for Annabelle for the 3. And the decoy rider trying to get in is Bethany Coates.
Izzy Hurry has just been shot out of a cannon in the 19 to 29-year-old women's B final. She's been chased down though by Olivia Firth, doing it for the mid-lengths and sorted race gear. In and out of that second turn. That's got to be Tilly McCrum inside the top 3. The 9 plate in 4. That's Megan Kirby. The 21's in 5. That's Lydia Webber. Crashed earlier on, but she's on track at the moment. Sticking it inside the top 5 in this B final. Hurry. Mabo Factory Team UK taking that B final win.
Right, 15-year-old B final. Jewel out in front. It's Team Her going 1 and 2. Brody Geddes is in there in 3. And that Oliver Tyers in there in 4 with Harry Bailey going through in 5. Nathaniel's trying to make some moves 6. But it's Team Newton Hindley and Oscar Jewell 1 and 2 in and out of the corner. Nathaniel's shopping for a 5. Couldn't make it stick. Ended up in 6.
16-year-old boys B final in and out of turn number 1 is the plate of Oliver James leading it into that second corner. Who's there with him? Looks like Ollie Turblanche out of MK Evolution. Logan Widowson's on track inside the top 3. He's being chased down though by the 16 plate. That is Ollie Kirby. Green Machine Tribe Henry Radcliffe's in there in 5. Last straight action, James taking it to the line to Blanche Widowson 2 and 3.
Front Lewis Cook in 2. O'Reilly in there in 3. Alan Supercross, Jaden 5.
19-29-year-old B final, the last of these B finals before we move on to the 20 and J finals. Hits that first turn, Charlie Roy. Moto 1 muck off and leads it out. Who's there with him? Got to be Ben Fitzsimmons picking up the 2 spot, the 3. That's Jaden Seward headed into that second corner. Spencer Gibson. Oh, Fitzsimmons throws it under, works his way from 2 to 1. Here comes Seward down the inside into the final turn. Fitzsimmons, BMX Winner Photography's going to hang on to it. Last straight action. Fitzsimmons, Seward. That's going to be your 1 and 2.
Right, on to the A finals. 6 and unders about to bring the thunder. You've got Theodore Purdue-Hurst, Victor Anderson, Hudson Needle, Milo Ryder Bays, Rupert Garnett, Ellis Dowsing, Maxim Krozolziak, and Milo Jering. Six unders bringing the thunder. Here we go. Oh, Maxim taking to the skies with Milo. You wouldn't believe these boys were only 6 years old the way they flew out of that gate. Milo in there in 1. He's gone a pretty long way around. That's allowed Maxim to get right there on the back of him. Rupert's having an absolute blinder in 3. Ellis is in 4, the 5.58. That is Victor Anderson in 5. But look at the battle out front between these two boys. Milo Jerin, Maxim Krozolzia. Maxim's giving it everything he's got. He's having a go. It's going to come down to the final straight. Jering, Krozolziak, 1 and 2. Maxim's winding it up. He's getting ever closer. Jerin and Krozolziak taking it to the line. Jerin in 1. Krozolziak in 2. Oh, I think Rupert's just given up the 3.
7-year-old A final lining up on the start. We've got Isaac Buck, Owen Wheater, Kaysen George North, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Jack Bairn, Parker Gray, Jensen Dyte, and Luke Barron. The 7-year-old boys are bringing the noise down the hill. Barron's on the inside looking to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Luke Barron, Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going to lead it out. Who's there with him? Rusting up Racing's Jensen Dyke. Look at Dyke go. Trying to go around the outside. That looks like being in there for 3. Who's in 4? Preston Pirates, Owen Wheater. Turn number 2. Check out the rider out of Fluent. Jack Burns looking to make a 2-spot stick as they bring it through the 3rd straight. The British champ is putting the pressure onto Jensen Dyke. But can anyone catch Luke Barron in and out of the final corner? Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going to pick up the win in the 7-year-olds category. Luke Barron, Jensen Dyke, Jack Bairn. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Right, on to the 8-year-olds. It's the actual final for the 8-year-olds, and they said B final then. Sorry, boys. Roberts Cactins, Oliver Bridle, Krozolziak, Isaac Tomlinson, Charlie Bromelo, Jasper Eels, Shelby Yates, and Ruben Lamb. We got a gate of future pros right here. These boys have been absolutely flying. Looks like Ruben Lamb and Shelby Yates are going to fight it out into turn number 1. Lamb getting the whole shot for Merseyside BMX Club. Isaac Tomlinson in there in 4. Shelby's in 3. Looking for the 2. Trying to work his way past Jasper Eels. Here comes the crucial rider. That's going to be Oliver Bridle, who's trying to work his way into a top 4 position. in and out of the turn. This is Ruben Lamb taking it down into that final turn. Jasper Eels is the only rider close enough to try and make a difference. Ruben Lamb, Merseyside BMX Club, bringing it to the line, taking the win. Eels in 2, Yates in 3. Bridle in 4. 8-year-old girls are up next. We have got Hattie McGoldrick, Esme Anderson, Erin Thoros, Erin Doney, Sophia Rees, Noah Kerr, Alice Laurie, and Amaria Gibson. Little lady's going crazy, heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first into the turn? The 0-1 of Esme Anderson, setting the world on fire. Hattie McGoldrick's in there in 3, chasing down Amaria Gibson from Ice Bikes. Erin Doney trying to get in the mix. Oh, Alice Laurie's in there in 5. Noah Kerr in 6. In and out of turn number 2. Thoros in there somewhere, but it's Anderson, Rees, McGoldrick. 1 turn left, anything can happen. The girls are battling. Hattie's looking for a way through. Look at the battle to the line. Sophia and Esme. Who's going to get into the line? Sophia from Esme. Hattie picks up the 3. Erin Doney for the 4. Alice Laurie, top 5.
9-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We've got Rapid Roma Burfield, Petter Bunchik, Oliver Pritchard, Rudy Pleasance-Ford, Joseph Clayton, Logan Acito, Teddy Gorman, and Archie Fisher. The 9-year-old boys are a go. Check out the battle on the inside. Acito's received a few bows down the hill, and it looks like your British champion, Archie Fisher's going to hold shot. Here comes Teddy Gorman. Pure Bicycles made the move work in that first corner. Gorman leads it from Fisher. That looks like Clayton in there for 3. Petter Bunchik's in 4. In and out of turn number 2. It is all about Pure Bicycles at the moment. Your British champ Fisher isn't done yet. Pure Crew. That's your 1 and 2 into the final corner. Clayton's in there rounding out 3 as it stands. Acito's worked his way into 4. Teddy Gorman, where are you? Pure Bicycles is going to pick up the win in the 9-year-old boys. Fisher, Clayton, 2 and 3. 9-year-old girls are lining up on the gate. We've got Madeline Malloy, Maggie Devine, Isabella Henry, Orla Jewis, Abigail Penning, Mabel Pine, Matilda Hewitt, and Izzy Moore. This time it's the 9-year-old ladies that are battling it out down the hill and through the first straight. Tilly Hewitt, look at that, ladies and gents. Hewitt's going to lead it into that first turn. Out front of the pack, doing it for Pro Star BMX. Who's there with her? It looks like we've got the 104 of Izzy Moore. She's being chased by the 366 of Maggie Devine. Out of Maybo Factory Team UK. Moore looked up the inside of Hewitt into that second turn, but wasn't quite close enough. So it's all out front with Hewitt at the moment. Has Moore got enough left in the tank? She's coming back through the third straight. Last turn action. Here comes Devine, looking to pick up the scraps. In and out they go. It's going to be Hewitt, Moore, Devine. That's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes a late charge from Mabel Pye. She's not going to get close enough. She's going to have to settle for 4.
10-year-old boys are up next on the gate. Seb Perry, Christian Garbachick, Jake Avis, Oakley Hill, Ethan White, Alex Vitols, Antek Perebny, and Henry Sullivan. Right, 10-year-olds heading down the hill. There's going to be a big battle between Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan in this final, I think. And the guy who's out front right now is Sullivan. But do not write Perebny off. He has got some technical skill and can work his way down a good third straight. Vitols is in there in 3, the 0-1. Going through in 4 is Ethan White. But let's feast our eyes on what's going on out front, because Henry Sullivan is currently holding off Antek Perebny. Antek's not done, though. He's going to try and work his way in. Sullivan might just have enough in the tank. 2 bike lengths clear now. Perebny's winding it up. Sullivan, Perebny's getting closer. Is he going to have enough? Oh! Transponders of truth, do your thing. Wow, wow, wow. Woo! 10-year-old girls lining up for their final. Layla Dixon, Alice Barron, Lauren Snell, Maisie Dyson, Autumn Moore, Emika Gibson, Ella Grant and Phoebe Millar. Ten-year-old girls heading down the hill. Phoebe Millar absolutely on it. Oh, Ella Grant taking to the skies. Emika Gibbs, sorry, I'll keep going for this one. Maisie Dyson, Lauren Snell. Bradford in there in 5. That is Maisie Dyson. But it is the one plate of Phoebe Millar. Ella Grant's right there with her. Is she going to be able to pick her off down the final straight? Millar's going to hang on. Millar, Grant, and the 12 plate I think belongs to Autumn Moore. Making mum happy watching the live stream.
11-year-old boys are lining up on the gate. We've got Betty Wills, Tobias Groves, Thomas Giles, Aston John Lee, Arthur Donaldson, Jack Haynes, Aidan Baptiste and Ethan Shaw. The 11-year-old boys are a go. Check out Shaw with a great start heading towards that first corner. Baptiste is on the inside though. Who's going to lead it out? It's going to be Shaw. Baptiste banging bows with Thomas Giles. Giles has now been shuffled back to about 5 or 6. He's battling it out with Betty Wills, your world number 4. Baptiste under pressure. Here comes Haynes looking for a way through. That looks like Tobias Groves in there in about 4 at the moment. Baptiste has got it straight. Ethan Shaw, pro start BMX, check him out. In and out of the final corner, down the last straight. Shaw's going to pick up the win. Who's going to get the 2? Groves is putting the pressure on. Oh, Baptiste from Groves in 2 and 3. 11-year-old girls lining up on the gate for the final. We've got Arabella Denton, Molly Tomlinson, Rosie Geddes, Maya Colazage, Florence Dyson, Puyat Lam, Eliza Powell and Holly Bishop. "11-year-old girls are a go. It's Bishop out of the inside, your world number 8. Check her out. Halo Wheels race team in and back out of that first corner. Who's in with her? Looks like we've got Puyet Lam on the 9 plate, chasing her down the 150. Maya Colazage, she's looking to put the pressure on the front 2 riders as they enter that second turn. Florence Dyson's in there in 4. That looks like Powell in 5. But out front, your world number 8, Holly Bishop. Can anyone catch her? Lam is doing all she can. Colazage is under pressure of losing her 3rd spot to Florence Dyson. Dyson's gone from 4 to 3. Bishop under pressure from Lam. It's going to be Bishop on the line.
Right, 12-year-olds lining up. Kylan Gordon, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Benny Jackson, Teddy Jones, Finley Monroe, Isaac Moore, Jacob Anderson and Connor Hemphill. 12-year-old boys are go. Connor Hemphill, Finn Munro and Jacob Anderson all level into that first turn. Oh! We've lost Jacob Anderson down in a heap in the first turn. Meanwhile, Connor Hemphill is out in front. Preston Newmarsh Power in there in 2. Chetty Jones in 3. Finn Munro is shopping and looking for a position right now, trying to work his way into the top 4. But doing it for Salted Race Gear. The 0-1. Connor Hemphill in and out of the turn, bringing it home, taking the win. Hemphill, pow. Munro's got the 3. 12-year-old girls, we are just looking after Jacob at the minute. All right. What is going on? Jacob Anderson is up. And breathe. I can't work like this. Gets my agent on the phone. I'm getting all grumpy. All right, we're ready. Sorry, Des. Des wants to go home for his tea. Anyway, 12-year-old girls. Rachel Pritchard, Bonnie Dudley, Neve France Brotherton, Freya Monforte, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak, and Trixie Trays. Girls are go, 12 years old, heading down the hill. Maisie Egan on the inside, Grace Hudak in there as well. They are elbow to elbow. Trixie Trays is trying to thread the needle and dive underneath, working her way into the 2 spot. But look who's out in front, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Maisie Egan. But Trixie Trays is having none of it, works her way round into turn number 2. Can Maisie Egan pull it back, or is she going to get caught up by the rest of the pack? That looks like Hudak in there in 3, looking for the 2. Trixie Trays in and out the turn we go. It's Trays, Hudak, Egan. That is your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh my word. The 3rd place, I think, went to Amelia Rowe.
13-year-old boys lining up on the gate. We've got Emil Challenger, Zach Everly, Oliver Taylor, Isaac Smith, Archie Croker White, Ronnie Payne, Joe Rook, and James Bibby. The Open 13A final is a go. The national champion out of lane number 1, James Bibby, looking to make it stick into that first turn. Who's going to lead it out? Bibby goes 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Rook. So it is Rook chasing him into that second corner, painting there for 3. Archie Croker White's in 4, but it's all about Pro Star BMX at the moment. James Bibby looking to pick up a bit of a gap between him and Rook into the final turn. In and back out they go. James Bibby wants to replace that 1 with another 1 for next season, and he's doing a fine job so far. Bibby, Rook, Payne, that's your 1, 2, 3. Oh, Emil Challenger hits the deck. Together for Emil Challenger, ladies and gents. 13-year-old girls are lining up for their final. We have got Seren Pritchard, Millie Ross, Poppy Bishop, Elsie Blight, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Brooke Fawcett, Iris Hyder, and Freya Harries. Final 53 is the 13-year-old girls. Look at how busy that is down the first straight. Brooke fast forcing. Looks like we've lost Poppy Bishop. heading into that first turn. Brooke Fawcett leads it out. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going 1 and 2 with the W7 plate of Freya Harry's out of Moto 1. Oh, Harry's got too close. Ended up hitting the deck. Fawcett still out front. The E5. Can she get close enough? That's got to be Iris Hyder. Elizabeth Lola pulls in there in 3. That's Pritchard in 4. But it's Brooke, Fast, Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. The pressure's coming from Hyder at the line. Fawcett's going to hang on. Put your hands together for Freya Harries and Poppy Bishop.
Right, the first of our ODI whole shot finals. The 14-year-old boys. So the first rider across that white line in turn number 1 is going to be £100 richer. And some ODI goodies as well. So someone's going to take the money, and it's going to come from these 8 riders. Sullivan Collis, Ethan Crooks-Martin, Josh Jepson, Jack Perkins, Freddie Parkinson, James Miller, Max McNulty, and Ethan Howell. It's all about the money into turn number 1. Who's going to be £100 richer? It's looking like James Miller right now. Miller picking up the whole shot. Cha-ching! £100 in his back pocket. Ethan Howell in there in 2. Freddie Parkinson in 3. JP in 4. Josh Jepson rounding out the 5. But Miller doing it for crucial BMX. Under pressure from Howell to the final turn. Is he going to hold him off? Smart ride in the corner. Keeps the door closed. Howell's gone right down the outside. Thank you very much. Howell, Miller, Parkinson, JP and Josh Jepson. 14-year-old girls up next. Eva Zerzek, Naya O'Connell, Molly Fumey Carroll, Anushka Jones, Martha Cottam, Holly Diver, Esme Ward and Ruby Warren. Girls are go, 14 years old, Esme Ward and Ruby Warren, 1 and 2 into the turn. Holly Diver in there in 3. Under pressure though as they come out of the turn from the 7 of Eva Zerzek. Braintree in there in 5. Carroll, meanwhile, out in front. Pure bicycles. Ruby Warren starting to open the lead now on Esme Ward. These 2 girls are well out front. Zerzek in there in that 3rd spot. Doing it for Source BMX. In and out of the turn. It's going to be Ruby Warren bringing it home. Esme for 2. Eva Zerzek for 3, I think. Or was it Anushka Jones? I could have been wrong, actually. Sorry if I was.
Masters final lining up on the gate. We've got Mitchell Smith, George Higley, David James, Connor Hudson, Tom Palmer, Billy Lucas, Neil Brunez and Adam Brazil. Masters is a go. Check out Brunez's start. Heading for the first turn. Not sure what happened to Adam Brazil. Billy Lucas is here as well. Check out Tom Palmer. Throws it under and works his way into 2. Lucas is in there in 4, battling it out with Connor Hudson. But on his return to national racing, Neil Brunez on the template leads it out. Palmer, Lucas, Hudson, Brazil. That's the order as they bring it into the final turn. Lucas got it all sorts of wrong into that final corner. It is going to be Neil Brunez from the original Tom Palmer. Adam Brazil's going to squeak his front wheel through for a top 3.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. The veterans are up next. Mark Vries, Grant Yerbury, Mark Moore, Dylan Dixon, Adam Boudet, Zoltan Boudet, Matt Barnard, and Scott Boom Boom Beaumont. Enough not to curve, it is the veterans heading down the hill. Scott Beaumont, Matt Barnard into the turn. We go Zoltan Bude in there as well in that third position. But it's all about Mr. 96 podcast. Barnard is tracking him down, looking for a way round. Adam Bude doing it for DC Cycles in there in that spot. Barnard's having a go at Beaumont in the final turn. Can he make the move? Boom, boom, holding on to it. Barnard's winding it up for another go. Hit that 96 podcast on the way home. Beaumont gets it. Barnard for 2. Bude in there as well. 3 and 4.
Grand Vets up on the gate. We've got Craig Nelson, Matt Haywood, Christos Chorkos, Brett Knight, Dominic Elliott, Stuart Little, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. The Grand Vets are a go. Archibald Healy down the hill and through the first straight. The one plate is going to be none other than Alan Hill. Pure Bicycles looking to renew that one on the front of his bike. Archibald's right there with him in the 2 spot, doing it for Astar Racing, who's picking up the 3. Stu Little is having an absolutely blinding day so far in a podium position in this Grand Vets final. Matt Haywood's in for 4. That's Brett Knight in 5. Chorkos in 6. In and out of the final turn. Healy, he's going to wrap up another national win. Going to round out the 2 podium spots.
Right. Next up, the second of our ODI Whole Shot finals. This one is for the money, the 100 quid. The first rider across that white line into turn number 1, the 15-year-old girls. Aifa Pick, Ellie Moore, Jalaya Patel, Libby Coppin, Emily Grimm, Sidonie Cleve, Rin Serafina Gianolino, and Amelie Eaton. It's all about the money once again. The first into the turn is going to pick up the cash. Amelie Eaton looking good right now. Cha-ching! Whole Shot Awards. Rin Serafina Gianolino hitting the deck in turn number 1 with Ellie Moore, I think. 2 riders down, 3 riders down in that turn. So, including Sidonie Cleve. So, Amelie Eaton out front and gone. The 5, that's Jalaya Patel in 2. Who's going to pick up the 3? There's no doubt. Who's going to take the win? Who's going to take the whole shot money? Amelie Eaton gets it. Jalaya for the 2. Who's going to get the 3? Wow, wow, wow. I've got a feeling it was Libby Coppin. So, we're just looking after Sidonie. She's picking herself up, Sidonie Cleve. Give her a big round of applause, people. Amelie Eaton took the win and the whole shot.
16-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Emily Dean, Ruby Walford, Summer Glynn, Eliza French, Ailey Watson, Lucy Gardner, Grace Burge, and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. "16-year-old girls hit the track in final number 60. Ailey Watson looking to pick it up into the first turn. Who's there with her? Right round the outside, but Lottie Brown dives underneath and works her way at the front of the pack. So it is the 1 leading it from the E6 heading into that second corner. Who's picking up 3? That's Lucy Gardner out of team mind on the 6 plate, but she's under pressure from the 3 of Grace Burge heading into the final turn. It is going to be Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown heading down the final straight. Absolute bicycle motocross taking the 16-year-old girls win. Who's going to get the 2 and 3? That was Watson looking like Gardner rounded out the podium.
17 to 18-year-old girls are up on the gate. Smiley Maloney, Esme Brooke, Isla Radcliffe, Alexis McCartney, Sabina Ashman, Sophie Kynaston, Amelia, The Real Deal Everly, and Sophie Elwood. Go, 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 girls, 17 and 18 years old. Sabina Ashman, Rusty not racing, but look who's right at the side of her. Alexis McCartney doing it for Sorted Race Gear. That is Sophie Elwood in there in 3, and the Maybow girls are going 4 and 5 at the moment. Everly and Brooke. Smiley Maloney trying to get involved as well, but look at the action out front. Sabina Ashman, Alexis McCartney. If Alexis pulls this one out of the bag, the Scottish fans are going to go wild. In and out of the turn. Oh, Sophie Elwood's getting in it. Look at the three-way drag race down the straight. Elwood, McCartney, Ashman in that order. What a finish.
19 to 29-year-old women lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Yetska Hemstock, Megan Gerard, Remy Godfrey, Ava Brown, Imogen Gibson, Emily Green, Hannah Drew, and Annabelle Townsend. The 19 to 29-year-old women hit the track. Emily Green looking to pick up the whole shot. Who's there with her? Your world number 5, Annabelle Townsend out of Savage Racing. Townsend leads it from Green and Brown as the exit turn number 1. Who's picking up 4? That's the 1X of Megan Gerard. Heading into that second turn, Imogen Gibson's in 5. In and out of that second corner then. It's all about your world number 5 at the moment. Annabelle Townsend checking out from the pack. Has Green got enough left in the tank to chase her down the final straight? Townsend, Green, Brown, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're taking it across the line.
Right. Kobe Lynch, Kobe Rayford. Do not take your eyes off these 8 riders. It is going to be an absolute banger of a final. And Cotty's lit them up down that first straight for Rab Racing. They are all going round together. In and out of the turn. It's Cotty, Osborne, Agupi, 1, 2, 3. Toby Lynch is in there in 4. Rayford's in 5. He's really going to have to work his magic if he wants to hit the podium. But James Cottrell doing it for Rab Racing, riding 2 bikes here this weekend. In and out of the turn. Osborne's chasing him down. He's going to run out of time and room. Cotty, Osborne, Rayford, Guppy, Lynch, your top 5.
16-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their final. We've got David Fairley, Freddie Franklin, Freddie Entwistle, Cooper McCrum, Elijah Jamira, Lucas Osborne, Bradley James, and Lucas Seeley. Open 16 class on track. Look at how busy the front 4 are heading into turn number 1. Lucas Seeley wants to make it 3 national wins out of 3 nationals so far this season. And he's out there doing a good job at the moment. He's being chased down by the 4-plater Bradley James, who's in there for the 3. Looks like we've got Lucas Osborne out of MK, but he's under pressure from Jumeirah heading down that 3rd straight. Out into the final turn though. Lucas Seeley, check him out. Rab Racing's finest, gonna do the treble so far. Seeley, James, Osborne, Jumeirah, that's your 1 through 4.
Right, here we go. 17 to 18-year-old boys. Max Burgess, Jaden Falls, Oliver Coppin, Thomas Doran, Nathan Baratta, Eli Smith, Thomas Millar, and Henry It's going to be another screamer of a final. The 17 and 18-year-old boys. Thomas Miller from the inside. Henry are in there as well. Oh, trying to get involved. Jaden Fawcett doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In there in 4 at the moment, but it is the 127. Thomas Miller out in front, but look who's right on his back wheel. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. It's Henry. Nathan Baratta's not out of it yet. Jaden Fawcett looking good in that 4th spot. In and out of the final corner. Taking it down the straight. Thomas Miller taking the win. Henry for 2. Baratta and Fawcett, you're 3 and 4.
19 to 29-year-olds up on the gate for their final. We've got Josh Cates, Ollie Cope, Cal Strickland, Che Young, Dexter Gambe, Theodore Peterkin, George Gerard, and Tyrese Bradshaw. Nineteen to 29-year-olds are a go. Cal Strickland with a blinding start. Bradshaw's on his inside into turn number 1. They were banging boost. Josh Cates, what a first turn. Cal Strickland exits left, so it's all about your world number 4. Bradshaw, Mamo Factory Team UK leading this one out. Josh Cates in there in 2. Here comes Gerard, he's not done yet. He's inside the top 3. Dexter Gambe in 4. Last turn action down the final straight. Bradshaw as chill as you like, taking his national win. Gerard's gone through from 3 to 2. Josh Cates for 3.
Right. 3 finals left to go. And the first of those 3 finals is the Junior Open. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Lucas Webster. Out of Birmingham BMX Club, Sean Brown. For Pure Bicycles, Ben Larkins. For Stay Strong, Kai Bowen. For Pro Star BMX, Heath Thomas. For Pure Bicycles again, Cody Coker. For Mabo Factory Team UK, Noah Everly. And for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles, James Clitheroe. Junior Open leaving the gate. Kai Bowen got a fly. In 3, Thomas in 4. That looks like Coker rounding out the top 5. But Kai Bowen, James Clitheroe, Noah. Oh, too close. I have a sneaking suspicion it was Kai Bowen. But let's let the transponders of truth take care of it.
Right, the penultimate final of day number 1. Your superclass men lining up on the gate. Out of Manchester, Danny O'Gorman. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Ben Cornish. For Pro Start, Gabe Simpson. Out of Peckham BMX, Xander Mavawani writes. For LCC, George Hunt. Out of Birmingham, Bradley Russell. Out of Birmingham again, Callum Russell. And out of BM Racing and Mabo, RC22, Ross the Boss Cullen. Superclass men are a go. RC22 out of lane number 1. Looking to hole shot into turn number 1. Xander Mavawani got caught up in traffic. Cullen, Russell, that's your 1 and 2 is Cornish. He's looking for a way around George Hunt in 3. The 4 spot looks like here. 5 spot looks like Bradley Russell. But it's all about Ross Cullen and Callum Russell at the moment heading into final turn. The Mabo World Team and the Mabo Continental Team. That's your 1 and 2. George Hunt's had the move stuck on him in the final turn. Cornish is going to take the final podium spot. Let's hope that George Hunt is all right. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for George Hunt, ladies and gents. Our final of day number 1 is lining up on the gates. Your championship women. One's lining up to beat a banger. Out of Moto 1 Muck-Off, Megan Roy. For Absolute, Evie Webster. Out of Savage Racing, Jess Marriott. For Blackpool, Emmy Seward. Out of Halo Wheels, Annalise Cabin Carpenter. For Stay Strong, Elsa Rendell Todd. Out of Moto 1 Muck-Off, Tia Gaynor. And for Absolute and Mabo, Freya the Slayer Chalice. Gate goes down, championship women hit the track. Elsa Rendell Todd had a blinding start, but she's got Chalice on the inside into turn number 1. Chalice, Todd, that's your 1 and 2 gainers in there in 3. That looks like Carpenter in there for 4. And Roy in 5, Seawoods in 6. Heading into turn number 2. Elsa Rendell Todd isn't done yet. Looking to put the pressure on Chalice down the 3rd straight. Mabo, stay strong. That's your 1 and 2 as Rendell Todd got enough left in the tank. In and out of the final corner. Freya the Slayer Chalice gonna pick up the win. Elsa Rendell Todd for 2. Tia Gaynor rounds out the podium. That's day 1 done, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back tomorrow for more of the same. Make sure you are here bright and early. Wherever you're heading tonight, have a safe journey.